Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 351 Harvesting the Fire Seed. Lin Shen searched for mutant supersource dragons on Ring Mountain planet, but unfortunately, the number of mutant creatures here was nowhere near that of Realm King planet, making it difficult to find even one. Lin Shen could only choose from the supersource dragons he hadn't killed before, to help enhance the intimidating effect of the Death Powder's soul harvesting skill. Since he hadn't found any mutant creatures anyway, Lin Shen decided not to use the life base while fighting ordinary supersource dragons, instead fighting them using only his fingers. Although he won against Ximen swordsman today, it couldn't be considered a true victory. In terms of skill, Ximen swordsman was not outmatched. He couldn't keep fighting wars of attrition every time he encountered similar opponents. In one-on-one situations like this where attrition warfare was possible, Lin Shen didn't always have ample time to defeat his opponent. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. During the fight, Lin Shen pondered how to counter Ximen swordsman's technique of using the force of others to his advantage. Winning by brute force wasn't a good option, even if he could defeat Ximen swordsman with absolute strength. What would he do later when faced with opponents whose strength and speed were not inferior to his? No matter how powerful and swift Lin Shen became, there would always be others nearly as strong as he was, unless one day he could become the supreme power of the universe. Otherwise, this path was ultimately imperfect. It was difficult for Lin Shen to win without any outward sign of effort, as he wasn't adept at using others' force. His control over his own strength paled in comparison to Ximen swordsman. Therefore, after much contemplation, Lin Shen thought there might be a way to break through the skill of using opponent's force, considering his own abilities. The surfing fist was too forceful, so he couldn't hit Ximen swordsman with it at all. Experience tales at mvlenovelbin.net. If he wanted to concentrate his power, it was more difficult to do so with a fist. If he could transform his fist power into finger power, it would be much easier to concentrate force from a distance. By then concentrating the finger power to the fine point of a needle, he would reduce the area affected, significantly increasing the difficulty for Ximen swordsman to use the force against him. Moreover, concentrating power to a needlepoint would reduce air resistance when piercing through space, increasing speed. The finer the point, the more so. Of course, transforming the surfing fist into this type of finger power was impossible, for without that momentum, the characteristics of the surfing fist couldn't be utilized, and it wouldn't be the surfing fist any longer. So what Lin Shen truly intended to do was to transform the spatial fist power of the 28 fists into spatial finger power, hoping to achieve the concentration of force like that of a needlepoint. Lin Shen practiced the skill of the 28 fists using his fingers in place of his fists. In reality, whether using fingers or fists made little difference, both could project force through space. However, finger power was still that same aggressive and domineering approach. Changing it to the refined technique of needlepoint force was undoubtedly very challenging, and Lin Shen could only slowly experiment and explore, looking for possibilities from every angle. Before he had made any progress, it was time, and Lin Shen was transported back to his room on Giant Ring Star. It's almost dark. Lin Shen felt a surge of excitement, for he was finally about to obtain the fire seed from Tianxuan. Waiting was often a long process. Even though less than an hour remained, Lin Shen felt as though every minute lasted an eternity. Finally, when the time passed, the sky suddenly darkened, and Lin Shen quickly took out the night glow flower and stealthily headed toward Tianxuan's room. Arriving at Tianxuan's door, Lin Shen took a deep breath and then knocked. The next second, the door opened, revealing Tianxuan, who had meticulously dressed herself up. Tianxuan's mood was equally tense. Over the years, she had always been striving out in the world, and it wasn't that she had never thought about finding someone to depend on. However, because of her mixed heritage, it wasn't easy for her to find a person who could capture her heart. Pure-blood celestials of similar status to her would not choose to marry a mixed-blood celestial. Those of lower status than her, probably most of them were eyeing her status and influence, and with the power of their backers, they might even take away the achievements she had worked hard for over the years. Therefore, finding a man for Tianxuan was not merely about finding companionship, it involved considering too many factors. The reason Tianxuan set her sights on Lin Shen was that she intended to nurture someone who could help her in the future, and Lin Shen's performance during this period had not let her down. He indeed had boundless potential. Today, she had dressed meticulously, hoping to leave the most beautiful impression on Lin Shen. Unfortunately, her effort was evidently in vain, as Lin Shen only saw a mosaic, unable to enjoy even the most beautiful scenery. Seeing Lin Shen's expression was normal, without the amazed reaction she had imagined, Tianxuan felt slightly disappointed and began to doubt her own allure. However, Tianxuan was not a naive girl like Bai Shenfei. She quickly recovered her composure, turned around, and sat on the bed with a seductive posture, presenting her most beautifully curved side to Lin Shen. If Lin Shen could have seen her, he would have surely shown the appropriate appreciation for beauty and sensuality. "Try this," Tianxuan said, noticing Lin Shen was somewhat nervous. Thinking he was moved by her beauty, she couldn't help but smile. She took 2 cups filled with amber liquid, handing one to Lin Shen. "What's this?" Lin Shen asked as he took the cup, looking at the liquid inside. Made primarily from the ascension liquid of a demonic roe beast, this demon liquid not only can increase the base mutation rate but also can soothe the mind, relax the spirit, and help with sleep, Tianxuan explained as she took a small sip. Lin Shen, hearing it could increase the base mutation rate, immediately tasted it. The flavor was fragrant, warm as it went down his throat, and upon reaching his stomach, immediately made him feel comfortably warm all over. "Good stuff," Lin Shen remarked as he finished the remaining demon liquid in one gulp, put down the cup, and sat down next to Tianxuan. Pretending to be composed and assertively, he looped an arm around Tianxuan's waist and said, "My lover, can we rest now?" Unexpectedly, Tianxuan took the initiative, embracing Lin Shen from behind. Her wings also enveloped him, wrapping Lin Shen entirely within them as they fell back onto the bed. Cheeks touching and gentle caresses passed, Lin Shen felt the warmth emanating from Tianxuan's body. The body temperature of celestials was higher than that of humans, so Tianxuan's embrace felt very warm. Perhaps owing to the effects of the demon liquid or being so comfortable in Tianxuan's embrace, Lin Shen soon fell asleep. When Lin Shen woke up, daylight had come, but he could not see Tianxuan's figure on the bed. Lin Shen quickly got up and looked around, discovering that Tianxuan indeed wasn't in the room anymore. On the bedside table, there was a note. "Little lover, it's very impolite of you to treat a woman this way. I will only forgive you this once," the note read. "What does this impolite refer to exactly? Is it about being too presumptuous in my proposal, or?" Lin Shen found himself lost in contemplation for a moment. Soon, Lin Shen put the note aside, as he had already sensed a change in the fire seed. No new fire seed had emerged, but the completion of the heaven-defying bone had become 20%. "It seems I still need to sleep with 8 more fire seeds to obtain the complete heaven-defying bone. Where am I going to find them?" Lin Shen was somewhat troubled. Chapter 352 Want to Make Money. Discover exclusive tales on mvlenovelbin.net. Acquiring the fire seed was indeed a cause for great joy for Lin Shen. Such a perfect fire seed was so difficult to obtain, its capabilities must be absolutely extraordinary. An imperfect fire seed was already powerful enough to perform sacrifice to heaven, so one could hardly imagine how strong a perfect one could be. However, in the vast universe, finding the remaining 8 people with the heaven-defying bone fire seeds was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lord Tianxuan had been gone for several days. According to Tianxin, Lord Tianxuan personally went to Sky Pinnacle Star in the hope of convincing the celestial in charge of the Ascension Pool so that both Lin Shen and Tianxin could use it. There was no problem for Tianxin herself. She was of pure celestial bloodline and from a noble lineage, gaining access to the Ascension Pool was not difficult for her. The difficulty lay with Lin Shen, an outsider wishing to use the Ascension Pool. It was inherently a very troublesome matter. Lord Tianxun had made a lot of efforts for this, but to no avail. He had no choice but to personally go to Sky Pinnacle Star to make connections. What does Lord Tianxun look like anyway? After acquiring the fire seed, Lin Shen became curious about Lord Tianxun's appearance and considered video communication, but then thought better of it. Lin Shen decided to save the first glimpse for the moment when he saw her in person, which was also a kind of respect. Now Lin Shen's daily activities were numerous: studying finger skill, exploring evolution theory, hunting mutated ascended creatures, and killing supersource dragons to enhance the soul harvesting for death powder. Soon, Lin Shen could no longer stand days filled with busyness and no rest. This won't do, continuing like this is too inefficient, I must think of a method. Lin Shen thought it over carefully. Studying finger skill and evolution theory were tasks that no one else could do in his place, but dealing with mutated spirit base and mutated ascension liquid was not necessarily something he had to do himself. If he had money, he could simply buy mutated spirit base and mutated ascension liquid. There wasn't a need to search for them himself. Ordinarily, ascenders would use normal ascension liquid to increase their base mutation rate. Nirvana beings who hunt mutated ascended creatures and obtain mutated ascension liquid don't have use for it, and some would sell it, although at a higher price, or barter with it instead of selling. As long as he had enough money or valuable items for trade, he could acquire these things. Lin Shen realized that if he could solve the money issue, then all problems would be solved. Encountering mutated creatures was a matter of luck, and it required spending a lot of time searching. But making money didn't need to be so troublesome. He just needed to find a lucrative opportunity and the money would start rolling in. Looks like I need to think about how to make money. Lin Shen shifted his thoughts again to the soul harvesting skill of death powder. The soul harvesting skill of death powder had improved considerably recently, with 4 types of supersource dragons already at 100, and many more had been killed dozens of times. When Lin Shen now fought with creatures like the pterosaurs, there was a certain chance that he could subdue them. This chance was around 20%, which was quite high given that death powder had not yet undergone ascension. Surely the success rate would be even higher after ascension. That is to say, when Lin Shen fought with the 5 pterosaurs, one of them would choose to submit to Lin Shen. The only regret was that if a pterosaur didn't submit in the first fight, it would never choose to submit. Therefore, using soul harvesting to tame pets had only one chance on the same creature, which was also why Lin Shen had not gone after the 3-headed dragon. He planned to wait until after the death powder had ascended and then try to tame the 3-headed dragon, which would have a higher chance of success. As for the improvement of death powder and soul harvesting, Lin Shen didn't intend to do it himself. He gave the mechanical watch and death powder to Wei Wufu and told him to go to the Ring Mountain planet to hunt supersource dragons, a task Wei Wufu was best at and willing to undertake. Lin Shen found Wei Wufu and shared his thoughts. The two hit it off immediately. Wei Wufu took the items and went directly to Ring Mountain planet. After all, fighting was his forte. Big Sister was getting things on the right track. You and many humans living in the village who were mutators had been recruited by Big Sister, and now she was buying fire seeds and trying to secure a large territory where most fire seeds were produced. Although they also tried planting fire seeds, it wasn't very successful. The plant simply had no seeds, and under a single plant, only one fire seed could be harvested, making it hard to obtain in large quantities. The good thing was, as a base mutation plant, there were no worries about storage after it was picked. It hardly spoiled, which was a big advantage for storing large quantities for a long time. The land was managed by an 117, and to secure the area that produced fire seeds, one had to lease it from an 117. However, such a minor matter wasn't managed by an 117 personally, but by a department under him. Big Sister was negotiating with the manager of that department, and they hadn't agreed on a price yet. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Right now, Big Sister's side kept investing without knowing when it would start making money or if it would at all, so there was no hope of counting on it for the time being. Lin Shen thought for a moment and decided to go to a commercial island in the Star Belt to see if mutated Ascension liquid and mutated spirit bases were for sale, and incidentally to raise the price on the batch of Supersource Dragon Pet capsules he had. He had already ascended, and with Lord Tianxuan as a strong backer, he was not afraid of that weirdo causing him trouble again. While Lin Shen went to the commercial island, Tian Xin was enjoying himself with a few celestials and several other high-ranking species. Tian Xin, I heard your aunt took in a little human pretty boy. Be careful not to let that pretty boy swindle all the good stuff from your aunt, said a Gallic person jokingly while they were all having fun. Humph, what is he? Just a toy, disposable at any moment, Tian Xin said disdainfully while sipping his drink. You can't say that, I heard that little human pretty boy is quite capable. Your aunt even plans to send him to the Sky Pinnacle Star for rebirth in the Ascension Pool. The Ascension Pool is a place only the high-class nobles of the celestial race can access. What right does someone from a lowly race have to go there? Tian Xin, you need to be careful. Women are often irrational. What if your aunt falls for him and hands over all the good things? What would you do? With your relationship with Lord Tianxuan, weren't those things supposed to be yours? Yet, you can't let that kid take advantage. A group of people talked, all indignant in their advice. Seeing Tian Xin seemed somewhat convinced, the Gallic person added, Brother Tian Xin, didn't you say your aunt had prepared an Ascension version of the Angel Revolver for you? How come I heard that the Angel Revolver is now in the hands of that little human pretty boy? Chapter 353, Chapter 353. These friends are really supportive. Boom! The cup in Tian Xin's hand smashed heavily onto the table, breaking it into pieces. What's the matter? Are you guys here to laugh at me or what? The Gallic person laughed and said, What are you talking about? We're all good friends and brothers. Who doesn't know the truth about the others, and who would laugh at who? We just think it's a shame for you, and we're worried that what should belong to you might get snatched away by that human pretty boy. Do you think I don't know all that? Tian Xin's expression eased up a bit, as he spoke with apparent frustration. The trouble is, I don't know what kind of love potion that pretty boy fed my aunt, but she does whatever he says. I can't do anything about him. .net. You see what we're talking about, little brother Tian Xin, don't you realize how dangerous this is? You have to find a way to deal with that pretty boy, make sure he doesn't take advantage of the situation. The Gallic person said as he poured another liquid for Tian Xin. You think I don't want to deal with him? I'm not afraid to be the butt of jokes among brothers, but that pretty boy does have some real skills, I really can't beat him. Everyone on Paradise Island knows that my aunt dotes on him, and no one is willing to help me deal with him. What can I do? Tell me, what can I do? Tian Xin said agitatedly. Hey, I thought it was something serious. That's easy, if you want to deal with him, we'll help you, the Gallic person laughed and said. Forget it, you guys are now scraping by in the Star Belt, if you help me deal with Lin Shen, when my aunt comes back, you won't have good days ahead. I can't involve my friends in such matters. Tian Xin shook his head. Brother, don't worry, we're not that foolish. If you really want to do something about him, I've got a brilliant idea. We can make sure it happens without a whisper, let him die without knowing how, even Lord Tianxuan won't find anything wrong with it. The Gallic person said with a sinister chuckle, his arm around Tian Xin's shoulder. What's the idea? Tian Xin exclaimed in surprise. You know about Sea Heart Island, right? That place forbids all kinds of flying, one can only get there by boat. Recently, they discovered a special kind of mutated ascended creature there. You just need to use this information to lure that pretty boy over and deal with him on the island. Then pin the blame on that mutated ascended creature, and no one would be any the wiser, the Gallic person explained. Do you think my aunt is a fool? If there are signs of a fight, don't you think she would find out it was us? Tian Xin glared. Calm down, I haven't finished yet. The news about the mutated ascended creature on the island is actually false. The reality is that a nirvana creature, which was originally sleeping underground, has been awoken. All the ascenders who wanted to kill the mutated ascended creature have been wiped out, and outsiders still don't know about this. You just need to let Lin Shen get wind of this news. As long as he goes to Sea Heart Island, that nirvana creature will take care of him. What does it have to do with us? The Gallic person said with a smile. There's such a thing? That's a terrific idea. Are you sure it's a nirvana creature on Sea Heart Island and not a mutated creature? Tian Xin slapped his thigh, overjoyed. My intel is absolutely reliable, rest assured. Just lead that pretty boy over there and the job will be done, the Gallic person pounded his chest. Good, 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 lucky for me I've got a big brother like you to come up with such a brilliant idea. Tian Xin personally poured a cup of liquid for the Gallic person, raising his own cup he said, enough said, this cup is to thank Big Brother for helping me eliminate that pretty boy. Once the deed is done, you'll be richly rewarded. We're good friends, brothers, there's no need for thanks, your issues are our issues, aren't they? You're making it sound too formal, the Gallic person also raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. No, no, Tian Xin abruptly shook his head as if he had just thought of something and became distressed. What's wrong now? The Gallic person looked at Tian Xin, puzzled. Sea Heart Island is the Qi family's territory, we can't go there. Even if Lin Shen wants to go, he won't be able to reach Sea Heart Island. Alas, this plan won't work. Tian Xin voiced his frustration with a sigh. The Gallic person burst out laughing, and here I thought it was something serious. It's just a trivial issue. I've already thought of that for you, I have a passage order issued by Qi 118. With that, you can go to Sea Heart Island. Just take this back with you, pretend to slip up so he learns about it, and seeing your passage order, I don't need to tell you what to do next, right? This plan is perfect, Tian Xin was overjoyed, picking up the passage order. But then his expression changed, and with a grave look, he put down the passage order and shook his head, Big Brother, this plan won't work. Why won't it work again? Are you afraid that kid won't fall for it? Don't worry, as soon as he goes out and asks around, he'll hear some rumors about that mutated creature. Unless he is a saint, he will definitely be tempted, the Gallic person said. That's not what I mean, Tian Xin said seriously to the Gallic person, you gave me this passage order, and I can't hide this from my aunt. Given my aunt's temper, she will surely take her anger out on you. I can't let you get into big trouble for my sake, absolutely not. Tian Xin, my brother, you really are a man of principle, the Gallic person gave Lin Shen a thumbs up, then said with a smile, thank you, Big Brother. But you don't have to worry about this anymore, this passage order isn't mine, so as long as you keep quiet, this won't trace back to me. You don't know my aunt. I can't deceive her, Tian Xin still shook his head. I'm not asking you to deceive Lord Tianxuan. The passage order truly isn't mine. Just tell the truth when it comes to that, the Gallic person said. Big Brother, we can't talk nonsense about this. People could die. I must give my aunt a reasonable explanation, Tian Xin said earnestly. The passage order is mine. The door was pushed open, and a celestial walked in. Qi Ba. Tian Xin seemed somewhat surprised to see the celestial. Tian Xin, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That human used such despicable means to defeat me, I must kill him. You wish for his death as well. We are both celestials, naturally, we should unite against the common foe and deal with him. Afterward, we'll all be good friends, and we can discuss any issues together, Chi Ba said, smiling as he walked up to Tian Xin and raised his glass. Just say the passage order was given to you by me. If Lord Tianxun investigates, I'll take the responsibility. Good, that's what a true friend does. I like friends like you. Tian Xin stood up, slapping the table and raised his glass as well. Here's to our successful cooperation, Chi Ba said happily as he clinked glasses with Tian Xin. But the moment he raised his glass to drink, a beam of white light pierced through his heart in an instant. You! Chi Ba, looking at the archangel's sword that had pierced his heart, wore an expression of utter disbelief. He looked up at Tian Xin, pointing at him, trying to say something. Tian Xin did not give him the chance, pulling out the archangel's sword. Blood gushed wildly from Chi Ba's chest, and he staggered backward, falling against the wall, his eyes wide open, his mouth trying to form words, but only blood poured out. Tian Xin, my brother, what are you doing? You killed Chi Ba, you've caused a big disaster. The Gaelic person exclaimed in shock, and the rest were also thrown into disarray, not knowing how to react for a moment. He wanted to kill Lin Shen, not because Lin Shen used tricks to win against him, but because the Qi family doesn't want my aunt to gain such an ally, Tian Xin explained as he lifted the arm holding the archangel's sword. Black particles fluttered out, enveloping his body and forming a feather armor with a pair of angel's wings sprouting from his back, which was the transformation of his life base, the Despair Angel. Although I detest that shameless pretty boy, I despise those who covet what belongs to my aunt even more, which makes me feel quite uncomfortable, Tian Xin said with a smile, looking at them, as good friends and brothers, you surely wouldn't want to see me uncomfortable, right? So please leave your lives behind, that way, I can truly be at ease. Everyone's faces changed color as they scrambled to bring out their life bases, but before they could, Tian Xin merged with his sword, moving like a spectre, unbelievably fast. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. In an instant, he severed several heads, blood spurted wildly, and within a moment, the large room was a river of blood, with splatters all over the walls. It wasn't until Tian Xin stopped, wiping the blood from his sword, that the several headless bodies still spurting blood finally fell. These friends are so considerate, sacrificing their precious lives for my peace of mind. That's so touching. May your souls ascend to heaven quickly, Tian Xin murmured as he sheathed the archangel's sword and walked out of the room. Chapter 354 Spirit Bee Ring. Lin Shen arrived at Commercial Island, where the number of shops was limited, totaling about a dozen or so. These shops mainly operated two types of businesses. One was selling items from the outside world to those pioneering on Giant Ring Star, and the other was purchasing materials obtained by the pioneers. To transport items into Giant Ring Star required going through multiple layers of scrutiny. Those who could conduct such trades there all had powerful backgrounds and connections. There weren't many shops on Commercial Island, because typically only ascenders, and a few mutators with flying pets, could come here, and even those were very few in number. Each shop had an agent on the mainland, and most trades weren't completed inside the physical shop, except for a rare few high-level items. Although there were quite a few high-tech items in these shops, they seemed quite backward in comparison to Mia Star. A Gallic shop assistant, upon seeing Lin Shen come in, hurried over to greet him warmly. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Do you have any mutant spirit bases? Lin Shen asked directly. Yes, please look at this. The assistant brought out a device capable of projection and displayed a holographic image of a mutant spirit base in front of Lin Shen. This is a first-turn mutated mountain axe from an ascended creature known as Axe Demon. Its innate skill is skull opening, which greatly enhances strength. The attribute scores in all four areas are high, especially strength and hardness, both exceeding 75. The assistant robustly introduced the item. What's the price? Lin Shen wasn't concerned with the attributes of the mutated mountain axe since he planned to absorb them anyway. Ascenders generally bought mutant spirit bases for use, not for absorption. That would be too extravagant, something most ascenders wouldn't do. 2,400,000 heavenly currency, the assistant quoted a price. Lin Shen silently calculated. He had previously exchanged Supersource Dragon's Ascension Liquid for heavenly currency. The Ascension Liquid found in the body of a first-turn pterosaur could typically be traded for about 8,000 to 20,000 heavenly currency, depending on the amount of Ascension Liquid collected. Net. 2,400,000 heavenly currency equated to needing over 100 first-turn pterosaurs, collecting their Ascension Liquid perfectly, in order to afford one mutant spirit base. However, in Lin Shen's view, this was already relatively cost-effective, considering he had killed several hundred Supersource dragons and only obtained one mutant spirit base. The mutant spirit base could sell for this price mainly because it had few reincarnation turns, its attributes and skills weren't remarkable, marking it as a poor-quality mutant spirit base. Truly high-quality mutant spirit bases with good attributes, beneficial skills, or a high number of reincarnation turns would certainly cost more than this. Do you have other mutant spirit bases? Lin Shen casually inquired. If you are not satisfied with this mutated mountain axe, we have several other mutant spirit bases here. The Gallic person projected another mutant spirit base and introduced them one by one to Lin Shen. Essentially, these were all poor-quality mutant spirit bases with low reincarnation turns, ranging between first to third turn. Some had acceptable attributes, but the innate skills were truly lacking, mostly being of little use. A person's life base after undergoing multiple turns would be stronger than these mutant spirit bases, so it wasn't worth spending money on them, making them somewhat superfluous. Their prices ranged from a little over 1 million to 3 million heavenly currency, not overly expensive but certainly not cheap. Lin Shen estimated that if he were to purchase what was needed, the cost to enhance his life base to 10th turn would be an astronomical sum. No wonder so many ascenders, despite knowing that higher turns could slightly increase the success rate of nirvana, still choose to attempt it after the 5th turn. Resources are a major issue. It's one thing for ordinary people to use common spirit bases, but for me to use mutated spirit bases for rebirth, the consumption is just too terrifying. Lin Shen realized that earning enough money to purchase mutated spirit bases and enhance his life base to 10th turn seemed somewhat unrealistic. It seems more reliable to head to places like the Ascension Pool. After pondering, Lin Shen asked the store clerk, "Do you accept Ascension-level pet capsules?" "We do, customer." "May I see what attribute your pet capsule has?" the clerk said eagerly. Lin Shen took out a pet capsule of a Supersource Triceratops with relatively low attributes, and after the clerk checked its attributes, he only offered a purchase price of 500,000 heavenly currency. "Isn't this price a bit too low?" Lin Shen frowned slightly. The purchasing price for Ascension pets was lower than he had expected. The chances of finding pet eggs, though somewhat higher than encountering mutated creatures, were still low. Plus, mutated creatures had many other materials on them, not just a spirit base. When put together, the materials could sell for much more. The value of pet capsules should not be lower than that of these worthless mutated spirit bases. "Customer, we need to make a profit too. We need a decent margin. Moreover, pet capsules sit in the store, and who knows when they might sell. The capital tied up in stock is a loss in itself." The clerk was quite patient in explaining to Lin Shen, and finally raised the price a bit, willing to buy the Supersource Triceratops for 580,000. "If I exchange this pet for mutated Ascension Liquid, how much can I get?" Lin Shen thought it over. The cost of mutated spirit bases was too high, buying a few wouldn't enhance much. He'd better increase his base mutation rate first. When Lin Shen left the store, he carried several bags of mutated Ascension Liquid and his pockets were significantly heavier with heavenly currency. After visiting the other stores, he found that mutated spirit bases were indeed rare. Those sold in the stores were mostly poor quality, with few exhibiting good innate skills or high turn rebirths. Ordinary spirit bases with high turn rebirths or good innate skills could sell for even more than these worthless mutated spirit bases. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Lin Shen didn't buy any mutated spirit bases, opting instead for mutated ascension liquid, which was considerably cheaper than mutated spirit bases. After all, mutated spirit bases could also be used as weapons, and the general demand for mutated ascension liquid was a bit lower among ascenders, thus the price was more affordable. Lin Shen planned to check one last store and then head back, no longer intending to purchase mutated spirit bases, but a mutated spirit base recommended by a clerk caught his attention. In this store, there was a fourth turn mutated spirit base which possessed an innate skill that intrigued Lin Shen. The fourth turn mutated spirit base was a spirit B ring, boasting the innate skill Cohesion Wave Ring. To an average ascender, Cohesion Wave Ring might seem somewhat superfluous. Once activated, the oscillations from the spirit B ring would be condensed to a point, demonstrating the ability to stabilize oscillations. But it only stabilized and condensed the oscillations without amplifying them. It was similar to using a magnifying glass to focus sunlight for starting a fire, somewhat useful, but not particularly so. Because average ascenders couldn't externalize their strength, they could only use Cohesion Wave Ring to condense the power fluctuations from collisions, quite superfluous indeed. Because it was deemed superfluous, even though it was a fourth turn mutated spirit base, Lin Shen managed to acquire it by trading only 2 first-turn pet capsules. Chapter 355, Chapter 355 Bad News. Leaving the commercial island and on his way back, Lin Shen activated the Spirit B ring to test it, finding its effects even better than he had imagined. The yellow crystal-like Spirit B ring housed a golden bee shadow the size of a ring, and Lin Shen found that his little finger fit perfectly into it. However, once he activated the Cohesion Wave Ring skill, the halo that spread out from the Spirit B ring was large enough to cover his entire body, with all the power fluctuations channeled through the Cohesion Wave Ring focusing into one point. Lin Shen tried letting his fist power pass through the Cohesion Wave Ring. The fist power, within a certain range, was concentrated into a range as fine as a needle's thickness, which greatly pleased him. Then he tried his spatial finger power through the Cohesion Wave Ring, which became even more concentrated and fine, like the extremely sharp tip of a needle, and the spatial disturbances it caused were also greatly reduced. Although this might still not be enough to handle the Ximen swordsman, the effect was already quite significant. With this item, as long as Lin Shen's research on finger power was successful, he could definitely play a good role against ascenders skilled in borrowing and transforming strength. This thing is just perfect. Lin Shen was very pleased and decided to keep the Spirit B ring on his little finger as a ring to wear. On his way, Lin Shen checked the interstellar news on his communicator and inadvertently spotted an inconspicuous piece of news. The Dimman tribe and the celestial race had recently encountered some friction, leading to several conflicts and many casualties on both sides, with Nirvana beings perishing in the conflicts, including 5 from the celestial race side. At first, Lin Shen was only attracted by the issues between the Dimman tribe and the celestial race, but when he saw the list of perished Nirvana beings, 3 of them had the surname Ouyang, which made Lin Shen's heart skip a beat. He quickly searched for related news and finally found in a report that these 3 Ouyang named Nirvana beings were all human, coming from Fursi Fire Star. The Ouyang family that Ouyang Yetu belongs to, they're the ones who have been developing on Fursi Fire Star, aren't they? The death of 3 Nirvana beings all at once must be a serious blow to the Ouyang family. Lin Shen wanted to find more information about the Ouyang family. Read latest stories on m_vlenovelbin.net. However, the Ouyang family really wasn't worth mentioning in the cosmos. The 3 deceased Nirvana beings could only make the news because they had died in conflicts between the celestial race and the Dimman tribe, otherwise there might not have been any reports at all. This made Lin Shen suspect whether the Ouyang family's predicament could be related to Ouyang Yetu's assistance to Lin Shen during his conflict with the Wan family. 3 Nirvana beings. Lin Shen knew how difficult it was for humans to produce even one nirvana being, so the current situation of the Ouyang family must be very dire. He wanted to contact Ouyang Yedu, but being on Giant Ring Star, he couldn't reach anyone from the Ouyang family. Since Tian Xuan is not here, it seems I'll have to seek help from Tian Xin. When Lin Shen returned to Paradise Palace, he saw Tian Xin lying on a chair in the garden, as if basking in the sun. "Help me out," Lin Shen said as he approached Tian Xin. "Why should I?" Tian Xin replied, not bothering to lift her head and still wearing sunglasses. "Don't forget, the key to your mystery box was given by me," Lin Shen reminded her. "That was my little niece's favor, what does it have to do with me?" "You didn't hand the key over to me," Tian Xin retorted with a pout. Lin Shen felt Tian Xin wasn't wrong. Indeed, the key was taken by Tian Xuan, so if anyone owed a favor, it was Tian Xuan who owed it. "This item, in exchange for your assistance. I need information about a human family, that family is within your celestial race." Lin Shen took out the Ascension version of the Angel Revolver and handed it to Tian Xin. "It was bound to be mine sooner or later, so it's just coming back to me," Tian Xin said as she took the Angel Revolver and fiddled with it in her hands. "Name the family, and I'll ask a friend to inquire for you. But don't get your hopes up. Human families are a small influence within the celestial race, and we might not be able to find out anything. The Ouyang family from Fursi Fire Star. I need to know their recent situation in detail," Lin Shen insisted. "The Ouyang family from Fursi Fire Star seems somewhat familiar. Is it the human family that lost 3 nirvana beings in the recent conflict with the Diman tribe?" Tian Xin pondered and then asked. "Yes, that's the Ouyang family," Lin Shen confirmed. "Hold on, let me contact some people," Tian Xin said and stepped aside, then pulled out her communicator. Lin Shen could only wait. After a while, Tian Xin came back and said, "Is the Ouyang family your friend or your enemy?" "Friend," Lin Shen replied. "If they're your friends, then that's a relief. The Ouyang family is in a terrible state right now. Among those 5 nirvana beings who died in the conflict, although only 3 bore the Ouyang name, the other 2 other races nirvana beings were actually under the patronage of the Ouyang family. So, all the nirvana beings who died in that conflict were from the Ouyang family. Now, the Ouyang family only has 2 nirvana beings left holding the fort, plus 1 other race's nirvana being who fled, leaving only 1 nirvana being in the Ouyang family. Their rivals have suppressed them harshly, and many of their properties and territories on Fursi Fire Star have been taken away. I estimate it will be tough for them to stay on Fursi Fire Star. Even if they manage to hold on, they're likely to be taken over by their competitors. All the dead nirvana beings were from the Ouyang family? Is there a chance that the Diman tribe is deliberately targeting the Ouyang family?" Lin Shen frowned slightly, which led him to make some unfavorable judgments. How could a clan like the Diman tribe possibly target a mere Ouyang family? They were merely caught up in the skirmish with our celestial race deity, playing the role of collateral damage, Tian Xin said disdainfully. "Who was in charge on the Diman tribe's side during this conflict?" Lin Shen inquired. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. "I heard it's the favorite daughter of one of the Diman tribe's 7 kings, the arrogant monarch, Catherine," Tian Xin informed. "So it was her." Lin Shen's face grew even grimmer. He continued, "Among the Diman tribe's forces in this conflict, was there a human family with the surname Wan?" "Hold on," Tian Xin replied, once again pulling out her communicator and walking away. After a short while, she returned. "No, Catherine does have a human family with the surname Wan under her command, but they did not participate in the battle," Tian Xin stated indifferently. "Conflicts like this are normal in the universe, let alone a human family, even some small races are wiped out in the clashes of larger tribes. The universe is not as easy to navigate as you think." Survival and development of small races in the universe are extremely challenging. Too many small races have been wiped from the annals of history, struggling even to leave their names behind. Chapter 356, 356. Lin Shen asked Tian Xin to help him find the contact information of the Ouyang family members. Tian Xin said this was a bit troublesome and that he needed some time. When Lin Shen was about to leave, Tian Xin suddenly remarked, "Sea Heart Island has been unsettled recently. If you're planning to go there to seek death, it's best you wait for my cousin to return before going, lest you die and she blames it on me." Understood. Lin Shen first was slightly startled, then gave Tian Xin a glance, saw that Tian Xin had laid back down to sunbathe, and responded before returning to his room. He knew that Tian Xin wouldn't mention Sea Heart Island for no reason, but he hadn't planned to go out anyway, so it didn't really concern him. Having bought so many bottles of mutated ascension liquid, he planned to spend the coming period researching the evolution theory, especially focusing on deciphering the ascension segment. Lin Shen returned to his room, placed the mutated ascension liquid aside, summoned the inheritance fan, and then copied down the content from it. The inheritance evolution skill contained within it indeed possessed the part regarding ascension. Although Lin Shen didn't recognize many of the pictographic characters, he was able to understand their meanings. After all, the inheritance fan originated from him, and he had a connection with it that ran deeper than blood relations, even more closely than that between parents and their daughter. However, the inheritance fan also had a part of its bloodline derived from the primeval eggs, therefore, it wasn't entirely identical to Lin Shen. Developing life-base abilities and potential was something all ascenders needed to do. Since he hadn't found a breakthrough in the authentic evolution theory, Lin Shen decided to refer to other evolution skills. Naturally, he was most familiar with the inheritance evolution skill, so he decided to start from there. The inheritance evolution skill wasn't difficult for Lin Shen to comprehend. This evolution skill was divided into base mutation, evolution, and nirvana. Compared to other evolution skills Lin Shen had practiced, the inheritance evolution skill was quite advanced and in no way inferior to those high-level evolution skills he had previously encountered. Moreover, the inheritance evolution skill had a particular advantage: it was very easy to pick up, with a very low threshold for cultivation, or rather, no threshold at all. Any intelligent species willing to practice it should be able to master it quickly. If Lin Shen had access to this inheritance evolution skill from the start, he wouldn't have practiced an erroneous version of the evolution theory. Being easy to master did not imply that the inheritance evolution skill was elementary. On the contrary, it was not only advanced but also had a very appealing trait compared to other species' evolution skills. Practicing the inheritance evolution skill could improve the constitution and talent of offspring, and these improvements were specific to those who cultivated the inheritance evolution skill. This meant that if a person practiced the inheritance evolution skill, then their offspring would find practicing it considerably more effective. The more generations that went through this inheritance, the stronger their constitution and talent became. Of course, the abilities of the inheritance evolution skill itself were also formidable, constituting a very comprehensive evolution skill. After studying for some time, Lin Shen realized that the inheritance evolution skill indeed shared similarities with the erroneous evolution theory he practiced. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The erroneous evolution theory emphasized bodily mutation and strengthening, while the inheritance evolution skill emphasized bloodline inheritance. If he could combine the two, might it be possible to directly pass on his own mutated talents to the next generation? Of course, Lin Shen had this thought, but after all, these were two completely different evolution skills. Merging them was nearly impossible. Unlike stepping on the immortal cord and the immortality scripture, which were also evolution skills but leaned more toward application-based evolution skills, they didn't conflict with the evolution theory. The inheritance evolution skill and evolution theory's functions highly overlap, which also means that they are incompatible, basically impossible to be compatible, let alone run simultaneously. Lin Shen tried practicing the Inheritance Evolution Skills Ascension chapter, but the result was somewhat disappointing. The Inheritance Evolution skill, which should have been easy to grasp, remained elusive to him. It seemed that apart from a flawed copy of evolution theory, he couldn't master any legitimate evolution skills. Lin Shen felt disappointed and was thinking about studying it further when there was a knock at the door. "Wei, you're back so soon?" Lin Shen was surprised. Wei Wufu, that madman, actually stopped slaughtering supersource dragons on Ring Mountain planet. Message. Wei Wufu handed the mechanical watch to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the watch and saw at a glance that it was a message from Red Heart A. Experience new tales on mvlenovelbin.net. Lin Shen opened it to find a video that Red Heart A had sent, and the content was astonishingly the segment where the cosmic rainbow light transformed into the Inheritance Evolution skill. You must have seen this instance of cosmic rainbow light too, right? What do you think about the evolution skill it turned into? I've analyzed it, take a look at how I did with the analysis. There was also a text message following this. Lin Shen carefully reviewed Red Heart A's translations and analyses of the Inheritance Evolution skill. Most of it was correct, except some details were off. Moved by an impulse, Lin Shen edited a message, corrected the parts of Red Heart A's analysis that were problematic, and then sent it over. You finally deigned to reply to my messages. Your skill hasn't regressed at all, those details you corrected are very good. Red Heart A's message came back quickly, and without waiting for Lin Shen's further reply, a request came through for video communication. This time, Lin Shen did not directly choose to reject it but first sent a message, in 6 hours. After sending the message, Lin Shen then chose to reject it. Lin Shen also wanted to know who Red Heart A really was. He could see the other party through video, yet he didn't want Red Heart A to know who he was. Now, with less than 2 hours to go before the night on Giant Ring Star, he had already tried using communication equipment during the night on Giant Ring Star, and the other party could only see pitch darkness while the holographic image could only project darkness. As long as he was close enough to the projection, he could see the other party's projected content. After 2 hours, Lin Shen could use this to his advantage to see Red Heart A while remaining unseen by Red Heart A. To prevent others from deducing that this place was experiencing the night of Giant Ring Star from the timing of the communication, Lin Shen deliberately delayed for a few hours. Red Heart A seemed to understand what Lin Shen meant and sent another message, in 6 hours, I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Shen told Wei to go rest first, and after waiting for 6 hours, as he was hesitating to initiate video communication with Red Heart A, the request from the other side already came through, not a second late. For safety, Lin Shen wore a set of ultraburn battle suit and helmet, and draped a large cloak over himself, just in case the darkness failed and the other party couldn't see what he looked like. Lin Shen took a deep breath and accepted the video communication request. Immediately, a holographic image was projected on the phone, and Lin Shen leaned in to take a closer look, only to be slightly taken aback. Within the holographic image, there was a mosaic figure lounging on a sofa. Chapter 357 Seeing as if not seeing. Lin Shen and Catherine both widened their eyes as they gazed at each other's holographic projection. Catherine saw darkness, while Lin Shen saw a mosaic. Neither could make out what the other looked like. What's with this mosaic? Is it a video effect created by the other side, or is it a mosaic from the fire seed? Lin Shen actually found it difficult to discern what was going on with the mosaics in the video. If the other person possessed the fire seed, that would be too much of a coincidence. The universe is so vast, how could it be that just by chance, the Red Heart A he was video calling would happen to have the fire seed with them? Lin Shen scrutinized the holographic image. Although he couldn't see what Red Heart A looked like, he could see that she was in a living room. The style of the sofa and other decorations were of a retro design, with the outside of the sofa made from some kind of leather material. Next to the sofa lay a creature. Although its head and face were not visible, only its spine, Lin Shen's first thought was of the netherworld sulfur wolf. While Lin Shen was still observing, the communication suddenly cut off, and then a message from Red Heart A came through. If you don't want to meet, then don't. What's the point of playing games with me? Though it was only text, Lin Shen could genuinely sense the frustration in the words. You can't see me. Lin Shen sent back a text message, without offering an explanation. It's pitch black on your end, I can't see anything. A little while later, Red Heart A sent another message. I can't see you either. Lin Shen tried to keep his text messages brief, to avoid giving away any clues to Red Heart A that he was not the strange man. Don't tell me you can only see darkness too. Who are you trying to fool? I'm not the kind of girl you can easily hoodwink with a couple of words. Catherine directly sent a voice message. From the sound of Catherine's voice, Lin Shen deduced that she was young, but not that of a young girl. She was likely a mature woman with a bit of age, probably not too different from Tianxuan. Continue your saga on mvle-novelbin.net. Mosaic. Lin Shen recalled the strange man's way of talking, although he couldn't remember it very clearly. The strange man was indeed a man of few words, just not as extreme as Wei. Of course, Lin Shen could not use voice messages, so he sent a text message instead. What do you mean? Are you saying I have a mosaic on me? I'm not using a mosaic. Catherine was full of suspicion when she saw Lin Shen's message. Based on her understanding of Spade A, it didn't make sense that he would lie, especially with such a poor excuse. Mosaic. Knowing that he couldn't offer any explanation, doing so would only risk exposing himself, Lin Shen sent the same 3 words again. Catherine became even more perplexed. After thinking it over, she initiated another video call. This time, Lin Shen confidently accepted the video invitation, but Catherine could still only see darkness. Still can only see darkness, can you see me? Catherine straightened up and spoke to the camera. There was not a sound in the darkness. Catherine repeated herself a few times but still heard nothing, which frustrated her. Just as she was about to end the video call, she saw a message from Spade A, Mosaic, I can hear you. Can't you hear me? Catherine harbored some doubts but lacked evidence, so she simply replied, I can't see you, and I can't hear your voice either. It seems the damage is severe. Send messages. After sending this message, Lin Shen turned off the video communication. Catherine, now suspicious, questioned whether the person on the other side was really Spade A. However, the content that person had amended for her previously wasn't something an ordinary person could do. I have some questions about that evolution skill. Could you help me resolve them? Red Heart A deliberately posed some tricky questions to gauge the other person's expertise. If it were indeed Spade A, such questions wouldn't pose any difficulty for him. Upon seeing the questions, Lin Shen knew that if it were any other evolution skill, he would have no capacity to discuss it with Red Heart A. But when it came to the inheritance evolution skill, perhaps no one understood it better than he did. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. For every question Red Heart A sent, Lin Shen was able to respond quickly. After a few questions from Red Heart A, she was almost ready to dismiss her suspicions. With such expertise, even if he were not Spade A, he must be someone of Grandmaster level. And how could a Grandmaster impersonate someone? Lin Shen knew it was time. He simply wrote down the problem of condensing fierce strength into a needle and sent it to Red Heart A. This Red Heart A always enjoyed sending him all sorts of bizarre skills and problems, now he was returning the same by giving her this challenge to ponder. Should she solve it, Lin Shen would save a great deal of time and effort. However, Lin Shen merely sent her the problem without saying anything else. He did not tell her to solve it. Busy, gotta go, Lin Shen messaged before ignoring any subsequent texts from Red Heart A. You're testing me. Give me some time, and I'll come up with the best solution. Concentrating such fierce strength into a needle, yet achieving it without a hint of presence, you've posed a contradictory challenge. How could such ferocity be so undetected? Okay, got it. This won't stump me. In just a short while, Catherine sent several messages to Lin Shen. He merely read them without responding. Seeing that there was no further response, Catherine stopped sending messages and instead wrote down the issue Lin Shen had sent, starting her research. Converting fierce strength into a needle was not difficult for Catherine. The challenge was making such sheer strength undetectable in its fluctuations while maintaining its original speed and power that was extremely tough. Catherine tried many methods, but it was difficult to achieve a perfect balance. To control the fluctuations, one had to sacrifice speed and power. To maintain speed and power, it was hard to control the fluctuations to the point of them being undetectable. Catherine researched for a long time but couldn't find a solution to the problem. Though it might be resolved with some special innate skill, Catherine deemed such solutions beneath her. She felt that using such means to solve it would only invite Spade A's mockery. Thus, Catherine was determined to find a solution that didn't rely on any special innate skills, for only such an answer would truly convince Spade A. Lin Shen didn't bother with Red Heart A anymore, sending the mechanical watch back to Wei Wufu and continuing his research on the flawed evolution theory. The flawed evolution theory was something he dared not entrust to others. Chapter 358 Lead by Example. Lin Shen had already repeatedly compared the standard and erroneous versions before, and found that there were only a few places where the erroneous version differed from the standard one. However, after these few changes, the meaning of the two texts had become entirely different. One could say that the errors in those few places completely overturned the core of evolution theory. It seems there's only one method left: alter the standard version of the evolution theory's ascension chapter to match the erroneous version's core. If that doesn't work, then I truly have no other options. Lin Shen began to modify the standard evolution theory. Clearly, this was a difficult task. Lin Shen really wanted to pass this task to Wei Wufu, but unfortunately, Wei Wufu had not practiced the erroneous version of the evolution theory. This kind of inner cultivation couldn't simply be explained with words. Empathetic understanding, in theory, is impossible to achieve because no two people's experiences can be exactly the same, even if they are very similar. One's personality, attitude towards problems, and thought patterns are even harder to align perfectly. So no matter how Lin Shen described it or explained it to Wei Wufu, he couldn't truly understand what it felt like to cultivate the erroneous version of the evolution theory. Only the practitioner could genuinely experience that feeling. Lin Shen first memorized the entire standard evolution theory, which was a rather brain-consuming task for someone with average memory like himself. By memorizing the standard evolution theory, he also gained a systematic understanding of it. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutations. The standard evolution theory is the way of the rich, using a wealth of resources and techniques to enhance one's own capabilities. The erroneous evolution theory, on the other hand, is clearly the way of the poor. The harsher the conditions, the quicker one's own mutations. Lin Shen tried to interpret the fundamental differences between the two to modify the standard evolution theory accordingly. However, based on this understanding, Lin Shen attempted to make some changes to the standard evolution theory and found that it was not at all what he had imagined. To make changes to a few key points like in the base mutation chapter and transform the standard evolution theory into another core that is the exact opposite was just too difficult. The person who created this erroneous evolution theory is really a genius. I have no idea how they came up with it. Lin Shen spent the night researching and still couldn't figure it out, feeling quite emotional about it. It was only when Wei Wufu came over to knock on the door for breakfast that Lin Shen realized that it had been light for a while. Wei, what's the easiest starting point for a newly promoted ascender to modify an evolution skill and change its core? Lin Shen, devoid of ideas, couldn't help but ask his doubts upon seeing Wei. You, evolution skill, have problems, Wei said. Indeed there are problems. You know I practice the evolution theory, but my version of the evolution theory is a bit different from the standard version. its core is quite the opposite. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Now, the version of evolution theory I practice lacks the part after base mutation, so I can only try to modify the standard evolution theory to see if I can make it into the kind I need, Lin Shen shared openly with Wei. Can't be changed. Wei Wufu's response was like a cold bucket of water poured over Lin Shen. Is it really impossible? Lin Shen gave a wry smile, knowing that not everything could be changed at will. The creator of the erroneous evolution theory likely had a moment of inspiration and made whimsical modifications to the base mutation chapter, leading it down a different path. But the content of the Ascension chapter followed on from the standard evolution theory. It was like starting on the same path, then reaching a fork in the road, and having chosen the wrong path, you now try to use the original map to find the route, but there is no such road on the map. No matter how you compare it to the map, you cannot find the way. It's no different from marking the boat to look for the sword. To change, it won't work. Not to change, you must go your own way, perhaps, that will work. Wei Wufu said seriously. Upon hearing Wei Wufu's words, Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a bit startled. Then, he responded with a bitter smile, Wei, you think too highly of me. My talent is just average. I can't even master a basic evolution skill, and this is my first time entering the ascension level. You're asking me to create my own evolution skill, but my knowledge and understanding aren't sufficient. I can't do it. Experience, I have. Look, mine, I believe, you can. Wei Wufu turned and shut the door firmly, locking it from the inside. Then, he walked over to Lin Shen. Wei Wufu grabbed Lin Shen's hand and pressed it against the left side of his ribcage before saying to Lin Shen, follow me, and perceive. In Lin Shen's eyes, there was only one ache ointment on Wei Wufu's entire body, which could be considered his single weakness. A purple mist began to rise from Wei Wufu's body, and Lin Shen felt like his own strength was being drawn by some force from within Wei Wufu, entering into his body. Lin Shen knew how dangerous this was. To actively draw someone else's strength into his body, especially through a weak spot, if anything went wrong, Wei Wufu could be injured, possibly even suffering irrecoverable damage. After all, it was his only weakness, which one might describe as the gate to his defenses. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Should an injury occur during cultivation, the consequences would be unthinkable. At this point, Lin Shen could no longer afford to think too much. He composed himself to cooperate with Wei Wufu, to avoid any accidents. A trace of Lin Shen's strength followed Wei Wufu's through his body, much as if Lin Shen were personally experiencing Wei Wufu's cultivation of the evolution skill. Wei Wufu was practicing a secret evolution skill of the Phoenix clan known as the Phoenix Purple Qiju. Although it still fell short of the Phoenix clan's supreme evolution skill, Phoenix Nirvana skill, it was nonetheless an extremely rare advanced evolution skill in the universe. The Phoenix clan currently ranked 9th in the universal interspecies rankings. Your next journey awaits at mvlenovelbin.net. This ranking was somewhat held back by the same weakness shared with the Supreme Clan, which was the scarcity of their members, otherwise, they could have ranked even higher. Although the Phoenix Clan had not given birth to any innate Nirvana beings, in one aspect, the Phoenix Clan could perhaps be more fearsome than the Supreme Clan. A pure-blood member of the Phoenix Clan is generally born at the 10th turn ascension, cultivating the Phoenix Nirvana skill to undergo Nirvana, easily succeeding, and not just undergoing Nirvana, but the Great Nirvana. All pure-blood members of the Phoenix Clan practice the Phoenix Nirvana skill. However, unlike the Supreme Clan, the Phoenix Clan has many mixed blood members. The Phoenix Purple Qiju is one of the evolution skills created specifically for the mixed blood members of the Phoenix Clan and is an incredibly dominant evolution skill. The Six Paths Phoenix art that Wan Nianbei practiced actually originated from the Phoenix Nirvana skill. It was an evolution skill created by a king of the Diman tribe, who drew inspiration from the Phoenix Nirvana skill. The original goal was to allow members of the Diman tribe to achieve the effects of the Phoenix Nirvana skill and easily complete the Great Nirvana. Unfortunately, most of the subjects trying to cultivate the Six Paths Phoenix art encountered problems along the way. Only Wan Nianbei successfully condensed the Six Paths Phoenix life base. Based on the Six Paths Phoenix as the foundation, Wan Nianbei had the opportunity to effortlessly enter the Great Nirvana, similar to the pure-blood members of the Phoenix clan. Sadly, he is now deceased, leaving only an incomplete Six Paths Phoenix spirit base. Lin Shen felt the strength circulating within Wei Wufu's body domineering as a phoenix dancing across the heavens, resembling the auspicious presence of purple qi coming from the east, unceasing and unstoppable, soaring straight to the skies. This aura gave Lin Shen the illusion that within Wei Wufu's body, there seemed to be a phoenix formed of purple qi, dragging an endless trail of flames, as if it would burst forth at any moment, its wings ascending through the clouds to the highest heaven. Chapter 359, Chapter 359 Living is the meaning. From ancient times, the purple qi comes from the east, the first light before dawn, the morning spirit transforms into a phoenix body, the break of dawn greets the morning light, the bones of the phoenix proud as plum blossoms, the gall of the phoenix, a righteousness thin as the heavens. The heart of the phoenix, brave and unyielding, the chant of the phoenix heavy as mountains, the qi of the phoenix, vast and enduring, the lament of the phoenix, from which all life springs. Wei Wufu's voice echoed in Lin Shen's ears, this being the first time Lin Shen had heard Wei Wufu speak at such length while maintaining fluency. That voice was sonorous and powerful, like the clashing of metal, or a stone chisel upon a steel, each word stirring the soul, making one feel it could not be obliterated. Lin Shen understood that Wei Wufu was imparting to him the true essence of the phoenix purple qi ju, hoping that he might gain enlightenment through analogy. Feeling the flow of strength within Wei Wufu and listening to his words, an image arose in Lin Shen's mind. Within the darkness between heaven and earth, at the very eastern frontier where heaven meets earth, a streak of purple dawn sliced through the darkness, rising slowly with the light, contending against the sky-covering darkness. The purple qi transformed into a phoenix that roamed freely between heaven and earth, charging fearlessly into the pitch-black void, proud but not arrogant, righteous beyond the bounds of the sky, forging ahead, valuing promises, light on life and death, and even if reduced to dust, it would leave a glimmer of light for the world. Suddenly, Lin Shen seemed to understand why Wei Wufu's skill, the phoenix mystique, came with the restriction of fight without retreat. Perhaps it was not the purple qi phoenix spell that restricted Wei Wufu. Restrictions make perseverance possible, and it is perseverance that leads to restrictions. The limitation of the phoenix mystique is not for restricting Wei Wufu, but rather Wei Wufu's steadfastness gives the phoenix mystique its character. Lin Shen seemed to suddenly realize why he could not change the evolution theory. Because up to now, he had not truly grasped the true meaning of the flawed version of evolution theory, remaining purely on the skill level. Wei Wufu had Lin Shen observe his practice of the purple qi phoenix spell, desiring Lin Shen to understand that the evolution skill had its own mood and character. Only by understanding the mood and character of the flawed version of evolution theory, or rather, finding his own mood and character, would he be able to see the path ahead and might even manage to continue the latter part of the flawed evolution theory. What is the mood and character of the flawed evolution theory? Is it the forced strengthening and mutation by the environment? Is it the self-mutation to adapt to the environment? It seems like neither, those are just on the level of skill. Lin Shen suddenly discovered that the evolution skill he practiced lacked mood and character, as if he was just drifting along with fate's currents. Become someone like Wei? I don't seem to be capable of that. I lack Wei's stubborn adherence, and I fear I will never reach his realm in this lifetime. Lin Shen pondered within his heart, then what kind of person am I? What do I stand for? And what are my limitations? His four innate skills, along with the life base innate skill, almost had no restrictions. The super base pattern could draw the world's force, super base change could activate his own body, super base recast was forged 1,000 times over, and the super base form allowed his body to mutate. It seemed like all of this was for making himself better, only taking from the world without giving anything back in return. I can't get through. I can't get through. Lin Shen realized that he couldn't walk the path Wei had taken. From the start, he didn't possess Wei's kind of righteousness. Since I was able to cultivate the flawed evolution theory, maybe that precisely shows that some traits within me match the flawed evolution theory, only I am unaware of it. So what exactly are the traits within me that match the flawed evolution theory? Lin Shen pondered bitterly yet still could not find the answer. Suddenly, Lin Shen realized something, his eyes lighting up fiercely. What exactly am I doing? Why am I setting limits on myself? Why should I limit evolution theory? There's no need, my heart is the bottom line, and since evolution theory has chosen me, then I am its bottom line, we have already become one in essence. As Lin Shen's thoughts shifted, the strength within his body also began to circulate automatically, with evolution theory soaring freely within him. I was born into this world, growing by constantly taking, seemingly only taking without giving. But if you look at it from another perspective, could it be said that my very existence is a form of giving? A blank sheet of paper, an unused pencil, that's just a sheet of paper and a pencil. If no one uses them, their existence itself is their purpose. If someone picks up the pencil and writes something on the paper, both the paper and pencil will be used, seemingly just pure consumption, but isn't that also imparting a different meaning to the paper and pencil? In the eyes of the people, taking from the world is selfish, but from the world's perspective, perhaps this is another form of imparting. Without colors, without lines, without undulations, there is no painting, without language, without scenery, without characters, without events, there is also no story. Different painters create different works, those pieces might be beautiful or tragic, perhaps saintly, possibly evil, but no matter what, they are no longer simply blank. Perhaps, just by living on, I'm already fulfilling my purpose in this world. I just need to let myself live well, live spectacularly, live freely, live out my true self, live out a unique life, and that is already my repayment to the world. As Lin Shen's thoughts continued to move, the flow of strength within his body also sped up, seemingly in response to his thoughts. Yes, that's it. Why am I looking for a meaning in life? Living according to my own will is already the greatest meaning. Lin Shen felt an immense joy, as if he had thrown off his shackles. Even the strength within his body seemed to be leaping for joy, flowing unrestrained. Lin Shen felt that evolution theory was somewhat different now, but he couldn't quite articulate how it had changed. Suddenly, the circulating strength within Lin Shen's body, after making a round, surged along the force inside Wei Wufu's body and into Wei Wufu himself. This gave Lin Shen a fright. That was the most vulnerable part of Wei Wufu's body, and Wei Wufu was still channeling the Phoenix Purple Qiju. Disturbing him could have unimaginable consequences. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. But now it seemed too late to stop it. Lin Shen's strength kept pouring into Wei Wufu's body ceaselessly, merging with Wei Wufu's torrent of strength and flowing continuously with it. Lin Shen felt even more deeply the wonder of Wei Wufu's evolution skill, as if he were personally cultivating the Phoenix Purple Qiju. .net. Lin Shen grasped the mood and spirit of Wei Wufu, and the power within Wei Wufu was affected by Lin Shen's evolution theory, seeming to undergo some inexplicable changes. When Lin Shen's strength returned to his body, Wei Wufu's Phoenix Purple Qiju also ceased to circulate. Chapter 367th Transformation Mutant Crocodile Dragon. Lin Shen was in great spirits, as after he used the mutated ascension liquid again, the evolution theory finally took effect, converting the liquid into base mutation rates. Wei, you've helped me a lot again. Lin Shen said joyfully. It's a bit different. Wei furrowed his brows, seemingly pondering something, but soon after, Wei seemed to come to terms with it, his brow smoothing out as he said, This is good. If it's fine, then that's good. Lin Shen had been somewhat worried that his evolution theory's influence on the phoenix purple Chi-Ju might bring trouble to Wei. Having drunk so much ascension liquid, Lin Shen didn't feel like eating, so he simply went with Wei to hunt supersource dragons on Ring Mountain planet. Wei was much more diligent than Lin Shen. It hadn't been long, yet his Death Powder's soul harvesting skill had already reached 100/100 for 6 types of supersource dragons, and he had dozens of points for over 10 other types. Wei and Lin Shen had similar thoughts. Once he filled the points for one type of supersource dragon, he would stop killing that kind and start hunting other types of supersource dragons. This is a mutated supersource dragon. Lin Shen and Wei arrived at the summit of another ring mountain, discovering a group of several dozen supersource dragons within it. These supersource dragons resembled crocodiles, with long, broad mouths filled with sawtooth-like teeth, their bodies also a uniform green color. However, one of the dragons had a skeletal white color, with bone spurs growing from its back, and from head to tail, it looked particularly ferocious. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged glances and simultaneously summoned their life bases. The fan rushed into the ring mountain and unfolded, with long plumes of light appearing at the tips of the fan bones, turning into swords of light that danced within the mountain. Most of the supersource dragons couldn't even withstand a single strike from the fan bone light swords and were pierced through the body. Some supersource dragons spat out rod-shaped life bases from their mouths, which collided with the fan bone light swords without falling short in strength. Unfortunately, they were a bit too slow and were circumvented by the light swords, which then directly killed their bodies. Killing the supersource crocodile dragon, a first-turn life base discovered. Killing the supersource crocodile dragon, a first-turn life base discovered. As Lin Shen was joyfully slaughtering, the mutated crocodile dragon grew enraged and spat out a life base that resembled a wolf fang club. Your next read awaits at mv-novelbin.net. The wolf fang club seemed to be made of white bone, and when it collided with the light swords of the fan bones, the light swords were sent flying away. Strike after strike of the light swords hit the wolf fang club, only to be scattered in all directions. Those directly hit even shattered the light plumes. Such strong strength, such high speed, this guy must have a high number of resurrections. Lin Shen was taken aback. With the thought, the scattered fan bones reassembled, forming back into a fan. The wolf fang club came smashing down again, and Lin Shen had the inheritance fan use the first move, peacock display, to block the wolf fang club. With a crack, the light screen that opened like a peacock's tail was directly shattered by the club, and if it weren't for Lin Shen's quick reaction to retreat the fan, even the fan bones might have been crushed. So strong. Lin Shen estimated that the creature must be at least 7th turn or higher, and it also had a very powerful offensive base talent. Just as Lin Shen was about to retract the fan and let the contrarian try, he saw Wei Wufu's white robe life base fly into the fray. After the white robe life base entered the ring mountain, Lin Shen noticed that the speed of the wolf fang club life base suddenly decreased significantly. Continue, Wei said from the side. Only then did Lin Shen remember Wei's white robe base talent, which could weaken an enemy's attributes, shared a similar ingenuity to Cosimo's God-given imperial authority skill. Under the influence of the white robe, the strength and speed of the mutated crocodile dragon were greatly weakened. Lin Shen used the second technique disperse again, and the fan bone light swords circled around the wolf fang club base and attacked the mutated crocodile dragon, which could not resist and was soon riddled with holes like a honeycomb. Don't rush. Death powder. A hit. Wei Wufu told Lin Shen not to kill the mutated crocodile dragon, leaving death powder to deliver the final blow. Lin Shen nodded and left the last hit to death powder, while his fan bone light swords cleaned up the other ordinary crocodile dragons. With the mutated crocodile dragon dead, those crocodile dragons that could run escaped into the greenish liquid, those that didn't manage to escape were left behind by the fan bone light swords. Death powder took advantage of the situation and killed several more of the ordinary crocodile dragons. Lin Shen and his companion began to clear the battlefield, dragging out the crocodile dragons' bodies and collecting their ascension liquid. The mutated crocodile dragon was at the 7th turn, and its mutated spirit base Wolf Fang Club already had top-tier attributes, with strength and hardness at full value, and toughness and speed only 2 points shy of the maximum. Coupled with the base talent Wolf Fang Bite, which increased strength and speed and came with a tearing effect, the destructive power of this 7th turn spirit base was just as strong, if not stronger, than Lin Shen's inheritance fan. Wei, when we work together, killing high-level mutated ascension is like slicing melons and chopping vegetables, absolutely invincible, Lin Shen said while collecting the ascension liquid. The second technique of the inheritance fan, disperse, unlike the first technique open, enhances the attributes of strength and speed, but did not strengthen hardness and toughness. So, while the fan bone light sword was powerful in its destructive force, its own durability was quite ordinary. Going head-to-head could be uncomfortable, but to kill an enemy, it was truly sharp enough. With Wei's white robe weakening the enemy's attributes, the fan bone light swords didn't need to clash hard against the opponent's base, it was sufficient to bypass the base and attack the opponent's weak points. The mutated crocodile dragon, whose speed, strength, hardness, and toughness were all comprehensively weakened, couldn't escape and was quickly dispatched by the fan bone light swords. On second thought, Lin Shen realized that Wei didn't really need to join forces with him, Wei was already strong enough on his own. Once he donned the white robe, there weren't many at the ascension level who could defeat him. Wei was essentially an infinitely enhanced version of Cosimo, the god descended to earth, but Wei knew more, was technically stronger, and was more stable than Cosimo.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. If Lin Shen's opponent had been Wei back then, it was likely Lin Shen who would have been killed. Wei, apparently without such awareness, simply agreed and joined Lin Shen in continuing to hunt supersource dragons. Lin Shen offered the Wolf Fang Club to Wei, but Wei declined, saying he enjoyed fighting on his own and didn't need these things. Lin Shen tried to control the Wolf Fang Club in battle and felt that in a one-on-one situation, it was more effective than his fan. With one swing, it was simple and direct, and ordinary bases were smashed to bits. The feeling was quite thrilling. He had planned to let his own base absorb it right away, but after experiencing this feeling of overwhelming power, Lin Shen decided to use it for a while longer, a sensation of utter dominance that lightweight weapons simply couldn't provide. Unfortunately, mutated supersource dragons and high-turn ascension supersource dragons were scarce. Until the countdown for transportation ended, the two didn't find any more mutated supersource dragons and had to return to the giant ring star with their spoils. Chapter 361, Chapter 361 Yun passes on the technique. For several consecutive days, Lin Shen accompanied Wei Wufu in slaying supersource dragons. Although they did not find any more mutated supersource dragons, utilizing the ability of Death Powder, Lin Shen managed to acquire quite a few supersource dragon pets. Yun, who had not shown her face for several days, suddenly came knocking on Lin Shen's door. "Have you used up all the mutation fluid? I'll prepare some for you right away." Lin Shen thought Yun might have run out of mutation fluid. "No, it's not that," Yun shook her head repeatedly, speaking timidly, "the movement technique you gave me before, I've almost mastered it." "So soon?" Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. In just a few days, she had nearly mastered the movement technique, which was already quite impressive even if it was just the basics. Lin Shen himself had practiced it for a while but couldn't even reach the basics. "It might not be perfect, and if it's not, I'll go back and continue practicing," Yun said with her head lowered. "No worries, managing to get the basics down in such a short time is already very impressive." "You've done well enough," Lin Shen said with a smile. "Come on, let's find a spacious place, and I'll see how well you've practiced." In the practice martial arts room, Lin Shen summoned the black crystal stoneman, asking it to restrain its strength and speed while attacking Yun to observe the results of her practice. Initially, facing the formidable and sturdy black crystal stoneman, Yun lacked confidence, but after a while, she realized that despite its fierce appearance, it couldn't harm her, and she gradually became more confident. Lin Shen was growing increasingly surprised, having originally assumed Yun had only grasped the basics. Yet now, it seemed she hadn't just grasped them, she had reached an expert level of proficiency. Yun was still at alloy level, and the mutated crystal base level stoneman, although not known for its speed, was still much faster than Yun. Initially, Lin Shen asked the black crystal stoneman to hold back a bit in speed, but when it couldn't injure Yun, he allowed it to gradually let go. The black crystal stoneman, now attacking at full speed, couldn't even catch a piece of Yun's clothing. Yun's movement technique might not have looked complex, but it was as if she were the shadow of the black crystal stoneman. When Yun lacked confidence at first, the black crystal stoneman could still see her form. As time went on, Yun became like a relentless parasite, constantly appearing where the black crystal stoneman couldn't see, making it seem very clumsy. From the perspective of the black crystal stoneman, it was as if it was fighting an invisible enemy. This movement technique, if what Yun has accomplished is still not considered mature, what would it look like when it's fully matured? Lin Shen could only marvel at Yun's immense talent in this area. It was a pity that Yun's level was too low. Her stamina, strength, and speed were inadequate, and she could only dodge repeatedly without being able to harm the black crystal stoneman. That's enough, Lin Shen put the black crystal stoneman away. No further tests were necessary. Yun had already touched the essence of the movement technique. Mr. Lin Shen, shall I use the Valkyrie's protection? Yun looked at Lin Shen with hopeful eyes. Take a break first. Seeing sweat on Yun's forehead, Lin Shen wanted her to rest for a bit. I'm not tired, Yun immediately said. The only thing she could do was this, and she wanted to be of value. Discover stories with mvlenovelbin.net. Alright then, try to use the Valkyrie's protection to teach me this movement technique. Lin Shen no longer insisted on her resting. Yun nodded slightly, and then timidly approached Lin Shen, activating her base change talent Valkyrie's protection. A white carapace enveloped Yun's body, with the crescent moon-shaped light pattern appearing on the forehead of her carapace. As the Valkyrie's protection was activated, the crescent moon-shaped light pattern gradually changed from a crescent into a full moon. When it became a full moon, Yun softly spoke, Mr. Lin Shen, here I come. Then she pressed her forehead against Lin Shen's forehead. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Although separated by the carapace, Yun still felt somewhat strange. The moment their foreheads lightly touched, her body involuntarily trembled slightly. Lin Shen felt as though the moment his forehead touched those full moonlight patterns, some peculiar images suddenly appeared in his mind. Lin Shen felt as if he had become Yun, practicing that movement technique in his mind, while experiences and insights that weren't his own also flooded into his brain. Yun desperately held on until the strength in her body was overdrawn. No longer able to persist, she fell and sat down on the ground with a thump, and the carapace on her body, lacking the support of strength, automatically disappeared. Mr. Lin Shen. I'm sorry. I'm so useless. Yun struggled to stand up, but she was so severely drained that her legs were weak. She had not completely stood up before her legs gave way, and she was about to fall again. Lin Shen quickly grabbed her arm, helping her to her feet, and laughed heartily, No, 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 you are very useful, you've done a great job, you are simply my blessing. Lin Shen, who had previously been unable to master this movement technique, now directly obtained Yun's experiences and insights, and suddenly learned it. This wasn't teaching, it was clearly a direct copy of a skill. The protection of the Valkyrie was even more incredible than Lin Shen had imagined. No wonder the Moon Rabbit clan met with disaster, this talent is way too bug-like. Lin Shen sighed inwardly and praised Yun further. Yun's face blushed with the compliments and immediately requested Lin Shen to assign her tougher tasks. First, raise your level, later there will be higher level martial arts techniques for you to practice. Lin Shen hadn't yet decided which martial arts techniques to let Yun practice, so he pacified her, letting her focus on raising her level. Lin Shen now had 3 plans in mind. One was to have Yun follow Wei Wufu to learn, and after Yun learned Wei Wufu's skills, she could use the Valkyrie's protection to teach him. Another plan was for Yun to learn and then teach the contrarian. Because Yun's level was too low, there was a restriction to the Valkyrie's protection. Each skill could only be transferred to one person using the protection of the Valkyrie. According to Yun, this limitation would gradually be lifted with the rise of her level. Thus, whether to let the contrarian learn or to learn it himself, Lin Shen currently had to choose one of the 2 options. The contrarian relied entirely on instincts to fight now. Although she was powerful, her adaptive capabilities were lacking. She still needed to learn some martial techniques. The last plan was more complicated. Lin Shen wanted Yun to secretly learn the Ximen swordsman's skill of borrowing and transforming force and then teach it to him. Lin Shen had been coveting the Ximen swordsman's skill of borrowing and transforming force for a long time, always thinking of stealing the technique for himself. However, this was a bit troublesome and would need some strategic planning to be feasible. After pacifying Yun, Lin Shen got her some mutation fluid to help her focus on raising her level. Before long, Tianxun finally returned. Seeing Tianxun's flying vessel descend into the dome, Lin Shen grew curious and walked towards the dome. The moment Lin Shen saw Tianxun emerge from the flying vessel, he suddenly felt a heart-stirring sensation. Chapter 362, Chapter 362 Opportunity. Long, shapely legs stretched out from the flying craft, radiating a tight, rounded fleshiness. They were not those sickly thin legs that were all bones. At a glance, they exuded a vibrant, lively sexiness. In other words, they were simply powerful. Following those legs were the waist, the hips, the chest, and the face. The vigor only grew, and before one could even take it all in, it already had people feeling intoxicated. This was no ordinary woman, this was akin to a gourd of fine wine, a gourd whose mere scent could intoxicate a man. Those without a tolerance couldn't handle such drink, it was too fiery, too rich, a fierce spirit beyond the mastery of ordinary men. For those who could tame it, it was the ultimate ambrosia, for those who couldn't, even the finest wine was devilish. Tianxun possessed the same golden hair as Tian Xin, yet her eyes were a deep black, profound and three-dimensional, an entire person radiating an untamable, fierce beauty. But when she stepped out of the flying craft and spread her wings behind her, that fierceness instantly softened considerably, like the sweet aftertaste that lingers after a fiery drink goes down the throat, growing sweeter with each taste, each lingering flavor more enduring. Fire Seed really knows how to choose, Lin Shen thought to himself with a sigh. Why look at me with such eyes, as if you've never seen the likes before? Tianxun gave Lin Shen a glance and, ignoring him, walked over to a sofa to sit down, massaging her temples as if she were extremely exhausted. Lin Shen thought to himself, I really haven't seen anything like it, today is a first. The matter of the ascension pool is a bit troublesome, Tianxun said with a sigh after taking a small sip from a bottle of water.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If it's not possible, let's forget about it. I don't necessarily have to use the ascension pool. Lin Shen knew it was not an easy matter and didn't want to put Tianxun in a difficult position, she had already helped him so much. Read the latest on m_vlenovelbin.net. The opportunity is still there, but whether or not you can obtain the qualification to enter the ascension pool is up to you, Tianxun told Lin Shen the outcome of her trip to Sky Pinnacle Star. For outsiders to use the ascension pool, it required the signatures of the Dean and 2 Vice-Deans of the Celestial Court. The Dean and 1 Vice-Dean had already signed, but the last Vice-Dean was unwilling to sign. Tianxun had tried all she could, and in the end, they had to rely on a vote within the Celestial Court, missing the mark by only 3 votes. Just when Tianxun had lost all hope, an unexpected opportunity arose. The celestial race had been experiencing frequent conflicts with the Diman tribe, causing very negative impacts on both sides. Currently, the two races were in negotiations to resolve the issue, with representatives of the Diman tribe present on Sky Pinnacle Star. The negotiations were ongoing but had reached a deadlock. Both parties struggled to find a balance of interests over the ownership of Fierce Fire Star and had reached a temporary impasse in the talks. A representative from the Diman side presented a proposal: each side would send 3 individuals to the Sea of Flames on Fierce Fire Star, and whoever obtained the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon would gain ownership of Fierce Fire Star. Fierce Fire Star itself was a planet not very hospitable to humans, with an atmosphere vastly different from that of the human mother planet. Tiny metallic sparks could set off explosive components in the atmosphere. What would be considered normal combat on other planets could cause severe explosions on Fierce Fire Star. Many mutators hunting base variant creatures on Fierce Fire Star were not killed by the creatures themselves but died due to explosions triggered by the battles. Other areas were barely survivable, but near the Sea of Flames, these explosions were especially severe. A casual collision of life bases could lead to an atomic bomb-like horrific explosion. The Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon resided in the midst of the Sea of Flames, a 10th turn ascended creature, and one of the top tier at that. Being a creature bred by the Sea of Flames, the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon had very strong immunity to those explosions. But ordinary ascenders fighting there would suffer greatly and had to consider the impact of the explosions. This time, both parties agreed to send 3 people, all of whom would be ascenders. It's not that they didn't want to send Nirvana beings, but merely because the strength of Nirvana beings was too formidable. Fighting elsewhere on Fierce Fire Star was manageable, but if a Nirvana being fought in the Sea of Flames region, triggering a massive explosion, it could likely lead to a global disaster. What they wanted were the resources of Fierce Fire Star, not a Fierce Fire Star ruined by disaster. If you want to earn the qualification to use the Ascension Pool, you can only participate in this Sea of Flames battle and successfully obtain the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, Tianxun told Lin Shen. This time the risk is indeed great. Whether you go or not is for you to decide. Have the other 2 slots been decided? Lin Shen asked pensively. Tianxun understood what Lin Shen was worried about. They've been decided. Because the risk is really too great, the celestial race will not partake in the battle. The other 2 slots have been claimed by a human and a 10th turn ascendant from the Iron Blood tribe. If successful, all 3 will earn the right to enter the Ascension Pool. If they fail, it will be tough for them to explain upon their return. Moreover, in that kind of place, a lapse in attention could cost them their lives, although the likelihood of an issue is slim. Human. Lin Shen expressed some surprise. The several Nirvana beings who died in the previous conflict on Fierce Fire Star were from that human family. They've also sent someone to the battle. If successful, the Celestial Court will allow them to keep a few mining areas on Fierce Fire Star, with mining rights for 300 years, Tianxun explained. Lin Shen's thoughts stirred. What is the name of that human? Ouyang Yedu, Tianxun replied with his strong memory. Although he had only heard the name in passing and had never met the person, he still remembered it. It's indeed him, Lin Shen muttered thoughtfully to Tianxun. I want to participate in this operation. Please sign me up. Think carefully, this will be very dangerous. Not only do you have to kill the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, but you also have to be wary of the Diman tribe's people, and on top of that, the harsh environment. If you're not cautious, you could really end up in mortal danger, Tianxun cautioned. We're all ascenders. If they're not afraid, what is there for me to fear? Lin Shen said this aloud but was actually thinking, if there's a chance, I can team up with Ouyang Yedu to seize the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, and everyone benefits. If it's not feasible, I'll just bring Ouyang Yedu back alive. I can't let him lose his life. Going together with him, working with someone I know, is always better than teaming up with strangers. The chances are still good. Since you've made up your mind, I'll put your name down, and we can depart now, Tianxun said. Okay. Lin Shen was also eager to meet Ouyang Yadu and ask him what exactly was going on. It's also good to experience this. The path of cultivation is long, and sooner or later, you'll have to go to places with harsh environments like fierce fire star, or even planets more perilous than that. Just remember, be very careful in all matters. If it's not feasible, there's no need to force it. Preserving your life is the priority. I'll think of another way regarding the ascension pool, Tianxun advised him once more. Lin Shen packed his belongings. He had intended to bid farewell to his eldest sister and the others before leaving, but Wei Wufu said he wanted to accompany Lin Shen to Sky Pinnacle Star. Lin Shen asked Tianxun if it was possible to bring Wei Wufu along, to which Tianxun replied that it wouldn't be a problem. Besides Lin Shen, she was also taking Tian Xin, bringing one more person was no big deal. Chapter 363, Chapter 363 Fierce Fire Star. Fierce Fire Star, when viewed from a distance, was a gigantic red-brown planet. The entire planet appeared very barren, with red-brown hills and land everywhere, and only in a few areas were there green plants. These plants were not native to Fierce Fire Star but were special species introduced from other planets. The other races were able to survive on Fierce Fire Star because these plants played a key role. However, these plants could only be cultivated in areas far from the Sea of Flames, and it took a great deal of manpower and resources to grow each plant. After stepping out of the transport station, Lin Shen immediately smelled an extremely unpleasant odor, and the air he inhaled made his chest feel somewhat uncomfortable. This was still in an area covered by plants resembling giant snakes. Outside the vegetated regions, the air was even less suitable for human survival. Only the bodies of ascenders could barely adapt to it. Ordinary mutators would have their lives at risk if they left the plant-covered areas. Although the environment of Fierce Fire Star was harsh, it contained a type of exceedingly rare ore, an essential material for the power systems of flying vehicles, with profits that were similarly substantial. Huge vines, like giant serpents, twisted and undulated over the land, entangling and covering a range of dozens of miles. The leaves on the vines were quite small, comparable in size to the leaves of common maple trees. On those vines, many swellings resembling tumors could be seen, presenting a terrifying and daunting appearance. Despite the dragon tongue vine's unattractive look, it served to improve the air quality of Fierce Fire Star and was also the main source of water. This area had many vines, but in fact, they all belonged to a single dragon tongue vine. Under the protection of the dragon tongue vine, one could see rows of low wooden huts built beneath the vines. Here, one could not see any concrete and steel construction. Almost no technological products were visible, and even metal was rarely seen. The majority were made of wood and cotton, and even clothing made of fibrous materials was hard to come by. Someone greeted Tianxun and led them to a relatively luxurious large wooden house. Lin Shen, Tian Xin, and Wei Wufu followed Tianxun into the wooden house, where Tianxun spoke to the two leading celestials. Lin Shen saw a man sitting cross-legged in another corner, drinking tea. Behind him, a little girl held up an umbrella white as jade, shading the man's head. It was unclear why she held an umbrella in the house, where there was neither wind nor rain, nor sun. The man looked up at them as they entered, exchanged glances, and then lowered his gaze once more, no longer looking at them. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu recognized the man as Ouyang Yadu at a glance, but there seemed to be some differences from the Ouyang Yadu they knew before. Although still genteel, he now appeared to have lost some of his free-spiritedness and gained more stability. Ouyang Yadu seemed to deliberately avoid acknowledging them, and both Lin Shen and Wei Wufu pretended not to know him as well. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Tianxun, there have been changes in this operation. Are you sure your people still want to participate? A celestial asked Tianxun. What happened? Tianxun frowned and asked. Among the three chosen by the Diman tribe, there is a woman named Flerla, the previous celestial said. Flerla? The woman dubbed as the immortal legend of the Diman tribe. Tianxun was actually somewhat surprised. She's not dead yet? How could she be permitted to participate in such an operation? Isn't that cheating? It's not exactly cheating, the entire universe knows that she is an ascender, the celestial side. 400 years ago, she was 10th turn ascension, and 400 years later, she is still at 10th turn ascension. With her abilities, she could have achieved nirvana 400 years ago, and even if it was the great nirvana, her success rate would be very high. But she stubbornly stayed at the ascension level for 400 years, even some of her grandchildren in her clan have already achieved nirvana, yet she has not. With her experience and cultivation, participating in such an operation, isn't that bullying people? Tianxun snorted coldly. But admittedly, she is an ascender and meets the terms of our agreement with the Diman tribe, the Celestial said helplessly. I have already decided to withdraw my people from this operation, you all can discuss the rest yourselves. Upon hearing this, Tianxun was taken aback. If your people withdraw, what about the third spot? Knowing its certain death, I can't let my people go to their doom. Training up a 10th turn ascender isn't easy. Anyone who is willing to go can go, but my people won't. The Celestial said indifferently. Is that appropriate? How do we explain to the higher UPS? Tianxun frowned. It's the higher UPS who made a mistake with the decision. If anyone up there has an opinion, let them come to me. It wouldn't bother me at all if I stopped being an inspector. Having said that, the Celestial got up and left directly with the ascender from the Iron Blood tribe. Tianxun and another Celestial looked at each other, uncertain. While the inspector had the clout to leave directly, they didn't. Qi Shang, what do you think? Tianxun asked the Celestial who had not left. Qi Shang shrugged and said, what else is there to think? The inspector said it's a problem from above, what can I think? You've been hurrying along for so long, you must be tired. Rest for now and wait for the decision from above. Having no other choice, Tianxun could only take Lin Shen and the other two to find a place to settle down first. Tianxun called the three into the room, his expression grave. It seems that there is some internal issue within the Celestial Court this time, otherwise, they would not have agreed to flareless participation in this operation. Lin Shen, let it go this time. A spot in the Ascension pool is not worth taking such a big risk. Who is Flarela? Lin Shen asked curiously. Before Tianxun could reply, Tian Xin, leaning lazily against the wall, spoke up, didn't you hear just now? She's the immortal legend of the Diman tribe, a great beauty recognized by the entire Diman tribe for 400 years, an old woman monster who has toughed it out at the ascension level for 400 years, now she should be called an ageless demoness. Is she very strong? Lin Shen asked again. Not very strong, no. 400 years ago, the Diman tribe held an ascender's ranking battle, and back then, Flarela trounced a few of the Diman tribe's rookie ascenders and took first place, Tian Xin said teasingly. Stop talking nonsense, Tianxun scolded him before turning to Lin Shen. 400 years ago, Flarela was hailed as the #1 beauty of the Diman tribe. Many famous ascenders from the Diman tribe admired her. Whether they held back against her, we don't know, but securing first place wasn't just a fluke. Furthermore, she later did several acts that shook the universe, and her strength was among the top of ascenders at the time. We haven't heard from her for over 100 years, we thought she had either died or achieved nirvana long ago. Unexpectedly, she's still alive, and she hasn't achieved nirvana. What did she do that shook the universe? Lin Shen grew even more curious. Nothing too special. She just rejected a marriage proposal from a king of the Diman tribe, was issued a death warrant by that king, evaded death several times under the pursuit of several nirvana beings, blew up a planet, and used the explosion of that planet to kill 2 of the nirvana beings chasing her. Net. The more Lin Shen heard, the heavier his heart sank. Centuries ago, she was already so powerful, going there with Yu Yang Yeto would be no different from courting death. Chapter 364, Chapter 364 Flarela. Lin Shen was already thinking of beating a retreat. Not only was such an ascender incredibly strong, she had been at the ascension level for 400 years, who knew how many top-notch spirit bases and premium ascension pets she had on her. It was possible that just releasing her pets would be enough, without her lifting a finger, to wipe out Lin Shen and his group. Though Lin Shen wanted to earn entry to the ascension pool and was keen to help Wu Yang Yedu, he wasn't about to sign his death warrant. Probably Wu Yang Yedu would drop out too. He wasn't stupid. The group settled down on Fierce Fire Star, waiting for orders from the Celestial Court. With that inspector pulling out temporarily, the Celestial Court definitely needed to come up with a solution, and Tianxun would likely force Flarela to step down by 9-1, or else the whole operation would be meaningless. Lin Shen, Tian Xin, and Wei Wufu were all first-timers on Fierce Fire Star and were quite curious about it. Accompanied by the staff there, they wandered outside the plant area. Lin Shen took 2 daggers and swiped at them, causing sparks to fly and a series of explosions to burst forth in the air. The sparks turned into fireworks, exploding directly in the sky. This was just a light collision. If one were to really strike hard, the destructive power of the explosion would be terrifying. This planet really is interesting, Lin Shen said as he kept striking the 2 daggers together like setting off fireworks, enjoying himself immensely. Childish, Tian Xin scoffed from the side. Your next read is at mvlenovelbin.net. The staffer next to them, a Huaxi person, said with a forced smile, it's good to get used to the environment on Fierce Fire Star. During combat here, you have to watch out for these explosions. Many conflicts that arise on Fierce Fire Star end with neither party surviving because they die in explosions, not at the hands of their opponent. Didn't we have conflicts with the Diman tribe before and lost quite a few individuals at the Nirvana level? Actually, those at Nirvana also didn't expect that the other side would really go all out on Fierce Fire Star, most were killed by explosions. Huaxi people have a very distinctive appearance, with faces that resemble sunflowers adorned with eyes, a nose, and a mouth. When they speak, the circle of petals around their face moves with their tone, which is quite amusing to watch. How should I address you, my friend? Asked Lin Shen. Just call me Duokai. I'm the temporary person in charge here, the Huaxi person replied quite amicably. Duokai, is there any way to avoid the explosions? Lin Shen asked again. As long as you don't trigger fractures upon impact, it's fine. Friction doesn't matter. When you fight, it's best not to make direct contact with the opponent. As long as you are fast enough to dodge, you'll be alright. Also, you should prepare more spirit bases and avoid using your life base unless really necessary. If life bases clash, the explosion could damage them. Duokai imparted some fighting techniques suitable for Fierce Fire Star to them. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. In fact, Lin Shen and his group had already heard all of this from Tianxun. At Lin Shen's suggestion, Duokai also took them to see the base variant creatures on Fierce Fire Star, arriving at a lake that didn't seem particularly large. This is Flame Lake. The average base variant creatures on Fierce Fire Star usually rest in lakes like this. They only leave Flame Lake when searching for food. This has a benefit: even if conflicts occur inside Flame Lake, no explosions will happen, Duokai explained, pointing to Flame Lake. Is there water in Flame Lake? Lin Shen asked, staring at the slightly reddish, murky liquid in the lake. It might be mixed with some water, but the water content isn't high. The miners who used to work here called this liquid flame liquid. Flame lakes and the Sea of Flames mainly consist of this flame liquid. You can't drink it, it's harmful and not beneficial to the body, and it can't be absorbed by our bodies. Only base variant creatures can drink this stuff. Duokai was explaining when suddenly, they saw a group of people and horses approaching from a distance, seemingly heading for the Flame Lake as well. It's people from the Diman tribe. Duokai hurriedly said, let's avoid them, so we don't end up in a conflict. Avoid them? As if they could do anything to us, Tianxin snorted, showing no intentions of leaving. Duokai wanted to say more, but the Diman tribe's entourage had already approached and noticed them, walking toward their direction. That Diman tribe woman, being treated like a star among the crowd, is Flairla. Duokai whispered to Lin Shen and the others. All three turned their gaze to Flairla. Although Tianxin was very familiar with her stories, this was his first time seeing her in person. Isn't Flairla over 400 years old? How come she still looks so young and beautiful? Are you sure she's Flairla? Tianxin expressed in surprise. She's accompanied the Diman tribe's diplomatic corps to our camp, there's no mistake. Besides, haven't you heard of her nickname? They call her the Ageless Myth because she's maintained her youthful beauty for hundreds of years, Duokai explained. I've heard of it, but I didn't expect her to look so young, Tianxin marveled. I've met some with the art of maintaining their youth, and some hundreds of years old with faces still like the young, but from certain details in their behaviors, you can usually tell that they're different from actual young people, mostly they're just trying to look younger. But this Flairla, she seems like a genuinely innocent and vivacious young girl. On her, I can't find a single trace of the marks of time, that's really odd. Otherwise, why would she be called the Ageless Myth? Duokai laughed. Lin Shen was also looking at Flairla, yet he didn't see the beauty in her that the others described, his shock was greater than the rest. Because what Lin Shen saw was a mosaic in human shape, it was utterly unexpected for him to encounter a person with a mosaic in such a place. Lin Shen couldn't help but think, could this Flairla be Red Heart A? Because of the mosaic, Lin Shen truly couldn't distinguish who was who. Although Flairla was very beautiful, there were too many beauties in the universe, and Tianxin had seen plenty, so he wouldn't have any special feelings just because a woman was beautiful. A beauty could be famous possibly because of her looks, but to stand out, looks alone aren't enough. Flairla was known as the Diman tribe's top beauty 400 years ago, but beauty was only part of the reason. You're Duokai, the person in charge from the Celestial Races camp, right? The Diman tribe's group came close to where Lin Shen and his company stood, and one of the Diman tribe men surrounding Flairla, sizing up Duokai, asked. Viscount Kajia has a good memory, remembering my name just after one encounter. Yes, I am Duokai, Duokai acknowledged with a nod. Viscount Kajia snorted and ignored Duokai, his gaze sizing up Lin Shen and the others as he spoke. These three, they're not the fighters from your celestial race, are they? No, Duokai immediately shook his head. While they talked, Lin Shen wasn't paying attention to them, nor to Flairla, who possessed the fire seed. He was captivated by a figure at the end of the Diman tribe's procession. Chapter 365, Chapter 365 Zheng Zone. To prevent collisions, none of the members of the Diman tribe, including Flairla, were using base variant creature mounts. If the bodies of base variant creatures collided, they would likewise trigger explosions. So, within the entire Diman tribe's team, there was actually only one person with a mount. This person, whom Lin Shen was sizing up, clearly held the highest status within the Diman tribe's ranks, a fact that surprised Lin Shen because this person was a human. A human middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s was riding a large black ox at the rear of the group. That large black ox was truly an ox, not a base variant creature, and its coat shone like black satin. On Fierce Fire Star, having such a mount was obviously not something an ordinary person could manage, and a regular ox could not survive on Fierce Fire Star either. But none of these were the focal points of Lin Shen's attention. Lin Shen was focused on him because the more he looked at this man, the more he resembled his third brother, Lin Zhongzheng. However, Lin Shen dared not confirm it was his third brother, Lin Zhongzheng. Although the man bore a resemblance to Lin Zhongzheng, he was thinner, and his demeanor was not the same. Find your next adventure on m_vlenovelbin.net. The Lin Zheng that Lin Shen remembered was a middle-aged man who did not like to meddle in affairs, spending his leisure time fishing and drinking tea, seemingly without a temper. Yet just by sitting atop the ox, this man exuded an aura that seemed unattainable for ordinary people, as if he looked down upon all beings from above. Most crucially, Lin Shen did not find that scar between the man's eyebrows. The lines there were real wrinkles. Therefore, Lin Shen could not be certain whether this person was his third brother, Lin Zhongzheng, but he felt a strong resemblance. Upon hearing that these three were not the trio chosen by the celestial side, Kajia lost interest in them, turned around to Flarela, and said, "Lord Flarela, these people are not our adversaries, don't waste time on them. Shall we stick to the original plan and check out the Sea of Flames?" Flarela ignored Kajia, her gaze scrutinizing the three people before settling on Lin Shen's face, and with a hint of surprise, she said to the human man riding the black ox, "Counselor, this human looks very much like you. Could you be relatives?" As soon as she spoke, Lin Shen realized that this Flarela was probably not Red Heart A. The man riding the black ox looked at Lin Shen and said indifferently, "Indeed very similar. What is your name? What does it have to do with you?" Lin Shen replied coolly. Kajia and the others were immediately furious, pointing at Lin Shen and cursing, "When the counselor asks you a question, it's a sign of respect. Don't throw away the face given to you. What if we don't accept your face?" Tian Xin retorted coldly. "Are you seeking death? If you want to die, I can do it right now," Kajia said, threateningly, but with no actual intention of taking action. "Come on, then, come and kill me," Tian Xin jutted out his neck as if waiting for Kajia to strike. Lin Shen thought that under these circumstances, Kajia, who seemed to have a short temper, would surely take action, but he was naive. Kajia still did not make a move, only kept shouting, "What kind of trash are you? Killing you would dirty my hands." Upon further thought, Lin Shen understood why Kajia did not act. The negotiations between the celestial race and the Diman tribe were at an impasse. If Kajia struck first and sparked a dispute, giving the celestial race an advantage, allowing the Diman tribe to fall into a passive position in the negotiations, Kajia could not afford that responsibility. From this, it could be seen that the Diman tribe didn't want to continue fighting either and wanted to use this action to resolve the issue. Of course, this was because Flarela was taking part in this action, which was exceedingly advantageous for the Diman tribe. Naturally, they did not wish for any other accidents to occur. The man known as the counselor, a human male, made a gesture with his hand, and, surprisingly, Kajia and the others quieted down in compliance. "My name is Zheng Zong. As a fellow human, we should look out for each other. If you ever encounter any trouble, feel free to find me at the Diman tribe camp," the counselor said, and, turning his bull's head, he headed off in the opposite direction. Kajia and the rest gave Lin Shen and Tian Xin a harsh glare before turning to follow Zheng Zong towards the direction of the Sea of Flames. Flarela glanced at Lin Shen and smiled, "I still want to know, what is your name? Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking someone else's name?" Lin Shen said with a smile. Flarela nodded, "My name is Flarela, of the Diman tribe." "Tian, human." This was not something Lin Shen had said casually. The name Tian Sun had reported for him was this one. When Tian Sun was giving the report, he had asked Lin Shen what name to use, and it was better not to use his real name, so Lin Shen had chosen the name Tian. "Good, Tian, I'll remember you. You really do look a lot like the counselor," Flarela said, and then turned to leave, gradually moving away amid the crowd surrounding her. "Who is that Zheng Zong? Why does it seem like those from the Diman tribe respect him so much?" Lin Shen turned and asked Duokai. Duokai replied, that Zheng Zong is the main figure in the Diman tribe's diplomatic mission. Although he is a human and not of Diman lineage, he is said to be the military strategist of Sam, the king of greed, and is highly regarded by Sam. He holds a high position within the Diman tribe, otherwise he wouldn't be the main person in charge of the diplomatic mission. Do I really look that much like him? Lin Shen touched his own face and asked Duokai. Duokai laughed, I think all you humans look pretty similar, even to celestials. It might be due to the different races, but such feelings are common. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Lin Shen nodded and said no more. The group took another turn around Flame Lake, hunted a few base variant creatures that crawled out of the lake, and then returned to the camp. Old Wei, do you know that Zheng Zong? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufa beside him. Very similar, Wei Wufa nodded in response. Lin Shen knew that Wei Wufu also thought Zheng Zong resembled his third brother, but that wasn't the answer he sought. So he asked again, but is he really my third brother? Don't know, Wei Wufu shook his head this time, but then added, if he is, not recognizing us makes sense. If not, no need to mind. I understand that. If he truly is my third brother, he has his reasons for not recognizing us. If he is not, there is no need for concern. That's the logic. But I still want to know if he really is my third brother, Lin Shen sighed. Simple, go ask him. Wei Wufu suggested. Lin Shen was taken aback, about to say something, when he heard a knock on the door from outside. Lin Shen asked who it was, but nobody outside responded. The two men exchanged glances, and Lin Shen went to open the door, only to see a man standing outside with an umbrella. It was none other than Ouyang Yadu.N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Chapter 366, Chapter 366 Difficult to claim blood debt. Ouyang Yadu entered the wooden hut and casually closed the door behind him. Who among you is the representative of the celestial race in this battle? Ouyang Yadu asked, looking directly at the two of them. Me, Lin Shen answered. If you can avoid going, then don't. Flarela is not an ordinary ascender, she is not an existence we can compete with, Ouyang Yadu said. We were actually looking to discuss this very matter with you, Lin Shen said. If Flarela does not fight, we might give it a try, but if Flarela does participate, we should not go. Flarela will certainly participate, Ouyang Yadu said. I heard from Qi Shang that there's a problem within the Celestial Court, and Flarela's participation is almost a certainty, beyond our capacity to change. Although Tianxun holds a seat in the Celestial Court, she is not a pure-blood Celestial and is somewhat excluded, she might not be aware of everything. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged glances. If things were as Ouyang Yadu described, then there might indeed be a serious issue within the Celestial Court. In that case, we should all withdraw, Lin Shen said, looking at Ouyang Yadu. Good, Ouyang Yadu said with a smile. It seems you have all ascended and are mixing quite well. Does the affair of the Ouyang family have anything to do with the Wan family? Lin Shen asked bluntly, uninterested in exchanging pleasantries with Ouyang Yadu. There shouldn't be any relation. Someone like Catherine probably wouldn't care about a trivial person like me, Ouyang Yadu said as he stood up. I should go back now. It's best not to let anyone know about our relationship. If you're going to leave, do it now, quickly. Once the Celestial Court's orders come through, who knows if Tianxun will still be willing to defy them on your behalf. With that, Ouyang Yadu pushed the door open and left. That guy has issues, Lin Shen said, watching Ouyang Yadu's departing figure. Wei Wufu nodded but did not say anything. After a moment, Lin Shen said, it seems the Ouyang family's affair has hit him hard. He wouldn't lose hope and insist on participating in the battle, would he? Possibly, he has no choice, Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen thought that seemed right. Whether Ouyang Yadu could withdraw or not was up to Qi Shang's will. If Qi Shang wished him to participate, then he couldn't refuse. Stay connected through mvlenovelbin.net. This is quite troublesome, Lin Shen said, feeling a headache coming on. After some thought, Lin Shen got up to locate Tianxun and informed her about what Ouyang Yedu had said. After listening, Tianxun furrowed her brows and said, "He's not wrong, it's very possible. But you can rest assured, if they truly won't allow Flarela to withdraw, then we'll withdraw directly. No one can stop us, I won't let anything happen to you." Lin Shen nodded, that was the only option. In the following days, Lin Shen and the others waited for news within the camp. That night, while Lin Shen was asleep, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Lin Shen asked who it was but received no answer. Thinking it was Ouyang Yedu again, he opened the door, only to find that the visitor was Zheng Zong. Lin Shen, Zheng Zong greeted with a smile, seemingly a different person from their last encounter. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Third brother. Lin Shen was both shocked and delighted. Zheng Zong was indeed his third brother. "Let's talk inside." Zheng Zong stepped in and closed the door behind him, as if everyone visiting had this habit. "Third brother, what exactly is going on? How did you end up with the Diman tribe?" Lin Shen asked anxiously. With a serious expression, third brother said, "I didn't want to involve you in these matters, but now that you've left the human mother planet, you're bound to get caught up sooner or later. There are some things you should be aware of to avoid trouble in the future." "What is it? Does it have something to do with second brother?" Lin Shen had some suspicions already. "Right," third brother recounted the series of events. Second brother's disappearance years ago was not accidental. The dark bird eggs obtained by the Lin, Qi, and Wang families came from Gourd Mountain. Gourd Mountain itself was a teleporter, which, when it fell near the dark bird base in the mountain range, was stumbled upon by people from the Lin, Qi, and Wang families, who then found 4 dark bird eggs that had rolled down the mountain. The dark bird had a significant connection to that teleporter, and possessing a dark bird was necessary to locate the activation of the hidden settings on Gourd Mountain. The 2 dark bird eggs acquired by the Lin family did indeed hatch, and the claim of one failing to hatch was indeed a lie. Second brother Lin Yin was the one who used the 4th dark bird to enter Gourd Mountain and utilized the resources on Realm King planet to grow rapidly. Later on, Lin Yin also discovered that Gourd Mountain was not only capable of teleporting to Realm King planet, in fact, it was a highly advanced teleporter that could send one to many different planets. Lin Zhongzheng and Lin Xiangdong were able to leave the human mother planet because Lin Yin gave them the teleporter he found in Gourd Mountain. They were able to rapidly improve their strength by utilizing resources from Realm King planet and other alien worlds, but after one trip to an alien world, Lin Yin never returned. Lin Zhongzheng and Lin Xiangdong had been quietly searching for Lin Yin's whereabouts on an alien world until recently, when they finally uncovered some information. Second brother likely came into possession of the ancient Realm King's heritage and then became a target. "It's likely he's already dead," Lin Zhongzheng said with a sigh. "Who killed second brother?" Lin Shen asked solemnly. "That has yet to be determined, but based on the information we've gathered so far, it may involve several species from the top 20 of the rankings," Lin Zhongzheng said. "Is it related to the Diman tribe?" Lin Shen asked. Lin Zhongzheng nodded. "I infiltrated the Diman tribe precisely to investigate this matter. I've already found some clues, and it might be related to the greedy monarch of the Diman tribe, but not just him, it might also involve the Supreme Clan in some way." "The Supreme Clan too?" Lin Shen was taken aback. "It may not be just the Supreme Clan and the Diman tribe. This is a complicated account to settle, and a difficult blood debt to repay. Initially, Xiangdong and I planned to claim this debt for ourselves, to keep you and our eldest sister out of it. Unexpectedly, you and our sister also left the mother planet, so you must be informed of these matters, lest you fall prey to our adversaries without knowing your connection to second brother." Lin Zhongzheng paused, then added, "Are you one of the representatives for the celestial race in the battle?" "Yes, but don't worry, third brother, I've already decided to withdraw," Lin Shen said. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, learning that those responsible for his second brother's death might include the Supreme Clan and a king from the Diman tribe, along with some other high-level species they were unaware of, was still a shock. Why withdraw? Lin Zhongzheng asked unexpectedly. The reason I came here was not solely to inform you about second brother, there's another matter you need to know, you cannot withdraw. You must not only stay but also win. Why? Lin Shen asked, puzzled as he looked at Lin Zhongzheng. Chapter 367 Third Brother's Tactics. Aside from Wu Yang Yedu, the other two participants in this operation, if they can bring back the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, will have the opportunity to enter the Ascension Pool. This would be a great help to you, Lin Zhongzheng said. Knowing so much, it looks like the celestial race has quite a few eyes from the Diman tribe within, Lin Shen mused, frowning. That's normal. If we didn't, the Diman tribe would have been wiped out long ago, Lin Zhongzheng believed it was a matter of course, with no need for discussion. Lin Shen thought about it and agreed. Not just in the current era, but even during peaceful times, intelligence warfare is indispensable. It was certain that the Diman tribe had planted spies within the celestial race, and the celestial race undoubtedly had its own informants within the Diman tribe. It was all about who had the cleverer tactics. I too want the qualifications to enter the Ascension Pool, but that Flarela seems very formidable, I'm afraid I'm no match for her, Lin Shen sighed. Of course, you're no match for her. Among those at the Ascension level, few are qualified to battle her. For a newcomer like you, it's normal to be unable to defeat her, and there's no shame in losing, Lin Zhongzheng remarked, making Lin Shen feel stung. Since you know I can't win, why then do you still want me to go? Lin Shen asked deliberately, knowing Lin Zhongzhen's nature that he likely wouldn't send him into danger without a sure plan. I can't stay here too long, so let's cut to the chase, Lin Zhongzheng glanced at the time and continued, Flarela has an agreement with the Greed Monarch, Sam. If Flarela can bring back the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, all past grudges will be settled, and she can return to the Diman tribe with her honor intact. As Sam's military advisor, my real mission in bringing the delegation here isn't to win, but to ensure Flarela loses. The machinations between these major clans are truly eye-opening. Lin Shen never imagined that what seemed like a sure victory for the Diman tribe would have such twists. If Lin Zhongzheng hadn't told him, who would have guessed? I don't have time to chat, don't interrupt me, Lin Zhongzheng continued, I've made a military pledge to Sam, hence, you must win. Only if Flarela loses will I be able to gain deeper trust from Sam. Net. Brother, I really can't win, Lin Shen emphasized again, aiming for some advantage. Lin Zhongzheng was too lazy to entertain him further and proceeded, I'm quite aware of your situation. Your abilities are not weak, but you lack depth. Perhaps your fourth brother might have a chance in a frontal battle, but you're far behind. Then why not have fourth brother take my place? Lin Shen pouted. Lin Zhongzheng laughed, although your fourth brother is handsome, he doesn't have the stomach for living off others, something you certainly excel at. Third brother, are you complimenting me or slapping my face? Lin Shen realized as Lin Zhongzheng said all this that his brother had been watching over him in secret all along. Do you want to chat, or do you want to win? If it's the former, I'll spend the rest of the time chatting with you, Lin Zhongzheng said. I'd rather win, Lin Shen quickly stopped himself. He just hadn't seen Lin Zhongzheng for so long, he couldn't help but want to talk to him, even if it was just to bicker. With your abilities, defeating Flarela would normally be impossible, but luckily Sam has already done you a great favor, Lin Zhongzheng said. Currently, Flarela doesn't possess any particularly strong pets or spirit bases, but her own strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, I suspect she may have one or two powerful pets and spirit bases hidden away. You should be wary of this. Even if Flarela has no help from pets or spirit bases, it's still unlikely that you could defeat her. That's why I've already taken some measures regarding her, which she should not be able to detect for the time being. By the time she does, it will be too late. Lin Zhongzheng glanced at the time and continued, there are about 52 hours left before this measure takes effect, so you must enter the Sea of Flames within this time frame without delay. If the measure takes effect while she's still outside the Sea of Flames, it will be useless. If the intelligence is correct, the Celestial Court's order will be issued tomorrow morning. You must convince Tianxun to enter the Sea of Flames as one of the representatives of the celestial race. However, you must avoid Flarela in the next 52 hours and not let her catch you. Is that all? Lin Shen pondered. It shouldn't be too hard. If worse came to worst, he could simply teleport to Ring Mountain Planet and hide out for a while. Don't think about teleporting to other planets for refuge. Teleportation isn't possible near the Sea of Flames. Lin Zhongzheng saw through Lin Shen's intentions immediately and glared at him, then continued, relying solely on this measure, defeating Flarela would still be somewhat difficult, so I've prepared 3 items for you. With these, the chances of success will be much higher. What items? Lin Shen had been listening for a long time and had finally gotten to the main point. Lin Zhongzheng, somewhat helplessly, took out 3 items and placed them in front of Lin Shen. The 3 items were a pet gun, a pet capsule with a key inserted, and a bracelet-style spirit base. This pet gun is of Nirvana level, you can't use it yet. Lin Zhongzheng picked up the gun and said. And then? Lin Shen asked eagerly, blinking. He was sure that his third brother had more to say. I've modified the gun. To others, it appears to be just an Ascension-level pet gun. I've made one change inside it, storing a bit of the power of Nirvana. If you load it with an Ascension-level pet capsule, it will allow you to use the pet gun once, but only once. Lin Zhongzheng pushed the gun across the table to Lin Shen. I've also prepared the Ascension-level pet capsule for you, a 10th turn mutated Ascension pet, the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword. With the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword's capabilities combined with the firing speed of the Nirvana-level pet gun, if you find a good opportunity, perhaps you could seriously injure Flarela when she's unguarded. All is prepared, so why not prepare a Nirvana-level pet capsule? Lin Shen said, but his hands moved quickly, taking the gun and the capsule. I've only tampered with the gun a bit, I'm still unable to allow you to truly activate a Nirvana pet. Besides, if you actually managed to release a Nirvana pet, it wouldn't be as easy to cover up. Lin Zhongzheng pointed at the last bracelet and explained, a 10th turn mutated spirit base, the protection of the life goddess, which within 72 hours, can protect you from 3 fatal attacks. Of course, that's within its limit of endurance. I'm afraid it wouldn't hold up against the strength of Nirvana level. Is that all you have? Lin Shen took the bracelet and immediately wore it on his arm, covering it with his battle suit. These are the only things useful to you, anything more would just be a burden. These items are merely aids, whether or not you can handle Flarela is dependent on your own ability, and I have great confidence in you, Lin Zhongzheng said with a smile. I also have confidence in myself. The question is, are you sure your plan will work? Lin Shen asked. Lin Shen had meant it as a joke, the third brother was usually quite dependable. Although he generally preferred not to meddle in affairs, he never failed when it came to serious matters. Unexpectedly, Lin Zhongzheng nodded and said, that's why I've prepared one more thing for you, a final lifeline. As he spoke, Lin Zhongzheng handed Lin Shen an exquisitely made little jade box. Do not open this unless absolutely necessary. If you find yourself with no way out, opening it can ensure your survival. However, if you open it, it also means the end of this mission, with no room for turning back n/o/vel/b/in. .c//om. Chapter 368, Chapter 368 I am willing to join the battle. After Lin Zhongzheng left, Lin Shen, although extremely curious about what was inside the little box, managed to resist his curiosity and kept it close to him. So secretive, what era is it that we're still playing with secret plans and strategies? It's not like your surname is Zuch, Lin Shen muttered to himself with disdain. He had asked several times, but Lin Zhongzheng had not told him what exactly was in the small box, only instructing him to open it when his life was in danger. Net. Alone with his thoughts, Lin Shen pondered how he would speak to Lord Tianxuan if he were told not to participate in battle. He couldn't possibly tell Lord Tianxuan that his third brother had already planned to deal with Flairla. That would not only expose his third brother's identity but also make it seem as though all members of the Lin family were deceitful and cunning. Thinking it over, he couldn't come up with any good excuses. If push came to shove, he would just have to bite the bullet and go. Almost exactly as Lin Zhongzheng had said, the very next morning, the Celestial Court's orders came down. Flairla would continue to participate in the battle, and they also had to take part in the battle. The one vacant spot would be filled by another ascender sent by the Celestial Court. Do the deans mean to send our subordinates to die? Tianxuan's face darkened, and he was ready to turn on a dime with Lin Shen and others to leave. Tianxuan, think carefully now. This is a collective decision made by the three deans. If you disobey the orders, you may not be able to keep your seat in the Celestial Court. And 16, the Celestial who delivered the order, said indifferently. As Tianxuan was about to retort with a stern face, Lin Shen seized the moment and hurriedly stepped forward, stopping Tianxuan and said, I am willing to go to the Sea of Flames to fight, to kill the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, to seize the life base, and to secure the control of Fursy Fire Star for our celestial race. Are you mad? Tian Xin, who was listening, was stunned and couldn't help but blurt out. This battle is essential, and it's already too late to replace me. I don't want to put Lord Tianxuan and the three deans in a difficult position, Lin Shen spoke with righteous fervor, appearing ready to sacrifice the individual for the greater good. And 16 smiled and nodded, well done, thinking of the greater good. Your name is Tian, right? I'll remember you. If you return triumphantly, I guarantee no one can stop you from entering the Ascension Pool, and you'll also be granted a formal identity of the celestial race. Thank you, Lord, then it's settled. Lin Shen didn't want to let Tianxuan and Tian Xin complicate matters and decisively clinched the deal. Tianxuan, your own man has spoken, I'm not the one making things difficult for you. That settles it, I'll return to report now. The Diman tribe is pressing us, and the replacement ascender will arrive in 3 days. At that time, we will officially commence this operation, and 16 said, ready to leave. Upon hearing that it would take 3 days for the replacement to arrive, and knowing that wouldn't be soon enough, Lin Shen quickly spoke up, hold on a moment, Lord. I have a small request, and I hope you can fulfill it. Speak. And 16 was in a good mood and quite patient at the moment. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Since the Diman tribe is pressing us, and dragging our feet for 3 more days would give them an excuse to be unreasonable with us even if we win, why not just skip the wait and find a replacement ascender here so that the Diman tribe can't complain when they lose, Lin Shen suggested. Choose an ascender from here? Who would you choose? Not just Tianxuan and Tian Xin, even N16 was somewhat puzzled. Just pick anyone, the ascenders of the Diman tribe are not worth worrying about, Lin Shen said, now also forced to bite the bullet. They couldn't possibly wait 3 more days because by then, his third brother's plot would be in vain. Who could defeat Flairla? Tian Xin at that moment looked at Lin Shen with eyes that seemed to gaze upon a madman. N16 asked with visible interest, so who do you think should be chosen? Lin Shen's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Tian Xin. This guy did possess strength, and most importantly, his speed was fast enough for him to excel at escaping danger. Once inside the Sea of Flames, he could make it out on his own, and Lin Shen didn't expect him to risk his life alongside him. Lin Shen just needed to buy enough time for his older brother's plan to take effect. He didn't need anyone else's help. Seeing Lin Shen look his way, Tian Xin immediately began cursing inwardly. This was a thankless task. Winning brought him no benefits, and losing could mean losing his life. Besides, he didn't believe Lin Shen and his group could defeat Flairla. Tian Xin deliberately turned his head away, and just as Lin Shen was about to say something, Wei Wufu stepped forward and declared, "I am willing to join the battle." "You?" Lin Shen hastily tried to interject. Wei Wufu had already sacrificed so much, Lin truly didn't want to drag him into yet another risky venture. "All right, it's settled then. The three of you humans will represent our celestial race in this mission. I will notify the Diman tribe now and proceed to the Sea of Flames as planned tomorrow," and 16 concluded with finality, interrupting Lin Shen and giving him no chance to speak further. And 16 wouldn't possibly choose Tian Xin. Behind Tian Xin was not just Lord Tianxun but also his influential family. And 16 did not want to provoke that trouble. Lin Shen tried to speak up but was stopped by Wei, who held him back and shook his head. Qi Shang had no objections on his part and still wanted Ouyang Yedu to join the battle. Ouyang Yedu showed no reaction. He had no intention of backing out when he had earlier urged Lin Shen and the others to leave. "Lin Shen, have you gone mad? Was everything said before in vain? Do you truly think you can defeat Flairla?" Back at their residence, Tian Xin couldn't help but point at Lin Shen's nose and raise his voice. "We don't necessarily have to face Flairla head-on, we don't need to kill her to win. I am confident that I can shake her off and take the life base from the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon," Lin Shen explained, gritting his teeth since there was no backing out now. Tianxun looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression and said, "Lin Shen, I'm here for the other matters, you don't need to worry about so much. My seat at the Celestial Court isn't something that can just be taken away. Let's leave now, no one can stop us." Tianxun clearly misunderstood, thinking that Lin Shen didn't want to cause her to lose her seat at the Celestial Court, which warmed her heart a bit. In fact, other than that, Tianxun could not think of any other reason why Lin Shen would take the risk to join the battle. Everyone knew how strong Flairla was, and Lin Shen wasn't a fool. He must have been aware of the extreme dangers of this mission, which could even cost him his life. Lin Shen had previously proposed withdrawing, but today, when he heard N16 say that Tianxun's seat at the Celestial Court was in jeopardy, he changed his mind and insisted on going to battle. How could Tianxun not think that way? "I really want to go, don't worry. If it's impossible, my top priority will be to save my own life, I'm still certain of that," Lin Shen had to persist, despite the difficulty. "Young lady, why bother with him? If he wants to die, just let him be," Tian Xin fumed inwardly. "Had I known this, I would have conspired with Qi Ba earlier and gotten rid of this infuriating man." Seeing Lin Shen so resolute, Tianxun sighed quietly and said, "If you insist on going, then so be it. Tian Xin, lend him your Archangel's sword for the time being. I also have a few spirit bases and a pet capsule here that were prepared for you, take them with you as well." Chapter 369 Jade Bone Demon Umbrella. The Sea of Flames was a murky, dark red ocean that, at first glance, bore no distinct difference from the reddish-brown earth. There were no tidal movements in the Sea of Flames, and it was quite difficult to discern it as a vast ocean unless stirred by living creatures. Lin Shen, Ouyang Yedu and Wei Wufu flew over the Sea of Flames, where the air was even more pungent, feeling as though it could nearly rot their lungs when inhaled. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yedu both coughed, but Lin Shen was faring much better. Evolution theory had quickly allowed him to adapt to the environment. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yedu had no choice but to use their carapaces, which filtered out most of the harmful gases to their bodies. But this posed a troublesome issue, as maintaining the existence of the carapaces required energy consumption, and without Lin Shen's super base pattern skills, they couldn't possibly sustain this state indefinitely. "You shouldn't have come here. Flairla is not to be underestimated," said Ouyang Yedu. "Didn't you come here as well?" Lin Shen retorted, surveying the sea around them. "The situation of the Ouyang family is dire, I have to preserve the mining region here, or else the people of the Ouyang family might be reduced to joining the Pioneer Corps," said Ouyang Yedu, now having no reservations to speak of the current plight of the Ouyang family. Doesn't the Ouyang family still have a nirvana being? Asked Lin Shen. If it were the Ouyang family just leaving the home planet, a nirvana being could make all the clan members prosper. But now, having only one nirvana being doesn't solve any problems. The circumstances have changed, as have the enemies we face, Ouyang Yadu explained while scanning the surroundings with her umbrella. Talking about this now is pointless. The Dimman tribe and we have entered the Sea of Flames from two directions. Our only chance is to find the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon before Flarela finds us, kill it, and take its life base. Ouyang Yadu was well aware of how slim these chances were. Not to say that finding the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon before Flarela would be difficult, but even if they could, killing it in the Sea of Flames was not an easy task. The commotion from battle would undoubtedly draw Flarela and her group to them. Net. The Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon was a 10th turn mutated ascension creature, and if not for the constraints of the environment on Fursi Fire Star, it would likely have achieved nirvana long ago. It is said that several nirvana beings once ventured deep into the Sea of Flames to seize its life base, yet in the end, none succeeded. One important reason was that nirvana beings dared not fully exert their power in the Sea of Flames, but this also demonstrated just how formidable the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon was. This Sea of Flames is vast, over 10 times larger than the Pacific Ocean on our home planet. How are we supposed to find the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon? Lin Shen pondered aloud. Do you know why the celestial race allowed me to join the war and also promised so many benefits? Ouyang Yadu replied with a smile, that's because our Ouyang family has been developing on Fursi Fire Star for a long time, and no one knows it and the Sea of Flames better than us. Those nirvana beings who went to capture the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon were from our Ouyang family. So, you know where the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon frequently appears. Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up. If he could obtain the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon in advance, he wouldn't have to risk a battle with Flarela. I only know some areas it frequents, where we can use some bait to lure it out. Of course, we'll need good fortune, hoping it's in the same area we set the bait. If you're good at underwater combat, I also know the location of one of its lairs deep within several tens of thousands of meters of seabed, where we could try our luck, said Ouyang Yadu. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged glances, unanimously saying, let's go with the bait. Ouyang Yadu led the two toward the area where the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon was known to roam. The peril of the Sea of Flames lay in the terribly terrifying explosions that battles could set off. But as long as there's no clash of battle, and they don't approach the surface of the sea, there isn't too much danger. Ouyang, this umbrella must be your life base, right? Why are you always holding it? Lin Shen had felt something strange about this when he saw Ouyang Yadu before. He had thought at first that Ouyang Yadu was holding a spirit base, but holding a spirit base all the time was odd too. Who would carry a spirit base around every moment? Upon closer inspection during their journey, he realized that Ouyang Yadu's umbrella should not be a spirit base, but his own life base. This is my life base, the Jade Bone Demon umbrella. If I merge it, there will be a bit of a problem, Ouyang Yadu said as he merged the Jade Bone Demon umbrella. The moment the Jade Bone Demon umbrella was merged, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu suddenly felt as if something was flowing from their bodies into the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, giving them an odd sensation. Ouyang Yadu once again opened the Jade Bone Demon umbrella and said with a smile, you felt that, didn't you? Interesting, this Jade Bone Demon umbrella can actually absorb our life force. Lin Shen said in surprise as he examined the umbrella, isn't it possible to keep it inside your body? No, if it's kept inside, my body will automatically absorb the life force around me, and anyone close to me would have their life force drained, Ouyang Yadu continued. An open Jade Bone Demon umbrella is just an umbrella, but a closed Jade Bone Demon umbrella is a demon, one that sucks marrow and gnaws bones. The more Lin Shen listened, the more amazed he became. The Jade Bone Demon umbrella could not only absorb life force but could also directly extract the spirit from other life bases during combat. Any life base or spirit base that came into contact with the merged Jade Bone Demon umbrella would have its spirit drained away, an ability that was simply monstrous. While it is common for life bases to have the ability to absorb spirit, that ability is limited to dealing with spirit bases that have lost their masters and support. It doesn't work on life bases or spirit bases with a master. Moreover, even if some powerful spirit bases lose their masters, ordinary life bases would struggle to extract the spirit within them. The master needs to first shatter those powerful spirit bases and then use their life base to absorb the spirit inside. The Jade Bone Demon umbrella could directly absorb the spirit within a life base through contact, which was undoubtedly an exceedingly overpowered ability. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. How many turns have you undergone? Lin Shen suddenly asked Ouyang Yedu. 2 turns, replied Ouyang Yedu. Your Jade Bone Demon umbrella can directly absorb spirit and life force, and you're only 2 turns. Lin Shen found it hard to believe. If his life base had such ability, he reckoned he would have reached at least the 5th or 6th turn by now, not needing the ascension pool at all. Guess why I hold this umbrella every day? Instead of answering Lin Shen's question, Ouyang Yedu asked in return. Lin Shen immediately understood that Ouyang Yedu had no intention of absorbing others' life force and spirit. Such a waste, Lin Shen said aloud, but deep down, he admired Ouyang Yedu a bit. To have such power and to refrain from misusing it showed a rare kind of temperament. Perhaps heaven had granted him such an ability because he was such a person. You, it, are worthy, Wei Wufu said earnestly. Chapter 370, Chapter 370 Coral Turtle. The 3 of them continued to converse as they flew, when suddenly they noticed a small red island emerging from the ocean ahead. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't an island at all, but a colossal turtle-shaped creature. The turtle's shell was as big as a basketball court, covered with red coral-like mutated plants, resembling a coral island that had surfaced for some reason after originally being at the sea bottom. What level of creature is that? Lin Shen sized up the giant turtle, noticing it was motionless as if it were dead. Lin Shen did not know whether base variant creatures could die naturally. At least with a human's lifespan, it was highly unlikely to witness the death of such creatures. Most base variant creatures can survive for a very long time without eating or drinking as long as they don't fight or move. A regular human could spend their entire life without ever seeing one starve to death. Of course, if they're in combat and deplete their energy, replenishing it is definitely necessary. This giant turtle's body was overgrown with coral-like mutated plants, making it look like a coral island. One could only wonder how long it must have been stationary to have reached this state. Ouyang Yedu examined the giant turtle, speaking with a hint of astonishment. I've seen a similar creature mentioned in the family records. Due to the inherent environment on the Fursi fire star, it's almost impossible for nirvana creatures to exist. The strength released during nirvana would cause a sea of flames explosion, and the explosion's force would be enough to kill the creature undergoing nirvana. So, the strongest native creatures on the Fursi fire star are those at the 10th turn of ascension. If they wish to reach nirvana, they must break away from Fursi fire star and attempt it in the starry sky. Most never return, and it's unknown if they settle on other planets or die failing nirvana in space. The records I read mentioned various ascended creatures that our ancestors came across on Fursi fire star, among which the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon was the most notorious. It had already reached the 10th turn and survived many years in the Sea of Flames without leaving Fursi fire star. Many who came to the Sea of Flames had seen it. Besides the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, there were several other famous ascended creatures, including a giant turtle. Since no one knew its real name, those who saw it named it Coral Turtle, similar to this one here. The Coral Turtle had extremely strong defenses, even the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon couldn't kill it, and some have witnessed it fighting the dragon. So, you're saying this Coral Turtle is a 10th turn mutated ascended creature? Lin Shen said, assessing the turtle below. He wasn't in a rush to find the crimson flame starburst dragon. As long as they delayed the time, there was still a long period before his elder brother's method would take effect. If they were to find the crimson flame starburst dragon now, the combat might attract Flarela. It was better not to seek out the dragon just yet. Ouyang Yadu spoke with a strange look. The problem is, according to the records, the coral turtle entered the starry sky over 100 years ago, not long after the Ouyang family had arrived on the Fursy fire star. Many people witnessed the magnificent scene of the coral turtle ascending into space. Lin Shen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Is it possible that after entering space, the coral turtle failed its nirvana and chose to return to its home to die? Nirvana isn't child's play. The process itself is incredibly dangerous. If something went wrong, it wouldn't be able to return here to die. Ouyang Yadu shook his head. In that case, this isn't the same one that entered space, but rather another one, Lin Shen suggested. I have compared some details, and it should be the same one documented in the records. If it were another one, some of its unique features would not match up so coincidentally. Ouyang Yadu negated Lin Shen's suggestion once more. I don't want to know anything else, I just want to know whether this coral turtle is alive or dead, Lin Shen said, gazing at the coral turtle. I don't know, Ouyang Yadu shook his head, this question was beyond his knowledge. However, he continued, we are here for the crimson flame starburst dragon. Let's not complicate things further. Over there, Wei Wufu, who had been examining the coral turtle, suddenly pointed to a spot on its back. Net. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yadu followed his finger and saw something faintly glowing amidst the coral. Under the morning light, the coral turtle's body was already reflecting light, so without careful observation, the different glow would not be noticeable. It looks like the hilt of a weapon, Ouyang Yadu said after a careful examination, speaking thoughtfully. It seems so, Lin Shen noted as he saw the object about half a foot long, emitting a purplish-red glow, crystalline and jade-like, resembling the hilt of a knife or sword with visible parts of the guard. However, exactly what weapon it was couldn't be discerned, as the blade had completely sunk into the turtle's shell. Is it possible that this coral turtle has already been killed? Lin Shen pondered aloud. Good point, let's go down and take a look, Ouyang Yadu said with a slight smile. Instead of wasting time here, the three of them decided it was better to take a look for themselves. Agreed, Wei Wufu nodded. Who's going down? Lin Shen asked, looking at the two. I will, both Ouyang Yadu and Wei Wufu said almost simultaneously. Forget it, I'll go down myself to check, Lin Shen said after a moment of hesitation. If it had been Tian Xin, who was trying every possible way to avoid going down, Lin Shen would have insisted on sending him down. But with people like Ouyang Yadu and Wei Wufu, he really couldn't bring himself to just stand by and watch them go down. Let's go together, Ouyang Yadu said as he started descending toward the back of the coral turtle. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen followed, descending slowly to avoid touching the coral-like objects and causing an explosion. They were also wary of the possibility that the coral turtle was still alive and might launch a surprise attack. Fortunately, none of their concerns materialized, and the coral turtle remained motionless, even as they approached the object, unclear if it was asleep or truly dead. It looks like a spirit base, said the three hovering in the air, not daring to land on it, mainly to prevent an explosion. The sea of flames was too prone to explosions. Just a slight contact between their carapace and an object could trigger 1.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Since we're here, let's pull it out to have a look, Lin Shen suggested. I'll keep my distance first, Ouyang Yadu said as he soared into the sky. You pull, Wei Wufu said, also taking to the sky. Lin Shen hesitated, then followed them up, moving away from the coral turtle. Without firing his weapon, he carefully called out the last surviving black-armored centipede and sent it toward the hilt. The black-armored centipede coiled lightly around the hilt, and even though it was extremely gentle, when its body touched the hilt, it still caused firecracker-like crackling sounds with faint sparks flickering between its body and the hilt. Thankfully, explosions of such a minor scale hardly had any effect. Under Lin Shen's control, the black armored centipede flapped its wings vigorously and slowly pulled the weapon out. As the weapon was extracted, sparks sprayed at the point where it contacted the shell, and the crackling sounds were incessant, akin to thunder and lightning. Chapter 371 Turtle Shell Skeleton. All three of them were ready for battle, yet with such a commotion, the coral turtle showed no reaction at all, presumably truly dead. After the weapon was pulled out, it was carried into the sky by the black armored centipede, and no liquid flowed from the hole where the weapon had been. The coral-like mutated plants around them had been blasted to pieces, leaving the area looking rather bare. What kind of weapon is this? Lin Shen looked at the purple-red weapon being dragged by the black armored centipede and could not recognize what type it was. He had thought it would be some sort of sword, yet it wasn't. It somewhat resembled a mace, but maces generally have square bodies. This thing looked like a fine rod made up of bamboo-like segments, thinner in the front and thicker in the rear. The thicker end was a bit smaller than an egg, and the front was as fine as the tip of a spear, about 4 feet in length, its entire body purple-red as if made of jade or crystal. Whip, Wei Wufu said. You're saying this is a whip? Do whips look like this? Lin Shen reached out to grab the handle, feeling a certain heft to it but not particularly heavy, lighter than he had imagined. Hard whip, Wei Wufu added. Ouyang Yadu explained, there are hard and soft whips, with things like horse whips and 9-section whips belonging to the soft variety. This one is a hard whip. In mythical legends, Zhangzia's weapon for beating gods was a kind of hard whip that could be used to directly strike people. Pausing for a moment, Ouyang Yadu continued, I didn't see any spirit inside it. This doesn't seem to be a spirit base, but rather an artificially created weapon. It's unclear what material was used. Lin Shen handed the weapon to Ouyang Yadu and then turned his attention to examining the coral turtle below. The coral turtle had shown no sign of life by now and was presumably long dead. Lin Shen's gaze swept over the spot where the weapon had been pulled out, and he was slightly taken aback to see a skeleton revealed amid the blasted plant mutations. There's a skeleton below, I'll go down and take a look. Lin Shen collected his carapace to avoid causing an explosion that might damage the skeleton. He landed next to the skeleton and noticed that many coral-like plants were growing through it. It seemed likely that the mutated coral-like plants had completely enveloped the skeleton already, and if not for the explosion that tore the corals open, the skeleton would have been entirely absorbed by the plants soon. Clearing the fragmented plants from on top of the skeleton, the collision of the broken plant pieces did not trigger an explosion. Contrary to Lin Shen's expectations, the skeleton appeared not to have decayed but was remarkably intact, with the bones all connected and no signs of disarticulation. After removing the fragments and debris, the whole skeleton appeared as white jade, with translucent, tendon-like connections at the joints. This is the skeleton of a nirvana being. Ouyang Yadu and Wei Wufu also came down, with Ouyang Yadu looking at the skeleton and speaking n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Are you saying this dead fellow was a nirvana being? Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. Ouyang Yadu reached out to stroke the white jade-like bones and nodded. Carbon-based life forms do not exhibit this situation after death, not even ascenders. After they die, their corpses will decay, just at a slower rate. Only nirvana beings, having gone through the rebirth process of nirvana, whose bodies lie between carbon-based and base variant creatures, possessing characteristics of both, leave behind such nirvana skeletal remains after death. Is this thing useful? Lin Shen's eyes lit up. The remains of a nirvana being could be something valuable in themselves. They can be used as materials. Generally speaking, the hardness of nirvana skeletal remains is quite high, but their toughness is not good, and they can't be used for casting. They can only be polished and carved, so they are not very useful, Ouyang Yadu explained, pointing to the skull of the nirvana skeletal remains, you can look inside its cranium, there might still be nirvana remains. That stuff is very useful. Lin Shen peered into the skull from the eye sockets and asked, what are nirvana remains useful for? What do they look like? Nirvana remains can be considered the life essence of a nirvana being. Normally, after a nirvana being dies, the power of nirvana within their body will naturally release and return to the universe. However, there are special circumstances where the power of nirvana isn't completely released and will congeal into ashes in a certain part of the body. These ashes contain the power of nirvana and are the so-called nirvana remains. Generally, the shape of nirvana ashes is irregular. But it's relatively easy to distinguish. If you see something like sand grains stuck together, emitting a faint glow, that's usually nirvana ashes. Ouyang Yado continued, for carbon-based nirvana beings, if there are any nirvana ashes, they are most often found inside the head. Hearing this, Lin Shen was somewhat disappointed. The inside of the nirvana being's skull was pitch black, containing something like coal ash. There was no glowing substance. Nirvana ashes only appear after a few nirvana creatures die. It's normal not to have them, Ouyang Yadu said with a smile. Compared to this, the corpse of the coral turtle is the real treasure. If it was killed before nirvana, then its body might still contain the spirit base. Won't the spirit base of a nirvana being remain? Not giving up, Lin Shen picked up a petrified coral branch, inserting it into the eye socket, trying to push aside the black ash to see if nirvana remains were hidden beneath. The life base of a nirvana being has gained sentience. If it didn't perish alongside its master, it might leave on its own or stay to guard near its master's remains, becoming a guardian spirit. Given the current situation, its life base was either destroyed in battle or has already left, said Ouyang Yadu as he handed his weapon over to Wei Wufu. After probing a few times, Lin Shen suddenly noticed a glimmer of light within the black ashes, as though there was indeed something there. There's something. Lin Shen's heart surged with joy as he pushed the black ash aside with more effort, feeling the coral branch touch something round and somewhat slippery. Before long, Lin Shen had pulled out an object that looked like a coal ball. This object was about the size of a glass marble, covered in black ash, and occasionally parts of it resisted the covering, allowing strands of purplish-red fluorescent light to seep through. Lin Shen took out a water flask, pouring water onto the coal ball to wash away the black ash. Net. Once the black ash was washed off, the glassy object revealed its true form. It was a purplish-red bead with a honeycomb-like structure inside, each honeycomb filled with purplish-red fluorescent light, like miniature reactors. Reincarnation ashes. Seeing this, both Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yadu were taken aback, exclaiming in unison. Wei Wufu even became articulate, spouting the 4 words in one breath without any pause. Chapter 372, 372. Isn't this the nirvana remains? Lin Shen thought that this bead was the thing Ouyang Yadu had spoken of. You could say that, or you could say it isn't. Ouyang Yadu said, nirvana remains refers to the substance formed when a nirvana being dies and the power of nirvana inside their body doesn't completely return to the void, leaving some behind within the body. But if after the death of a nirvana being, the power of nirvana in their body doesn't disperse, or disperses very little, and adheres to some material within the body, condensing into an object, that object is called reincarnation ashes. Reincarnation ashes are almost equivalent to the total energy of a nirvana being while alive. Compared to the mere leftover energy of nirvana remains, it is naturally far superior. You're saying that the energy contained within this thing is equivalent to the strength of a nirvana being. Lin Shen was overjoyed, knowing that this thing must be very valuable. Not just any nirvana being, only a great nirvana being could condense reincarnation ashes. A minor nirvana being at most could leave behind nirvana remains, Ouyang Yadu said with a smile. This thing has immense uses. With it, you might not even need a nirvana egg, nor have to seek a place of base mutation, to directly succeed in nirvana. Such an advantage! Only then did Lin Shen realize what a treasure he had stumbled upon. And that's not the only benefit. The strength contained within the reincarnation ashes is the transformative power of a lifetime's cultivation and enlightenment of a nirvana being. So, using reincarnation ashes, an ascender can easily complete nirvana, with a very small chance of failure. If you don't use it for nirvana, you can still perceive its power of nirvana, which will also be very beneficial for your own future nirvana. Discover hidden content at mvlenovelbin.net. However, there's a downside to using reincarnation ashes for nirvana. If you use someone else's reincarnation ashes for nirvana, then your final achievement would basically be just that. The powerful beings capable of condensing reincarnation ashes after death are already those who have perfected that nirvana strength. If you inherit their power of nirvana, it will be difficult for your achievement to surpass theirs. Becoming a nirvana-level powerhouse isn't difficult, but it's very hard to become one of the top tier n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I just want to know, is this thing very valuable? Lin Shen didn't care about those details, he had never thought of taking a shortcut to nirvana. Valuable, extremely valuable. In some ways, reincarnation ashes could be even more valuable than the opportunity to use a nirvana egg or a place of base mutation. Whether it's great nirvana or minor nirvana, both come with significant risks. Using reincarnation ashes carries much lower risk and can still result in becoming a rather strong nirvana being. Many ascenders who are unwilling to take risks or who do not pursue perfection would be eager to use reincarnation ashes for nirvana. It's just that reincarnation ashes are produced in very small quantities and have always been in short supply, Ouyang Yadu answered. If I wanted to use these reincarnation ashes in exchange for a chance to use a top base mutation place, would those powerful families agree? Lin Shen asked again. They might agree, depending on what kind of being left behind these reincarnation ashes. If it's from a top-tier nirvana creature, or a famous nirvana-level powerhouse, or contains some special power of nirvana, I think those powerful families would be more than willing to exchange with you. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Ouyang Yadu paused before continuing. Unfortunately, we don't know who left behind these reincarnation ashes, which is a bit of a disadvantage. When you have time, you could research what kind of nirvana attributes it incubates. If the attributes are unique enough, even without knowing its origin, you can still sell it for a sky-high price. What counts as unique? Lin Shen didn't quite understand what Ouyang Yadu meant by unique. The power of nirvana has attributes that are ever-changing and varied, and it's not easy to say which one is considered special. However, in the understanding of most people, nirvana powers involving the realms of space, time, creation, and destruction are considered to be somewhat special. Ouyang Yadu explained to Lin Shen some knowledge about the nirvana level. After a successful nirvana, one would possess a nirvana attribute, which is what is commonly referred to as the power of nirvana. For example, there's a nirvana being in the Ouyang family whose nirvana attribute is the ice spirit fire. After acquiring this nirvana attribute, he could transform his strength into ice spirit fire. Whenever he uses his strength to fight, both his body and life base would be imbued with the attribute of ice spirit fire, and even when using spirit base and equipment, they could also be enhanced with ice spirit fire. The Ouyang family also has a nirvana being who possesses the nirvana attribute of heavenly thunder strike, which also allows him to enhance his power with thunder and lightning. It's said that some special powers of nirvana can grant abilities that speed up or slow down time, which are incredibly terrifying. So it essentially gives one's strength a certain attribute, similar to enchantment. Lin Shen seemed to understand. Indeed, it's quite similar, but a nirvana attribute can influence the evolution of your body. After reaching the nirvana level, you can choose to undergo nirvana multiple times. The more times you undergo nirvana, the stronger the nirvana attribute becomes. The stronger this influence, the more formidable it is. Some mad nirvana beings undergo nirvana over and over, with their bodies assimilated by their nirvana attributes. Those with the fire attribute transform into beings of fire, existing in flames and moving freely within stars. Nirvana beings with the metallic attribute have their bodies completely metallized, achieving almost immortal forms, explained Ouyang Yadu. Can such Nirvana beings still be considered human? Lin Shen asked with a strange expression. That's why Nirvana is different from the rebirth of Ascenders. Rebirth only changes the life base, while Nirvana changes the self. A common Nirvana being, after 2 or 3 Nirvanas, could still control their power of Nirvana to retain their fleshly body. But with more Nirvana occurrences, the body gradually evolves in a non-human direction, eventually becoming entirely non-human, even affecting the spirit. In mild cases, it can result in a drastic change in temperament, and in severe cases, the loss of humanity. The more frequent the Nirvana, the stronger the strength, but the body evolves in a less controllable, non-human direction. Fewer Nirvanas mean less strength compared to those who have undergone Nirvana numerous times. While control is easier with fewer Nirvanas, the strength is lacking. The choice between the two depends on the individual's judgment and decision, Ouyang Yadu chuckled and said. It's said that among the powerful cosmic races, there are many who have undergone Nirvana 7 or 8 times and still manage to keep their bodies and their true core unchanged. Most of them rely on their own cultivation methods and secret techniques. If the cultivation method is not up to par and there's no corresponding secret technique, one can only undergo Nirvana 3 or 4 times at most. Any more than that and one risks becoming non-human. Ouyang Yadu shared a smile. Why is the Nirvana level so perilous? It's not only dangerous to advance to the Nirvana level but even after ascension, it remains so difficult. Lin Shen sighed. We carbon-based beings practice with the objective of transcending humanity, and becoming non-human is actually the norm. To maintain human form is the real mistake yet, who among ordinary people would willingly give up their flesh and blood? Of course, it's also possible that most Nirvana beings simply wish to preserve their humanity. What's the point if one loses their humanity, no matter how strong they become? Said Ouyang Yadu. Chapter 373 Ancient Undersea City. Lin Shen looked around again but found nothing useful other than the Nirvana skeleton. The life base of the Nirvana being must have been destroyed or gone missing. For some reason, however, the artificially made whip seemed somewhat similar in attribute to that of the reincarnation ashes. Wei Wufu wanted to give the purple-red whip back to Lin Shen, who discovered it, but Lin Shen didn't take it. He had too much stuff in his pack already. Find your next read on m_vlenovelbin.net. The several spirit bases given by Tian Xuan, along with the Wolf Fang Club and the Archangel's Sword, made Lin Shen very cautious when flying, fearing that they might collide with one another. Fortunately, he had taken pre-measures, wrapping them in materials that wouldn't cause an explosion upon collision. As long as the external wrapping remained intact, there would be no problem. How about trying to dig open the coral turtle to see if there's a spirit base inside? Lin Shen suggested, examining the coral turtle underfoot. The plants resembling coral themselves wouldn't explode, but the turtle carapace underneath could, and digging it up would probably cause an explosion that might draw Flarela and others over. Digging from above will definitely lead to a big explosion, and with such a huge corpse, digging quickly could result in a violent blast, but going slowly could take years. We can only dig from underwater, where we can excavate quickly without risking explosion, proposed Ouyang Yadu. Then let's start digging from underwater. But, both Wei and I aren't great swimmers, so we'll have to trouble you to find a good spot to start, Lin Shen said helplessly. All right, hold on to this for me. Ouyang Yadu handed the Jade Bone Demon umbrella to Lin Shen, ready to dive, but Lin Shen stopped him. Take this, just in case you encounter something underwater, then you'll have a weapon to use, Lin Shen said, passing the Archangel's sword to Ouyang Yadu. Ouyang Yadu didn't refuse. Among the three of them, only Lin Shen had various spirit bases. Ouyang Yadu and Wei were quite poor. Clamping the Archangel's sword between his teeth, Ouyang Yadu plunged into the water. After a while, he was out of sight without a trace or a sound. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu watched from above, frustrated by their inability to communicate with Ouyang Yedu underwater and feeling helpless. Ouyang Yedu was a decent swimmer, unlike Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, who were really not up to par. They wouldn't drown if they went into the water, but trying to do any technical work underwater was beyond them. A while later, Ouyang Yedu, who had the Archangel's sword in his mouth, emerged from the depths. "How did it go?" Lin Shen promptly asked. "It's unlikely there's a spirit base left. There's a big hole rotted through the belly of the turtle, it's almost hollow inside," said Ouyang Yedu, shaking off the flame liquid from his body and removing the Archangel's sword from his mouth. "I'm disappointed that we didn't find any spirit base, yet it's odd," Lin Shen mused. Logically, if someone had already hollowed out the coral turtle previously, how could they have missed the purple-red whip and the skeleton? "My guess," Ouyang Yedu ventured, "is that the person who emptied the corpse of the coral turtle might be the same one who died on its back. That can't be likely, right? If he did hollow out the body of the coral turtle, then how did he end up dead on its back? And who killed him?" Lin Shen found Ouyang Yedu's speculation somewhat illogical. "That I don't know, but what I discovered down there was that the coral turtle's body was chained, and these chains stretched all the way down into the depths of the sea. I dived nearly a kilometer down and couldn't find the end of the chains, so I came back up," said Ouyang Yedu. "I suspect that the Nirvana being didn't die from a battle with the coral turtle at all, there might be something problematic down below. There's actually such a thing." Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were both very curious. Unfortunately, Wei Wufu's swimming skills were too weak. Though he could hold his breath, no matter how long he could do so, it was limited and not like Lin Shen, who could go without breathing indefinitely. In the end, they decided that Wei Wufu would wait above while Lin Shen and Ouyang Yedu dove down to see what it was that had ensnared the coral turtle. After diving in, Lin Shen found that the water was clearer than it appeared from above. The murkiness on the water's surface was most likely due to the reddish-brown soil from the fierce fire star, which, after falling into the sea of flames, was unable to settle and dissolved near the surface. Lin Shen took out the night glow flower and lit up the underwater scene. The colorful light immediately revealed that beneath the belly of the coral turtle, several massive chains pierced through its carapace, all heading towards the depths of the sea, with no bottom in sight. The light from the night glow flower had its limits, and with the hindrance of the flame liquid, it could only illuminate a distance of about 10 meters or so. Clinging to a chain, Lin Shen began to climb down, while Ouyang Yedu followed by his side, diving with the Archangel's sword clenched in his mouth. Although Lin Shen's swimming skills weren't great, his strength was sufficient. He rapidly alternated hands on the chain as he descended at a quick pace. The deeper he climbed down, the clearer Lin Shen noticed the flame liquid became, and the light from the night glow flower illuminated farther and farther. After descending 3,000 or 4,000 meters, the chain still hadn't reached an end. However, by then, the sea of flames had become so clear that it was almost invisible to the naked eye, and they could see a very long distance through the liquid. Under the illumination of the night glow flower, Lin Shen and Ouyang Yedu saw a shocking sight. Deeper in the sea, there was actually an ancient city. The chains locking the coral turtle stretched all the way into that city. The scale of the ancient city wasn't large, it was squarely shaped, with sides about 2,000 or 3,000 meters long. However, the city contained all sorts of pavilions and buildings, seemingly once a bustling metropolis. But the current ancient city was covered entirely with a grey substance, appearing dull and as though covered in volcanic ash or overgrown with deep grey moss. The ancient city lay at the bottom of the sea, but right beside it was an even deeper trench. To say the city was at the seabed wouldn't be quite accurate, rather it was on a cliff of the seabed, with an unknown depth below. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yedu exchanged glances. Ouyang Yedu nodded, took the Archangel's sword that was in his mouth into his hand, activated it, and sent it flying towards the ancient city nearly a kilometer below. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The Archangel's sword flew close to the ancient city, circling it several times overhead. Finding no anomalies, the two continued their journey towards the clifftop ancient city at the bottom of the sea. As they approached the city, the light from the night glow flower revealed the city with greater clarity. They could see that the chains from the body of the coral turtle were connected to 8 corners of the city. Atop the walls at each corner stood an ancient beast statue, and the other ends of the chains were tied around the necks of these statues. Chapter 374, Chapter 374 Nirvana Creatures. Lin Shen suddenly had a hunch that perhaps this ancient city was not originally located here, but the coral turtle had dragged it here. Because the coral turtle died here, the ancient city could no longer move in the sea and had to stop at this place. As Lin Shen was examining the chains and those ancient beast statues, Ouyang Yadu suddenly tugged at him. Lin Shen turned his head and saw Ouyang Yadu pointing with his finger at a spot inside the ancient city. Looking in the direction of his pointing, he saw that it was at the very center of the ancient city, where there was a square-like open space. In the middle of the open space stood an ancient tower that had 7 stories, presumably the tallest building in the entire city. At the top of the tower, there was an extremely odd statue. Generally speaking, the peak of such an ancient tower should be just a simple spire, at most adorned with some carvings. Even if there were any mythical beast statues, they should be along the edges of the tower. But at the tip of this ancient tower was a seated statue, resembling a human, sitting in the posture of the thinker. Lin Shen quickly realized what Ouyang Yadu wanted him to see. Earlier when the Archangel's sword was exploring, it passed by the side of this statue, triggering a disturbance in the flame liquid that lifted some of the seaweed-like things that were covering the statue's face. The two could clearly see the face of the statue, which was a silver-white metallic face, sharply contoured and strikingly beautiful. What was peculiar was that its eyes were closed, fitting the thinker's pose, yet on its forehead, there was another eye standing upright, and this eye was open. The pupil seemed to have been dyed, colored a red hue, giving it a strangely alluring aesthetic. Unable to communicate in the sea of flames, Lin Shen wanted to ask Ouyang Yadu if he knew anything about the origins of the ancient city and the statue, but he could not open his mouth to ask. The entire ancient city was covered with dark grey seaweed, obscuring its original appearance. The two swam around the ancient city but did not find anything useful. The entire city seemed like a ghost town, with no signs of people or any creatures inside, not even a corpse to be found. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt a throb in his heart. He looked around but discovered nothing. Net. He felt as if something was watching him, which made him quite uncomfortable. However, using the night glow flower to illuminate his surroundings, he saw no living thing, and for the time being, no creatures were spotted in the nearby sea. Ouyang Yadu gestured to Lin Shen, probably suggesting whether they should go inside the ancient city to take a look. Lin Shen quickly waved his hand, then pointed at himself and took out the angel revolver, from which he launched a mutant sea demon god general. The mutant sea demon god general, adept at underwater combat, held a trident and swam towards the ancient city with extreme grace, even more freely than outside. Upon entering the city, the mutant sea demon god general lifted his trident and scraped off a large chunk of the seaweed covering the nearby buildings, revealing the shiny silver metallic walls within. The mutant sea demon god general cleared away some of the nearby seaweed and found that it seemed all things inside the city were cast of the same silver-white metal. Moreover, the entire city seemed to be one seamless entity, with everything connected together. Even the walls were one continuous piece, not bricks piled upon each other. Lin Shen felt that this city did not seem to be constructed by human hands, it was more like a metal model directly cast in place. Lin Shen caught a glimpse of Ouyang Yadu turning to look at something out of the corner of his eye, but when Lin Shen followed his gaze, he didn't spot anything. Ouyang Yadu turned back and gestured to him for a while, seemingly indicating that he felt like something was watching him. Lin Shen quickly gestured back, trying to tell him that he had the same feeling. The two gestured at each other for quite a while, unable to understand each other's specific meaning, and decided to head back to the coral turtle first. But before they could move, they suddenly saw a blue light rising adjacent to the ancient city, like the morning sun. They turned their heads to see an incomparable behemoth rising from the sea trench below the cliff. Almost in an instant, they made up their minds and rushed into the ancient city, looking for a place to hide. Lin Shen cursed inwardly, who the hell spread the rumor that there are no Nirvana creatures on Fursy Fire Star? If I had known there were Nirvana creatures here, I wouldn't have come down. They saw that the behemoth was even larger than the ancient city itself, resembling a huge butterfly in the sea, emitting blue flames all over. Those flames were clearly imbued with the attribute of the power of Nirvana. Where the blue light touched, the flame liquid became extremely cold, yet it didn't freeze, which was very strange. The two entered the ancient city, and Lin Shen immediately recalled the sea demon god general. Looking around, he initially intended to find an alley or a corner to hide in, but then he saw a small building with its doors and windows half open nearby. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yadu exchanged glances, and both nodded. Ouyang Yadu swam in through the window, while Lin Shen pushed the door open and walked in. As Lin Shen entered, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his body, and to his surprise, found that he was standing on solid ground, no longer having the sensation of being in water. There was no flame liquid inside this house. Turning his head, he saw that all the flame liquid was blocked outside the door, as if repelled by some miraculous force. Ouyang, have you ever heard of this ancient city? Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yadu as he saw him putting down the window brace. Never heard of it. Fursy Fire Star shouldn't have any indigenous civilization, let alone an ancient city. For so many years, no man-made objects have been discovered. Ouyang Yadu said. Lin Shen also closed the door, whispering, that thing outside looks like a Nirvana creature, doesn't it? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. It seems so. It looks like rumors can't be trusted. There are Nirvana creatures on Fursy Fire Star after all, they just hadn't been discovered before, Ouyang Yadu said with a helpless shake of his head. The blue light outside grew stronger and stronger. Lin Shen peered through the crack of the door and saw the huge creature, resembling a blue light butterfly, had arrived above the ancient city and was circling around it. Boom! The blue light butterfly must have collided with a chain. The entire ancient city shook a few times, and Lin Shen and Ouyang Yadu quickly grabbed onto anything they could around them. Lin Shen prayed inwardly for that thing to leave quickly, but far from leaving, it kept circling the ancient city, occasionally bumping into the city and its chains, causing the entire city to keep shaking. Fortunately, the ancient city seemed extremely heavy and sturdy, and although the blue light butterfly was a Nirvana creature, it failed to damage the city. After a few hits, with the ancient city still undamaged, Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief and let go of the pillar he had been holding. Taking a step back to get a better look, he hadn't noticed before, but now he saw there were characters carved on the pillar. Chapter 375, 375. A cup of wine with thousands of stars in it. Lin Shen read the words written on the pillar. A pot of the universe intoxicates eternal life. Ouyang Yadu stood by another pillar and read the words written on it as well. Who is this person? Such immense aspiration, thousands of stars are but wine in his cup, and the universe to him is merely a pot of wine. This person's heart is truly boundless. Lin Shen snorted in disdain. Anyone can boast, and those particularly fond of writing often prefer to exaggerate. Although the couplet is not that impressive, the ambition behind it is indeed extraordinary, Ouyang Yadu said with a smile. This last part, intoxicates eternal life, I wonder if it means to get someone named Eternal Life drunk, or if it implies becoming intoxicated to achieve eternal life, never to awaken again. With such arrogance, it's highly probable that he included his own name. I'm inclined toward the former. Lin Shen glanced around. Apart from some furniture, there was nothing else in this place, and everything here was connected as part of the entire ancient city and could not be moved at will. Let's go up to the second floor, said Ouyang Yadu as he headed for the stairs. Lin Shen followed suit, and the blue light butterfly outside showed no sign of leaving, constantly crashing into the ancient city in chains, indicating they certainly had no way to leave now. Upon reaching the second floor, they found the situation was the same. All furniture and decorations were monolithic, only this place appeared to be for sleeping, with a very exquisite silver-white bed. Beneath the window opposite the bed, there was also a desk. Surprisingly, there were even writing brushes, ink sticks, paper, and an inkstone on the desk, which were all eerily part of the desk itself. Although fake, the silver-white paper indeed had a painting on it, a portrait of an ancient beauty. How come this beauty in the painting looks so much like our human ancient beauties? And the architectural style of this ancient city is clearly similar to our human ancient architecture. Although Lin Shen felt it was improbable, he still saw a resemblance. The beauty in the painting showed no traits beyond those of a human, and her clothes were very similar to those from a certain period of our ancient humans. Wide robes and large sleeves with gartered stockings. This isn't gartered stockings. What were they called in ancient times? Lin Shen couldn't remember the name for something similar to gartered stockings in ancient times. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Leggings. The ancients didn't have trousers, they wore long robes, and later these leggings appeared, to keep the legs warm and also to make going to the toilet convenient, Ouyang Yadu remarked, examining the beauty in the painting. Right, that's the name. Lin Shen knew it as well, but he didn't remember as clearly as Ouyang Yadu. This ancient city does have a lot of similarities with ancient human things, including the script and portraits here, but it's highly unlikely to be built by humans, Ouyang Yadu said. The history of human civilization isn't that long. Even at the peak of technological development, it would be difficult to create such a large, integrated city with such detail. Couldn't they just sculpt it out and then manually polish and refine it? Lin Shen asked. That's possible, but do you think there were such materials at that time? Materials that even nirvana creatures can't destroy. If in the past our mother planet had such materials, the study of materials would have soared, and the entire civilization would have taken off long ago, Ouyang Yadu explained. Makes sense. Lin Shen continued to look at the picture of the beauty. The beauty sat on something like a swing, and as the swing soared, the wind lifted her outer robe, revealing her leggings and a segment of a beautiful leg, looking very happy. The scene in the painting was a courtyard with some buildings, plants, and rockeries, and no other people were included. There wasn't much on the surface, only a red seal in the corner. Zhong Bueng. Are these the three characters? Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yadu beside him. The characters on the seal were obviously distorted, and Lin Shen thought they looked like these three characters, but he wasn't quite sure. Yes, these are the three characters. Judging by the style of the font on the seal, it bears a resemblance to the characters on the pillar. Likely they were written by the same person, Ouyang Yadu observed and commented on the characters on the seal. So it's that egomaniac. Not only does he like to brag, but he also draws lewd pictures, probably a blowhard LSP, Lin Shen said with a sneer. I don't know about LSP, but this person's level should be quite high, at least at the nirvana level, Ouyang Yadu said. How can you tell? Lin Shen didn't know how Ouyang Yadu had come to that conclusion. Ouyang Yadu pointed towards a wall, and when Lin Shen turned to look, he immediately noticed that the wall was densely covered with inscriptions. Thousand Men's Pointer. Created by Zhong Bueng in a drunken state. Despite being just a minor skill picked up casually, it is powerful enough to traverse the universe. Damn, this Zhong Bueng really is insufferably arrogant. And what's with this crappy name? Why name it Thousand Men's Pointer? Doesn't that just mean a criminal? Lin Shen couldn't help but complain after reading the introduction. Look at the content. Ouyang Yadu, however, seemed to pay more attention to the words on it. Lin Shen carefully read the content and found it quite interesting, not only interesting but also somewhat familiar. Isn't this the finger skill from the video Red Heart Ascent? I heard Yaya say that this move is supposed to be called Demon Heart Finger, so how did it become Thousand Men's Pointer? Lin Shen wondered, then read on. Soon, Lin Shen found that the skill recorded on the wall was indeed a finger skill and very similar to Demon Heart Finger. But rather than calling it Demon Heart Finger, it was more accurate to say that Demon Heart Finger was merely the introductory move to this finger skill. Thousand Men's Pointer contained elements that Demon Heart Finger did not, and Demon Heart Finger was just a segment of a video without anything else. Here, there was a complete set of finger technique instructions and annotations, the content far richer than what could be conveyed in the video. Only at the end did Lin Shen realize that Thousand Men's Pointer, generally speaking, probably required someone of Nirvana level to truly unleash its power. Experience more tales on mvlenovelbin.net. Without Nirvana attributes, it was difficult to project one's strength outward, and Thousand Men's Pointer would lack most of its potency. Thus, it was somewhat comparable to Demon Heart Finger. However, Demon Heart Finger had undergone some modifications to become more complex. This complexity wasn't because it was improved but because the original version had certain high demands. Unable to meet those demands, modifications had to be made to achieve the same goal through more complex methods. So that's how it is. Lin Shen finally understood and then memorized the contents attentively. Even though Zhong Bueng was an egomaniac, the skill Thousand Men's Pointer was genuinely useful. Moreover, the Demon Heart Finger that Lin Shen had used previously lacked the instructions, and today he had finally completed the set. Could it be that this ancient city was built by that great demon king Yaya mentioned? Many thoughts flashed through Lin Shen's mind. Chapter 376, Chapter 376 Chew the Butterfly Dry. Lin Shen, at the Thousand Men's Pointer on the memory wall, found that the blue light butterfly outside showed no signs of leaving but continued to crash against the ancient city. Soon, Lin Shen and Ouyang Yedu realized something was amiss. When the blue light butterfly discovered it couldn't destroy the ancient city, it started to ram the city toward the seafloor trench by the cliffside, intending to knock it into the trench. The two looked at each other, at a loss for a good solution at the moment. Nirvana creatures and ascenders were not on the same level. The idea of the two of them killing a Nirvana creature was nearly impossible. In the past, Flarela had been honored as the first ascender of the Diman tribe, but even she could only flee when faced with a Nirvana being's pursuit, lacking the strength to contend with it. In the end, it was only through the explosion of a planet that she was able to rid herself of the Nirvana being that chased her. At that time, Flarela had reached the 10th turn of ascension, while Lin Shen and Ouyang Yedu were only at the 2nd turn. They were no match for Flarela, let alone capable of defeating a Nirvana creature. If all else fails, when the ancient city starts to slide, we'll make a dash for it. As long as we break away into the deep sea, I reckon the Nirvana creature won't pursue us, Lin Shen said. Ouyang Yedu nodded. He thought Lin Shen's reasoning was sound. If these Nirvana creatures would leave the deep sea at will, they would have been discovered by now. No one had ever found Nirvana creatures in the Sea of Flames, likely because they had never left the deep sea. Primarily, they also lacked any alternatives. If they followed the ancient city as it slid deeper into the seabed, who knew what was below? The unknown depths of the sea were truly terrifying. If there were more Nirvana creatures below, it would be much harder for Lin Shen and his companion to escape. While the two were planning their escape, a sudden change occurred outside. They heard a loud boom, followed by a high-pitched, ear-piercing screech that caused them both intense pain, as if their eardrums were about to burst and their brains buzzed, as if someone were stirring their brains with an object. Lin Shen quickly covered his ears, which made him feel slightly better, his head not as uncomfortable. Ouyang Yedu did the same, desperately covering his ears. They approached the crack in the door to look outside, and what they saw took them by surprise. The thinker statue at the top of the ancient tower shot out beams of light like red lightning from its vertical eye. The lights hit the blue light butterfly, forming a net of red lightning that bound it, causing the butterfly to let out a painful screech. The blue light butterfly's blue light flared, trying to break the net of red lightning, but no matter how it struggled, it couldn't get free. Instead, it seemed to be pulled by the red lightning beam, slowly dragged toward the ancient city, toward the thinker sitting on the spire of the tower. That statue actually possesses such terrifying strength. Lin Shen was shocked. If the statue had attacked them earlier, he and Yang Yeto couldn't have withstood such dreadful strength. Luckily, they hadn't been as reckless as the blue light butterfly and hadn't dared to damage the ancient city. The blue light butterfly desperately emitted blue light and even spat out a blue glowing life base from its mouth. The life base, shaped like a vast anchor, carried a light flame blue glow and repeatedly struck the red lightning net. Not only did it fail to shatter the net, but it also got caught by the red lightning, gradually becoming immobilized. Lin Shen and Yang Yeto watched as the blue light butterfly and its life base were pulled toward the ancient city. The blue light butterfly had already touched the chains connecting the ancient city and the coral turtle, attempting to grab the chains to prevent itself from being further drawn in. Regrettably, the red lightning beams spraying from the thinker statue's third eye on its forehead were simply too powerful. The blue light butterfly swung on the chains twice and then its whole body was sucked in directly. Lin Shen and Yang Yeto witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lifetimes. The blue light butterfly, which had a body larger than the ancient city, shrank rapidly under the pull of the red lightning beams. By the time it was brought before the thinker statue, it had shrunk to roughly the size of a normal butterfly, or even slightly smaller. The next second, the thinker actually raised its head, opened its closed eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red irises. Its mouth opened, almost splitting to the ears, and it swallowed the shrunken blue light butterfly along with its life base in one bite before starting to chew. Lin Shen could even hear the crunching sounds of the chewing, which turned their complexions into a rather splendid array of colors. Enjoy exclusive content from mvln/o/vel/b/in.c//om. A terrifying nirvana creature was chewed up just like that. It was a sight hard to forget for anyone who witnessed it. In just a few bites, the thinker swallowed the blue light butterfly whole, and then its gaze, whether intentional or not, glanced at the small tower where Lin Shen and the others were. Lin Shen and Yang Yeto immediately felt as if they had thorns in their backs, and only then did they realize where that feeling of being watched had come from before. They had thought it was the blue light butterfly eyeing them just moments ago, but now they understood it wasn't the butterfly at all, it was the thinker statue. The thinker only glanced once before closing its eyes again, bowing its head to return to its original thinker pose. If not for the seaweed having been shaken off its body, revealing a silver shimmering figure, one might have thought nothing had happened at all. "I think we'd better leave this place right away," Lin Shen said as he slowly opened the door, his eyes fixed on the thinker statue at the top of the tower. "I feel the same way," Yang Yeto followed by Lin Shen's side, the two of them slowly walking out. Once outside, they began to swim upwards, trying to leave the ancient city. But just as they started swimming, suddenly a red beam flew towards them, enveloping them like a net of lightning. The two of them were greatly startled and dove quickly, falling within the ancient city and rushing back into the tower for refuge. After they rushed back into the tower and looked back, they found the red lightning net outside had disappeared without a trace and hadn't fallen. Even more sinister was that when they looked at the thinker statue, they saw it still had its eyes closed, except for the vertical eye on its forehead which was open. But there was a clear difference in the corners of its mouth from before, as if slightly turned up with a hint of a sinister and frightening smirk. "That statue, is it dead or alive?" Lin Shen's expression was complex, and he found it hard to tell at the moment. "Whether it's dead or alive, it seems it doesn't want us to leave the ancient city and doesn't intend to kill us just yet," Yang Yeto said thoughtfully. "Could it be that it's been alone at the bottom of the sea for too long, too lonely, and wants us to stay to keep it company?" Lin Shen, of course, knew the statue didn't mean to kill them, otherwise, they would have ended up just like the blue light butterfly. Chapter 377, Chapter 377 How to confirm you're alive? Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Lin Shen couldn't think of a way to escape the ancient undersea city and could only look to Ouyang Yedu for help. Ouyang Yedu shook his head honestly, then comforted Lin Shen, "Since we're here, let's be at ease. The thinker must have his reasons for keeping us here. We might as well go and ask him." "Can we really do that?" Lin Shen was doubtful. "Do you have a better idea?" Ouyang Yedu countered. "Then let's go ask him," Lin Shen said, turning to open the door. The thinker atop the tower must have seen them by now, and if he wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have waited until now. Ouyang Yedu's sincere approach was not without reason. "We mean no offense, and entering the ancient city was an unintentional mistake. If there's anything you need us to do, we will dedicate ourselves to the task," Lin Shen called out to the thinker statue from inside the door. It wasn't that he was afraid to step outside, but rather that outside the door was flame liquid, which would prevent him from being heard. After the shout, Lin Shen eagerly looked at the thinker statue at the top of the tower. He waited a long time, but the thinker statue did not respond at all. Could it be that he can't hear us shouting from inside this room? Lin Shen looked at Ouyang Yedu and said. "I think you should be a bit more sincere," Ouyang Yedu suggested. "Where was I not sincere? I was very sincere, all right. Why don't you try, let's see how sincere you can be," Lin Shen said as he stepped away from the door. Ouyang Yedu walked to the doorway and shouted to the outside, "We wish to leave this place. May I ask how we might live and depart from here?" Lin Shen didn't feel that Ouyang Yedu was any more sincere than he had been, but after Ouyang Yedu had spoken, the thinker statue at the top of the tower suddenly opened its eyes again, looking towards the small building they were in. "Wanting to live and leave here is simple. I have a puzzle that I have been unable to solve. If you can answer this puzzle, you may leave alive," the statue surprisingly spoke. "Ouyang, you're pretty good." Lin Shen gave Ouyang Yedu a thumbs up, overjoyed. Yet he still couldn't understand where he had lacked sincerity. "Can you tell us what the puzzle is?" Ouyang Yedu continued to call out. "Can you tell me if I am alive or dead?" the statue slowly asked. Both Lin Shen and Ouyang Yedu were startled upon hearing this question. What kind of puzzle was this? "Of course you're alive, otherwise how could you communicate with me?" Ouyang Yedu said. "If I am merely a pre-programmed artificial intelligence with a vast database, I could naturally communicate with you and even know many things you don't. But that doesn't mean I am alive. Perhaps I am just a cold, intelligent machine operating according to a program. This doesn't differentiate whether I am truly alive or dead," the statue said. "Do you have emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness?" Ouyang Yedu asked again. "Yes," the statue gave an affirmative answer. "To have emotions is to be alive. Artificial intelligence does not have emotions," Ouyang Yedu said. "Emotion itself is just a reaction mechanism." "How do you know that your emotions are not a preset reaction mechanism?" the statue continued. "When you encounter something joyful, you feel happy and laugh. When you encounter something sad, you feel distressed. These are easily programmed mechanisms. How can you be sure that the emotions you feel aren't being manipulated by such mechanisms?" Ouyang Yedu was temporarily at a loss for words. The statue's argument seemed to make sense. How could he know for sure that his emotional responses were truly his own and not controlled by mechanisms? When your body receives external signals like tension, fear, excitement, it secretes adrenaline. This mechanism causes your heart to beat faster, your breathing to quicken, your blood flow to increase, and your pupils to dilate. All these reactions are part of your body's response mechanism. How is that any different from a machine? When you eat delicious food, you feel joy. When you achieve something, you feel a sense of accomplishment. When your love is reciprocated, you feel happiness. But after doing these things, it's dopamine affecting your body, providing you with these pleasant sensations as a reward from the reaction mechanism. So all your emotions are just reaction mechanisms. What makes you think you are a living organism rather than a machine with an intelligent program? The words of the thinker statue plunged Du Yang Yadu into deep thought. After pondering for a while, he finally shook his head helplessly. I indeed have no way to prove that I'm a living organism, but I feel that I am alive. Feelings cannot be taken as an answer, the statue said calmly. He sits at the top of the tower all day. Is he pondering these questions? Where are the answers to such questions? Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for us? Lin Shen thought to himself with a sense of frustration. He also couldn't figure out how to determine whether the thinker was truly a living organism or not. To most people, being alive means the physical body is alive. But if you think about it carefully, the flesh and blood of humans could also be a very sophisticated biomechanism. It's just made up differently from ordinary machines. That doesn't prove humans aren't intelligent machines. The two of them pondered in the room for a long time. The more they thought about it, the more unsolvable the problem seemed. They simply couldn't figure out how to prove that they were different from intelligent machines. Can touch prove that you're alive? According to the theory of the thinker, that's also just a feedback mechanism. Can memories of a past life prove that you're alive? Of course not. Memories could be implanted. Even if the memories aren't implanted, having past memories doesn't prove you're not an intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence can remember more things. Does that prove it's not an intelligent machine? Obviously not. A living organism can reproduce, can continue its bloodline, Lin Shen said after some thought. If intelligent machines develop to a certain extent, they just need to include a manufacturing system inside or something like a gene cloning system. They too can achieve what you call reproduction and inheritance of the bloodline. This isn't very difficult. With sufficiently advanced technology, it could be done, the thinker continued. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. You're just inserting your genetic information into a machine that manufactures bodies. How can you be certain that what you call reproduction isn't just the process of creating new intelligent machines? Lin Shen found himself speechless in the face of such questioning. Who could prove such a thing? Life makes mistakes, while intelligent machines can only operate according to their programming and do not make mistakes. Wu Yang Yadu mused for a long time before speaking again. Is there a possibility that if you are intelligent machines, the intelligent program running inside your body is one full of bugs left by a scoundrel? It might contain a lot of seemingly useless junk code that barely keeps the program running but frequently causes errors. With good luck, it runs continuously, with bad luck, it fails. Errors that don't affect the continued use of the program can sometimes self-correct, akin to making amends after a mistake, or getting better after an illness. Those irreparable errors manifest as your bad habits or terminal illnesses. Continue reading at MVL. If an error that affects the operation of the program occurs, rendering the program completely non-functional, then this signifies end of life, what you understand as death. Lin Shen and Yu Yang listened, dumbfounded, feeling increasingly like they really were intelligent machines. Chapter 378. Can you lower my rank for me? Right, you're absolutely freaking right. I knew there was a reason why I kept making such inexplicable mistakes. Lin Shen suddenly slapped his thigh excitedly. My memory sucks. It must be because, when I was made, they skimped on the memory and the hard drive. Just store a few things and it's full. If I want to keep saving new stuff, I have to overwrite the old memories. I can't get rid of my love for fun. I've got procrastination issues, gluttony, laziness, and no desire to work hard. All these are because that damned programmer wrote a trashy program for me. Not enough talent, slow reactions, and the habit of daydreaming. I can never learn all sorts of martial arts and evolution skills. It's obvious my hardware isn't up to snuff. What kind of junk did they equip me with? The more Lin Shen talked, the more he felt he wasn't to blame. It was the creator who assembled him that was no good, and the programmer was a hack that ended up making him this way. Thinker, bro, I think I'm like a smart machine. Any chance you can give me a hardware upgrade? I'm talking top-of-the-line stuff, where I can instantly run all the big programs like advanced martial arts and such like a quick boot. And beef up my memory and hard drive so I can load up more programs. Maybe throw in a nice skin or shell too. I'm not asking for much. Just slightly handsomer than this guy next to me is fine. As Lin Shen rambled on, more and more excited, the thinker gazed at him in a daze. He seemed to have never encountered anyone who discussed this matter from such an angle before. I have only pondered about this issue. I do not have the capability to make smart machines, nor can I upgrade your parts. The thinker looked Lin Shen up and down, saying, moreover, if you really were a smart machine, you'd be the kind that's no longer worth upgrading and should be outright scrapped. Please forgive my helplessness. I think I can still be salvaged. Could you at least help me optimize my program? Lin Shen looked at the thinker with a hopeful face. I can't. The thinker slowly closed his eyes. You may leave. If you encounter anyone who can answer my question, then return to the Realm King's prison city and tell me the answer. The Realm King's prison city? Does that mean this place is where the Realm King is imprisoned? Which Realm King is imprisoned here? Ouyang Yadu asked in astonishment. I don't know, the thinker said as a beam of blood-red light shot out from the only open crimson vertical pupil in his eye. The blood-red beam turned into lightning and struck the building they were in. Both men felt as if they had been electrocuted, their bodies and brains felt numb. Lin Shen couldn't move his body, but his mind was exceptionally clear. The thinker's eerie voice appeared in his mind, find the answer, and you can use the teleporter to come to the Realm King's prison city. I've entered the coordinates into your Realm King teleporter. Due to the rules, I cannot help upgrade or optimize you, but if you return with the answer, there will be benefits for you. As soon as the voice ended, Lin Shen felt his body suddenly enveloped by a vast amount of liquid. Before he could react, he had gulped down a few mouthfuls. He hurriedly held his breath and steadied himself, then took out the night glow flower to light up the surroundings, and opened his eyes to look around. He found himself outside of the ancient city, with Ouyang Yadu not far away, swimming towards him. The ancient city suddenly started to tremble, slowly sliding towards the seabed trench at the edge of the cliff, and quickly falling down. Suddenly, Lin Shen spotted a figure, clutching a chain and climbing down. The ancient city gradually sank into the depths of the trench, and the figure holding onto the chain plummeted with it. Holy crap! Way! Because he was a bit far away, Lin Shen couldn't make out the person's face, but by the figure and the color of the carapace, he recognized immediately that it was Wei Wufu. Apparently, the vibration caused by the blue light butterfly crashing into the ancient city had made Wei believe they were in trouble down below, so he descended along the chain.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Without a moment to spare, Lin Shen rushed towards the trench, but his swimming skills were subpar. Before he could get there, Ouyang Yadu had already zoomed over like a dragon, grabbing Wei Wufu's arm and swimming to the side with him. Ouyang Yadu swam away into the distance, still making hand signals to Lin Shen, indicating that he should quickly distance himself from the sea trench. Lin Shen immediately realized what was happening and desperately ran in the direction away from the trench, frantically scrabbling with his hands. Soon, a massive figure plummeted down. It was the body of the coral turtle, dragged down into the trench by the ancient city. The ancient city was sliding slowly at first, creating whirlpools and undercurrents that weren't too severe, but as it picked up speed in its descent, the coral turtle was pulled down rapidly, resulting in terrifying undercurrents and whirlpools that nearly swept all three of them away. Lin Shen drove the wolf fang club into the rocks, fiercely clinging to them to prevent himself from being sucked into the trench. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yadu were in similar straits, with Wei using the purple-red whip and Ouyang Yadu employing the Archangel's sword to anchor themselves. Their bodies waved like seaweed in the violent undercurrents, and their weapons carved long, deep scratches on the rocks. By the time the currents weakened enough for the three to contend with them using their own strength, they were almost at the edge of the cliff. The dark, lightless sea trench was like a monster that devoured everything, lurking at the bottom of the sea of flames, seemingly ready to choose its next victim at any moment. The ancient city and coral turtle were already submerged deep in the sea, not even a shadow in sight. The three of them fought against the undercurrents, desperately making their way up to the surface. Fortunately, the buoyancy of the sea of flames was substantial enough that, once they broke free from the undercurrents, they quickly surfaced. "We finally made it out alive," Lin Shen said as he soared into the sky, gasping for air. Although he didn't need to breathe, he did so instinctively, as if only by doing so could he alleviate his psychological pressure. "Lin Shen, is that really what you were thinking?" Ouyang Yadu hovered not far from Lin Shen and asked with a complex expression. "What?" Lin Shen didn't catch on at first, but after a moment, he replied with a grimace, "How could that be possible? I was just putting on a show for him." When that guy asked a question like that, it was clear he had no intention of letting us leave the ancient city alive. I just wanted to disrupt his logic. If we had continued according to his line of thought, how could we possibly outtalk him? That guy has contemplated that question in the ancient city for who knows how many years, even a deity wouldn't win a debate against him. "That's a relief," Ouyang Yadu smiled. "I should have known earlier. How could someone like you be so easily swayed by others? It's not that you couldn't think of it, but that concern leads to chaos." Lin Shen shook his head. "I wasn't entirely acting, though. His words truly touched me, and some of what I said came from the heart, 3 parts false, 7 parts true, otherwise it would have been easy to see through." "Which parts came from the heart?" Ouyang Yadu asked. "Definitely not the part about wanting to change my skin." Lin Shen was about to continue but suddenly saw 3 figures quickly approaching from the distant sky. Flarela. The faces of all 3 changed in unison. Now, it seemed too late to escape. Chapter 379 Exploding with One Punch. The sea of flames was too calm, the ocean surface hardly showing any waves. The coral turtle was forcibly dragged into the seabed, triggering strong water disturbances, which allowed Flarela to notice something amiss and come searching in this direction. What she found were Lin Shen and his 2 companions who had just rushed out from the depths. As Flarela's beautiful eyes shifted, sizing up the 3 of them, she failed to find the life base of the Crimson Flame explosive dragon, feeling slightly disappointed. Lin Shen checked the time and realized there was still just over an hour until the method his elder brother mentioned would take effect. "Let's not fight right away, I'll talk to them first. If they want to start a fight, I'll hold Flarela back while you 2 deal with the others, then we can join forces to handle her," Lin Shen said. Though he felt sure he couldn't defeat Flarela, he believed he could detain her for some time without issue. Ouyang Yadu and Wei Wufa both nodded silently. They were aware of Lin Shen's stamina and capabilities. For a battle of attrition, he was the best choice. Flarela, seeing that Lin Shen and his companions did not flee, approached them with a smile and said, "It seems your luck isn't very good, to be found by me so quickly. Haven't you ever wondered why you were able to find us?" Lin Shen asked, unfazed.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. "By what you're saying, did you intentionally let me find you?" Flarela looked at Lin Shen with interest, not seeming to be in any immediate rush to start a fight. "Do you know what's in this sea?" Lin Shen continued on his own. "Isn't it the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon?" Flarela initially thought the disturbance in the Sea of Flames was caused by Lin Shen and his companions fighting with the dragon. "No," Lin Shen's response somewhat surprised Flarela. "If you're not going after the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, then I'm interested to know why you're causing such a commotion here. Could it be some scheme against me?" Flarela asked. "There's something more valuable than the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon down here. If you're interested, we could work together." Lin Shen thought to himself, if Flarela really is interested in what's below, taking her to the ancient city might just work. The devices on her might activate before we even find it. "Lord Flarela, This kid's eyes are shifty, he's clearly up to no good. Why waste words with him? Just kill them, the dim-man person, robust as a tank, said to Flarela as he volunteered. To kill a few humans isn't worth your personal effort, I alone am more than enough. Very well, I leave it to you, Flarela said indifferently. Wei, go test their strength and buy me some time. The longer you can delay them, the better, Lin Shen quietly told Wei Wufu. Lin Shen wasn't angered by the dim-man tribe's arrogance at all. Weren't they just giving him the time he needed? With Flarela's permission, the tank-like strong dim-man male flew out, directly using carapace to summon his life base. His life base was surprisingly a metallic giant bear. The dim-man male proudly said to Lin Shen and his companions, "Remember my name, Jurji of the dim-man tribe. Next life, if you come across a man with this name, you'd be wise to deter. As for now, come at me together." Jurji's arrogance wasn't due to stupidity but because he had already received news that the three humans representing the celestial race were merely second or third turn ascenders from a minor species like humans. In his view, this was a victory for the dim-man tribe's espionage and intelligence warfare, a mission they were bound to win right from the start. For him, an eighth-turn dim-man person, dealing with 3 second or third-turn humans was nothing challenging. Even so, Jurji chose to use carapace guard right from the start, which showed that he wasn't truly as reckless as he appeared. Wei Wufu had also flown out, his carapace already covering his whole body, and he had summoned his white robe, directly putting it on. Wei Wufu was always steady, and considering that this battle was related to the life and death of the three of them, he didn't dare to be careless in the least. Moreover, he needed to buy time for Lin Shen, so he had to go all out. "State your name." "I, Jurji, do not kill nameless individuals," Jurji said with a sneer upon seeing that Lin Shen's group had sent out only one person to face the battle. "Wei Wufu." Wei Wufu didn't use a fake name, he said the Wei family didn't need to hide behind lies. "All right, you can die now." Jurji just wanted to show off in front of Flarela, he had no interest in knowing what Wei Wufu was called, and he certainly wouldn't remember his name. In his view, Wei Wufu was already a dead man. Jurji directly commanded his berserk giant bear life base to attack Wei Wufu. The metallic giant bear, over 3 meters tall, leapt into the air and swooped down, swiping a paw at Wei Wufu's head. Wei Wufu's gaze was solemn as he directly activated 2 innate skills, Phoenix Mystique and Purple Chi Armor. The carapace covering his body grew as if alive, becoming thicker and heavier, with a faint purple aura rising within it. Instead of retreating, Wei Wufu advanced, meeting the metallic giant bear head-on with his violently thundering fists. Courting death, Jurji scoffed, letting the berserk giant bear activate its innate skill, Bear's Fury, enhancing its strength and hardness, intending to slap Wei Wufu to death directly. A human of second or third turn actually thought to fight head-on against his 8th turn berserk giant bear. What was this if not seeking death? However, when the berserk giant bear's paw collided with Wei Wufu's fist, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Wei Wufu's fist, enveloped in heavy carapace, forcefully deflected the bear's paw, striking it hard on the head. The 8th turn berserk giant bear's head burst open from Wei Wufu's fist, exploding like a watermelon. The fragments from the explosion caused a terrifying blast over the sea of flames, and the energy from the explosion sent Wei Wufu flying, while the body of the berserk giant bear was also torn apart, triggering a series of horrific explosions. By the time the explosions ended, the life base of the berserk giant bear had completely vanished. Puh! With his life base severely damaged, Jurji spat out blood on the spot, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Could the information have been wrong? Maybe the humans participating aren't just at the second or third turn, but actual high-turn powerhouses. Wei Wufu himself had not expected that his fist would burst what looked to be such a formidable life base. He didn't even consider the double-boosted attribute of Phoenix Mystique, the carapace-strengthening Purple Chi Armor, the weakening ability of his white robe, and the power of his own burst fist skill. How could an ascender, no matter how many times reborn, withstand the combined force of these terrifying abilities? This is bad. Wei Wufu thought of Lin Shen's instructions to stall for time, but with one punch he had exploded the opponent's life base. What time was there to stall now? Celestials are indeed despicable, resorting to such shameless tactics. But no matter how cunning the Celestials are, it's all in vain in the face of absolute strength. Georgie, you step back, another demand person, Ted, flew out, telling Georgie, whose life base had been destroyed, to step back as he coldly stared at Wei Wufu. Chapter 380 Insisting on feeding. Ouyang, please, help me buy some time, Lin Shen implored as Wei Wufu managed to burst the opponent's life base with a single punch. How could they possibly delay further? Lin Shen had no choice but to seek help from Ouyang Yadu. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Lin Shen knew it wasn't Wei Wufu's fault, but that they had all overestimated the ascender sent by the Diman tribe. Now that he thought about it, it was definitely because Flairla had entered the battlefield, so the other two Diman members might just have been sent haphazardly to fill the numbers. One Flairla was enough to solve the problem, there was no need to risk top ascension level fighters in the Sea of Flames. Moreover, with Georgie acting so wildly, they mistook him to be strong, but as it turned out, he was all style and no substance. Wei, take a break. I'll take over from here, Ouyang Yadu said as he flew to Wei Wufu's side. Wei Wufu nodded without saying a word and stepped back, whispering to Lin Shen, my bad. Taking one down directly isn't so bad. Lin Shen couldn't blame Wei Wufu if he had been in his place, he likely would have met the same end. The only one to blame was Georgie for being an incompetent fool who pretended to be something he wasn't. Had he not been posturing, his life base wouldn't have been burst by Wei Wufu's fist. Ouyang, hang in there, Lin Shen called out, a reminder for Ouyang Yadu to keep an eye on delaying time. Ouyang Yadu naturally understood Lin Shen's intention and turned back to give Lin Shen a reassuring look. Ted looked coldly at Ouyang Yadu and said, it makes no difference if you offer yourself up for slaughter first. You're the Ouyang Yadu from the Ouyang family who originally developed Fursi Fire Star, aren't you? The Diman tribe's intelligence work was extremely thorough, they knew everything about Ouyang Yadu's background. Indeed, Ouyang Yadu replied, propping up the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, already set on defending rather than attacking to fully gauge this Ted's strength while buying time for Lin Shen. What a pity, there will no longer be any humans with the surname Ouyang on Fursi Fire Star, Ted said as he directly summoned his life base. A golden light transformed into a swift luminescence rushing towards Ouyang Yadu at an unbelievable speed. The Jade Bone Demon umbrella in Ouyang Yadu's hands flew out, its canopy blocking the golden light. Upon collision with the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, the golden light did not cause an explosion but instead expanded instantly, enveloping the umbrella within it. Only then did Lin Shen and the others clearly see that Ted's life base was something golden and slime-like. The creature's body displayed enormous elasticity as it engulfed the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, then began to contract, putting pressure on the umbrella. Seeing that the Jade Bone Demon umbrella was captured by his life base, Ted arrogantly sneered, human, watch closely and see what a true powerful life base is. Ninth turn Hell Glutton, capable of devouring and digesting anything, your life base is finished. Ouyang Yadu's expression changed slightly, the strength of the ninth turn Hell Glutton was clearly much greater than his second turn Jade Bone Demon umbrella. The body of the ninth turn Hell Glutton kept tightening, secreting a corrosive golden liquid that started covering the Jade Bone Demon umbrella. The opened Jade Bone Demon umbrella, under the compression of the ninth turn Hell Glutton, was soon pressed closed. Do you want to continue, or shall we switch to the next one? Ted's haughty gaze shifted towards Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, intending to devour Wei Wufu as well. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu wore somewhat strange expressions. Ted's ninth turn Hell Glutton was indeed strong, but once Ouyang Yadu's Jade Bone Demon umbrella was closed, that was also rather terrifying. They both fixated on the enveloped Jade Bone Demon umbrella, worrying that if it couldn't withstand the attack, they couldn't just stand by and watch it be destroyed. Soon, they realized their concerns were unnecessary. Ouyang Yadu also had a strange look on his face, and even seemed worried, but his worry was not about the Jade Bone Demon umbrella being in trouble, it was about not being able to help Lin Shen buy time. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Ted to realize something was amiss. The Hell Glutton, which was enveloping the Jade Bone Demon umbrella as if to devour it, was rapidly losing its golden light. How can this be? Ted's face changed as he realized there was a problem. Trying to recall the Hell Glutton, he found it no longer obeyed his commands. Moreover, the golden glow on the body of the Hell Glutton was quickly extinguishing, and he could feel that the fluctuations and spiritual power within the glutton were rapidly fading, almost severing the connection between them. Ted was horrified and quickly took out the pet gun, aiming it at the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, but the Jade Bone Demon umbrella was enveloped by his Hell Glutton, and his shot could only hit the glutton. Sly Celestials, they must have already known I would join the battle and deliberately chose someone whose life base could counter mine. But what exactly is that life base? How could it make me lose control over my Hell Glutton life base? Ted was both shocked and furious, but could only watch helplessly as the golden light on his life base quickly faded. Just in a moment's time, the golden light on the Hell Glutton had completely disappeared, making it look like a grey stone. Crack! Crack! Crash! n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The Hell Glutton, now like grey stone, developed countless cracks and then shattered into numerous small fragments that fell like little comets into the sea of flames. Ted and Georgie met the same fate, spitting blood from their mouths and instantly becoming listless. Lord Flarela, I've been outplayed by them. The Celestials certainly planned this, their human's life base perfectly counters mine. Our intelligence was flawed. Ted, shocked and angry, quickly relayed to Flarela. Though Ted was shocked and furious, he still hadn't realized the danger, because Flarela was there, the once greatest ascender of the Diman tribe. Flarela was an existence so powerful that she could fight back and kill several Nirvana beings even when they were hunting her down. In his view, as long as Flarela made a move, these three humans were as good as dead, unless they were beings like Desi. Within Ascension level, no one was a match for Flarela. After the Hell Glutton exploded, the closed Jade Bone Demon umbrella was revealed, now translucent and emitting a sinister blood light as if blood were about to drip from it. Having absorbed the spirit of the 9th turn Hell Glutton, the turns of rebirth for the Jade Bone Demon umbrella skyrocketed, reaching the peak of the 5th turn and just shy of entering the 6th turn. Ouyang Yadu stretched out his hand, the Jade Bone Demon umbrella returned to his grasp, and he immediately opened it, the blood color also vanishing with it. He looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression, he hadn't meant for this to happen. He genuinely wanted to buy time for Lin Shen, but there was just no opportunity. Lin Shen was somewhat speechless. How suicidal were those from the Diman tribe, to forcibly press against the Jade Bone Demon umbrella, causing it to close. Wasn't this equivalent to force-feeding it? Chapter 381 The Strong and the Weak. Continue your saga on MVL. I never thought that within the seemingly insignificant human race, there would be so many top geniuses. It makes me somewhat curious to visit the humans' home planet to see what kind of place it is, capable of nurturing so many exceptional talents. Flarela gestured for Ted to step back and appraised the three of them. Her gaze fell on Wei Wufu, and she said indifferently, the Phoenix Purple Chi-Ju of the Phoenix clan was originally created for the mixed blood Purple Phoenix branch of the clan. It wasn't designed for humans. Yet you, a member of the human race, managed to master the Phoenix Purple Chi-Ju, and to such an extent. Even among the Purple Phoenix, there are probably very few of the same level who could be stronger than you. Quite impressive indeed. After she finished speaking, her attention turned to Ouyang Yadu, and she continued, your evolution skill is somewhat peculiar, I've never seen it before. However, your life base possesses the ability to absorb spirits, a talent that has become extremely rare in the universe. There have been other races with similar abilities in history, each of whom could cause a catastrophe. Most of them were exterminated by the combined forces of different races before they could grow strong, and this ability might not be a blessing for you, it could well be a death sentence. The two of you are indeed very strong. Had you not met me today, you might have had a chance to win. Unfortunately, you encountered me, Flarela. Flarela's gaze swept toward Lin Shen and she commented nonchalantly, I have killed more than 1/10 turn purple phoenix. Spirit absorption techniques, although against the heavens, are useless against me. Now, I am quite curious, what makes you special? Since the celestial race had planned this in advance, you must have some unique tricks up your sleeve, right? Lin Shen glanced at the time discreetly. Wei Wufu and Yu Yang Yadu had only managed to buy him less than 10 minutes. There was still over an hour before his brother's technique would take effect. Lin Shen sighed internally, how could such a great situation suddenly turn out like this? It looks like I can only rely on myself. I'm just making up the numbers, I don't possess their level of strength. If I have to name an advantage, it would be endurance. I can last longer in battle. Does that count as a special ability? Lin Shen said, and immediately activated the super base form. The black carapace on his body quickly turned into a crystal-like silver, and the super base pattern along with the super base recast were also directly initiated. The hieroglyphics emitted an astonishing brilliance, making Lin Shen's carapace even more magnificent and dazzling. No matter what your abilities are, the appearance is truly impressive. No wonder Tian Xuan, a woman like that, could actually be fond of you, Flarela admired while examining the carapace on Lin Shen's body. Just judging by the appearance of the carapace and not the person, even Yu Yang Yadu's white jade armor would pale in comparison to Lin Shen's. Flarela's praise was not unfounded. Actually, we can be friends too. There's no need to fight to the death. Friends can negotiate anything, and it's not impossible for us to concede the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon to you, Lin Shen said. Perhaps you'll be more convincing if you let go of your weapon before saying such things, Flarela suggested with a glance at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's one hand was clutching the Archangel's sword that he had retrieved from Yu Yang Yadu, and the other was in his pocket, gripping the modified pet gun. Unashamed by Flarela's comment, Lin Shen had no intention of letting go. Facing such a formidable opponent, he didn't want any oversight and was determined to exert his full strength to ensure survival until his brother's technique could take effect. You don't need to be so tense. I didn't plan on killing you in the first place. If you answer a few of my questions truthfully, I might consider letting you leave alive, Flarela said. What questions? Lin Shen was of course more than willing to chat with Flarela. You know Zheng Zong, right? Flarela stared at Lin Shen and asked. I suppose you could say that. Lin Shen did not deny it, but his answer was somewhat non-committal. It's not just simple recognition, is it? You two look very similar, Flarela continued. In your eyes, humans must all look somewhat alike, which isn't surprising. Lin Shen didn't give Flarela a chance to continue questioning and countered by asking, are you interested in me, or are you interested in Zheng Zong? Both. Flarela didn't fall for Lin Shen's verbal trap and didn't waste time on this matter, continuing to ask, you and Zheng Zong are related by blood. Although it was a question, she spoke with a tone of certainty. I would actually like to become his relative, but I'm afraid he might not acknowledge me, Lin Shen said. I'll have to check the clan records when I return to my home world. Who knows, maybe he and I are long-lost brothers. In that case, I could follow him and join the Diman tribe, and we would be companions. Since we'll all be companions in the future, let's not hurt each other now. How about we each go our own way, and we won't interfere with your search for the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon? Flarela couldn't help but frown slightly, seeming to waver in her own judgment. Fine, if you can endure 3 strikes from me without dying, I'll let you go, Flairla decided she needed to assess Lin Shen's strength first. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Perhaps she could glean some clues from the combat skills he used and the evolution skill he practiced. When you say let us go, do you mean to let us leave intact, or do you intend to cripple us before sparing our lives? Lin Shen tried to buy time. Survive my 3 strikes, and you're free to leave any way you wish, Flairla said, and with a gesture, purple particles flowed from her fingertips, condensing into a black-purple angelic life base. Lin Shen was taken aback, as Flairla's life base didn't have any pixelation, allowing a clear view, whereas he had always thought that only the celestial race could condense an angelic life base like this. How could Flairla of the Diman tribe form an angelic life base? Moreover, Flairla's angelic life base also had 6 wings, albeit without a halo above her head or a scepter in hand, and the 6 wings were not white but a dark purple color. This life base's form had a resemblance to Tien Xin's Despair Heartless Angel, yet it was not entirely the same. The Heartless Angel life base's feather armor was black, while the feather armor on Flairla's life base was dark purple. Ted and Georgie looked at Flairla's life base with faces full of admiration, as it was also their first time witnessing it in person. This is my life base, the Fallen Seraph, merely a 10th turn life base, nothing too formidable. Take a good look, this is my first strike abyss of the dark domain. As Flairla's voice fell, the Fallen Seraph brought its palms together and conjured up a black hole-like dark purple orb of light. The next second, the orb, resembling a dark purple sphere of flashing lightning, instantly lunged at Lin Shen. Lin Shen focused and stepped forward, unleashing his surfing fist in response. The terrifying fist power collided with the dark purple sphere of light, causing an astonishing explosion the next second, like a hydrogen bomb detonating in the sky, engulfing Lin Shen's figure within the blast. Lin Shen suddenly had a very odd thought: Flairla doesn't seem as strong as I imagined. That shouldn't be. As the first ascender of the Diman tribe and with so much cultivation, her foundation must be incredibly profound. She should be far stronger than us. But this strength doesn't seem as formidable as I thought. I didn't even continue unleashing my surfing fist. Could it be that we are stronger than we thought we were? The first ascender of the Diman tribe, Flairla, may not be as strong as we imagined. Chapter 382, Chapter 382 Flairla's Combat Power. Lin Shen had previously estimated Flairla's strength and came up with a rough calculation. The attributes of a top-tier ascender are calculated as 81, doubling to 162 at the 10th turn. These attributes are basically fixed and hardly fluctuate. Lin Shen himself was also at 81, and even after using the 5 elements fruit and 5 elements tree king fruit, his attribute remained at 81, with no improvement. Even if Flairla was lucky and had a good background, acquiring some treasures that could enhance attributes, it wouldn't be possible to increase them by much. After all, 81 is the limit for ascenders, and breaking through that limit is not so easy. Lin Shen himself possessed the super base form talent, which perfectly counteracted the attribute enhancement from Flairla's 10th turn, so Lin Shen was not at a disadvantage in terms of attributes. The next aspect is the 3 base change talents and 1 life base talent, which are the main factors in widening the gap in combat power. If Flairla has an innate skill similar to Phoenix Mystique, her attributes would double, and the battle could easily reach explosive levels. Lin Shen still had super base change to use, which could almost counteract 1 Phoenix Mystique, leaving the situation still at a draw. The problem lies with the super base pattern and super base recast skills, one being a supply type skill and the other a repair type. Though they do enhance combat capability, they're not as direct and effective as Phoenix Mystique. If Flairla had another base change talent similar to Phoenix Mystique, that would be invincible, and if all 3 were of that type, it would be monstrous. If by chance the life-based talent was also an enhancement type, it wouldn't be impossible to slay a Nirvana-level opponent beyond one's tier. Lin Shen roughly calculated, 162 plus 162 plus 162 plus 162 plus 162, and with such calculations, the attributes would exceed 800, making it quite casual to instantly kill ascenders. If she is further bolstered by several pets with aura-enhancing abilities and a spirit base, that would be aiming to break 1,000 in attributes, unstoppable for anyone who comes their way. Of course, this is the most extreme case. An ascender having 3 base change talents that double attributes, plus a doubling life base talent, such probability is not non-existent, but as far as Lin Shen's knowledge and experience goes, he had not heard of it. Those top-tier ascenders he had seen all had only one attribute doubling skill, and mostly with limitations. Of course, if such a monstrous existence with 4 enhancing talents did exist, their bodies might not be able to withstand such monstrous enhancement. Like Lin Shen's super base change, enhancement causes a great burden on the body, difficult for even someone with physical qualities as strong as Lin Shen's to sustain for long periods, and that's with the energy support from the super base pattern. If there were truly 4 talents all enhancing, Lin Shen even doubted whether an ascender's body could withstand such empowerment, having the capability to deliver a strike under such conditions. Experience more tales on MVL. What Lin Shen feared was not this extreme scenario, but the fear that Flairla might have 2 attribute doubling skills, along with powerful recovery skills, or even a white robe's weakening skills. And if she had a few pets that added some auxiliary type auras, no matter how desperately Lin Shen fought, she would likely still be an overwhelming opponent. Therefore, Lin Shen had been waiting for his elder brother's methods to take effect, fearing being crushed by Flairla's attributes. As soon as Flairla's fallen seraph made a move, Lin Shen suddenly felt that Flairla was not as strong as he thought. Because the skill of the fallen seraph is not enhancement type, but an attack type skill with special abilities. The abyss of the fallen skill looks very powerful. At ascension level, it can injure people across space and probably has special effects. But Lin Shen is not afraid of this thing, for he has the surfing fist, which can project force across space and directly destroy the energy spheres generated by the abyss of the fallen. If the energy spheres cannot touch Lin Shen, no matter how special the effects are, they cannot come into play. Lin Shen now understands why the 28 fists are so famous. Just this ability to injure across space is already a great advantage. With one of Flairla's 4 skills neutralized, Lin Shen felt much less pressure. If Flairla only has 1 skill that doubles her attribute, then there's basically no gap between her and Lin Shen, and he need not fear her. If she has 2 skills that double her attributes, Lin Shen, using the surfing fist, still has the power to contend.n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Unless she has a powerful aura buffing pet, Lin Shen really isn't afraid of her. Now Lin Shen just wants to know what exactly her 3 base change talents are and whether she has any buffing pets. As the light from the explosion gradually dissipated, Ted and Georgie were surprised to find that Lin Shen was unharmed, floating in the air, and their faces changed slightly. To be able to deliver a void fist power at the ascension level, withstand a 10-stage ascendant with pure attribute, your innate skill is indeed extraordinary, Flairla said, somewhat surprised, but it was within her expectations. Wei Wufu and Yu Yang Yu both have their special characteristics. If Tian didn't have something unique, it would seem unreal to her. Good, then take my second strike, Flairla said, still showing no intention to make a move herself. The fallen seraph's hands merged again, condensing that dark purple light sphere that seemed to have no difference. Lin Shen fixed his gaze on Flairla, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. He knew that Flairla would not repeat the same ineffective attack, so there was only one answer. The fallen seraph surely possessed a second base talent, just like his inheritance fan, both were double life base talents. Indeed, the fallen seraph did not simply push out the light sphere, like a black hole, the purple-black orb began absorbing energy from the surrounding space to strengthen itself. The purple-black orb grew larger and larger, increasing by half in a short time, and continued to grow. This combined skill from the double talents. Lin Shen watched the purple-black orb grow larger and larger, unaware of how much the aura would enhance it. If the thing could enhance 10 times, Lin Shen, trying as hard as he could, would not be able to withstand it and would be blasted to bits. Lin Shen knew he couldn't wait any longer and said, "Flarela, you might as well wait for me to die of old age with such a skill." Flarela wasn't angry. "I never said you couldn't initiate an attack yourself. If you cannot wait, feel free to attack." Lin Shen pondered, Flarela saying this, could it be that if I were to strike while the fallen seraph is using this skill, it would also absorb my power? Although Flarela might be bluffing him, Lin Shen still didn't want to take the risk and chose to wait and see. Even if the power of the sphere doubled, it wouldn't pose too much threat to Lin Shen, for the surfing triple strike could break it. "You like to charge up for a big move, then I'll give you the time to charge up," Lin Shen said. He wasn't too worried about the fallen seraph's double talents, neither was much of a threat to him. In a real fight, there would be no time for her to charge up like this. When they really start fighting, Lin Shen plans to immediately release the contrarian to deal with the fallen seraph. Chapter 383 Completely Unscathed. "Wei, you guys retreat a bit," Lin Shen said, standing there, waiting for the fallen seraph to charge up while speaking to Wei, who was watching from a distance. The collision just now had already triggered a terribly horrific explosion, and this time, the clash of forces would surely cause an even more terrifying explosion. If they were too close, they would definitely get caught in the blast. Wei and Yang Yedou both retreated to a greater distance, and Ted and Zhiji also did not dare to stay nearby, continuously moving back, fearing the blast from this strike. In their eyes, Lin Shen was actually waiting for the fallen seraph to charge up, and they feared that he would be blasted into nothingness with this attack. The abyss of the dark domain was already terrifying enough, the power it contained was more than a typical ascension level being could withstand. What was more horrifying was the explosion that would follow, which could be stronger than the destructive power of the abyss of the dark domain itself. An ordinary 10-stage ascendant would likely find it difficult to escape unscathed from such an explosion. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Lin Shen didn't care at all. His super base recast could help him quickly repair his damaged carapace. As long as he wasn't blasted to pieces all at once, super base recast would soon be able to help him recover, so Lin Shen wasn't afraid of the explosion. Of course, this was under the premise that the power accumulated by the fallen angel wouldn't be too strong, which Lin Shen was also not concerned about. Because Flarela herself was nearby, and if the fallen angel accumulated too much power, she wouldn't be able to withstand it herself. So Lin Shen could wait so calmly for the fallen seraph to charge up. At most, she would accumulate 2 to 3 times the power, not more. Otherwise, the explosion would harm her too. It was unclear whether it was due to the fallen seraph's abilities being limited or if Flarela felt it was already enough, but once the abyss of the dark domain orb had grown to more than twice its size, the fallen seraph stopped charging and pushed the purple-black orb towards Lin Shen. This time, the orb moved much faster than before, and Lin Shen, without hesitation, chose to meet it with a punch, the surfing triple punch. That guy actually wants to face it head-on, is he out of his mind? Zhiji sneered from a distance. Continue your adventure at MVL. He's doomed, Ted said, looking at Lin Shen as if looking at a dead man. Boom! Above the sea of flames, it was as if a huge sun had risen, the surrounding water pushed outward by the immense sun, raising waves upon waves of colossal surf. Wei Wufu and Ted, who were watching from thousands of meters away, were all sent flying backward by the shockwave produced by the explosion. This explosion was more horrific than they had imagined. Had it been on land, it would probably have been worse than a magnitude 10 earthquake, capable of destroying a large piece of land. Even Flarela herself was somewhat surprised. The explosive power triggered above the sea of flames exceeded her expectations. No wonder no Nirvana being chose to fight above the sea of flames. Just a less than 3-fold punch of the abyss of the dark domain had caused such a terrifying explosion. forcing her to use her skill to protect herself and the fallen seraph. Even so, they were still pushed a great distance by the shockwave produced by the explosion. Is he dead? Georgie, seeing Flarla forced to retreat but not seeing Lin Shen escape from the range of the explosion, felt that Lin Shen must have been blasted to death. The light explosion, like a giant sun, lasted for a long time in the sky, directly vaporizing the flame liquid it touched, a scene terrifying beyond imagination. If placed on the human mother planet, this strike alone could have wiped out some small ancient nations. The continuous explosions lasted for nearly a minute before they began to gradually weaken. Retreating to a distance, Flarla and the others had not seen Lin Shen's figure. That kid must be dead, daring to take such a horrific strike from Lady Flarla above the sea of flames. It'd be against all reason if he survived, Georgie said ingratiatingly. A human ascender daring to take Lady Flarla's second strike head-on, that's simply courting death, Ted also remarked from the side. Flarla, watching the light explosion gradually fade, couldn't help furrowing her brows. Tian managing to take the first strike of a fallen seraph already made him a top-notch ascender. To have cultivated to such a degree, it's impossible for his intelligence to be an issue. Yet outside the range of the light explosion, Lin Shen's figure was indeed nowhere to be seen, which also made her somewhat perplexed. As the light explosion gradually extinguished and no more explosions were generated inside, Ted and the others suddenly focused their gaze. There, in the air where weak explosions and flashes of light still flickered, that human seemed to be completely unharmed, still floating in the same position as before, as if he had never moved at all. No, that's impossible. Georgie's tongue suddenly tangled, his eyes almost bulging out. He simply couldn't imagine that anyone could survive such a terrifying light explosion. The power of that explosion should have been sufficient to destroy any ascender. How could a human ascender not only survive but also appear completely unscathed, not even a scratch on his carapace, which seemed even brighter than before? Ted was also in disbelief, unable to utter a word. He suddenly realized that this time, the Diman tribe's spy battle seemed to have utterly failed. The 3 human ascenders sent by the celestial race were not only not weaklings, but also terrifyingly strong. Especially this human named Tian, who managed to remain completely unscathed and not retreat a step in such an explosion, was just too abnormal. Of course, Lin Shen was not completely unharmed. He had intentionally allowed his carapace to absorb the destructive power of the light explosion, merely wanting to test a theory he had in mind. During the first light explosion, Lin Shen had noticed an issue, and he stayed within the range of the second light explosion to confirm his suspicion. He found that the forces generated by the first explosion were relatively dispersed. While the force of the explosion was terrifying, it wasn't focused at a single point, nor was it instantaneously completed. It was a scattered and sustained process. Lin Shen's surfing fist inherently doesn't explode because, much like the wind, surfing fist has no physical form. Only collisions between material bodies can trigger explosions, a fact Lin Shen had proven on the fierce fire star. The fact that the collision of forces between 2 individuals could cause an explosion was because the power used by the fallen seraph was substantial. The source of the explosion was the shattering and subsequent collision of her abyss of the dark domain. All of these were not the main point. The key was that in the midst of this continuous power explosion, Lin Shen's super base pattern could absorb world's force far exceeding what he could normally collect in a standard environment. The world's force poured into his body like a flood, leaving Lin Shen with an unending supply of strength that even overflowed. The frenzied influx of world's force enhanced the power of all of Lin Shen's skills, even when he was merely unleashing the surfing fist. Especially the super base recast, which, due to the ample energy, made the healing capabilities of his body even faster. Particularly in his super base form, where Lin Shen's body and carapace were integrated, no matter the extent of the damage, as long as it was still capable of being recast and healed, the injuries could be rapidly restored. Chapter 384, Chapter 384 Serious Flarla. In the explosion, due to the super base pattern's absorption of the world's force increasing to a terrifying level, a series of chain reactions occurred, enhancing Lin Shen's various abilities. So when the fallen seraph made the first strike, Lin Shen felt as if it wasn't as strong as he had imagined, but that was just a guess at the time. During the second strike, Lin Shen confirmed his speculation. Indeed, as he thought, his abilities had all enhanced in the explosion, which is why he felt that Flarela's strength wasn't as formidable as he had anticipated. This was not an illusion, nor was it Flarela holding back, and certainly not an overestimation of Flarela on Lin Shen's part. In such a horrific explosion, Lin Shen's super base body was constantly shattered, but then it rapidly recovered, which is why he seemed unharmed in the midst of the light explosion. The explosive nature of the Fursy fire star actually strengthens me. Lin Shen suddenly realized that even without his third brother's tactics, he might as well be able to fight Flarela. Of course, this still depended on any hidden techniques Flarela may have, her life base abilities, and other things like pets and spirit bases she hadn't used yet. Lin Shen looked towards Flarela and saw that both she and the fallen seraph were enveloped in an egg-shaped halo. The recent light explosion resulted in no harm to them precisely because they were protected by this halo. This must be Flarela's base change talent, right? It appears to be a defensive talent and probably not one that enhances attributes, Lin Shen mused as he saw no spirit base or pets around Flarela, deducing it must be her own skill. With this skill deployed, Lin Shen was completely unfazed. Even if Flarela's remaining two base change talents both doubled all attributes, he could still confront her head-on. The environment of the Fursy fire star was clearly more advantageous for Lin Shen than for Flarela, who needed to protect herself from the explosions. It could even be said that Lin Shen now had a bit of an edge. To have such rapid self-healing capabilities, you're really quite exceptional, Flarela said, her face losing its smile, seemingly taking things more seriously. Although she hadn't seen what happened inside the light explosion, her abundant experience allowed her to surmise how Lin Shen withstood it. Such a rapid self-healing ability was indeed astonishing, and even Flarela had to regard it seriously. After Flarela exposed it, Ted and Georgie both realized that Lin Shen wasn't unharmed but could recover swiftly. I didn't want to kill you at first, but now that you possess such a self-healing ability, the next hit won't be so simple. Are you ready? Flarela looked at Lin Shen and slowly spoke. It wouldn't be interesting if it were too simple. Let's see the true strength of the Diman tribe's number one ascender, Lin Shen, floating in the air, replied calmly. Very well, Flarela seemed to be getting a bit angry. Flarela stretched out her hand, and the fallen seraph flew towards her, the halos on them both aligning, and surprisingly, their bodies also began to overlap, forming a new being. Hey, what ability is this? Lin Shen watched in astonishment. A heartless angel turning into armor and merging with Tian Xin was something Lin Shen could understand. But the merge between Flarela and the fallen seraph wasn't like that, it was as if two transparent photographs overlapped, creating a new creature. Unfortunately, after the merge, all Lin Shen could see was a blur. He could only make out that Flarela's body had taken on a six-winged form, while the other details were indistinguishable. It's been a long time since anyone was worth unleashing my real power for. For a small race as humans to produce a person like you is something to be proud of, Flarela said, raising her arm, her fingers open, as a black-purple orb of light coalesced between them. Is that the only move you have? Lin Shen saw that the orb wasn't blurred and, noticing Flarela was still using the Abyss of the Dark Domain move, he laughed and commented. To kill you, it would only take one move, Flarela said lightly, without a hint of anger. Though Lin Shen couldn't see, he could clearly feel a sudden, insane surge in Flarela's momentum. Explore stories at MVL. The dark purple light sphere between her fingers was also swelling rapidly. Lin Shen didn't dare to be careless and initiated super base change. His entire body began to radiate a brilliant glow, which only grew stronger. Is he going to be okay? Ouyang Yetu, holding an umbrella, asked Wei Wufa beside her. Wei Wufu turned and retreated into the distance, retreating as he said, "No, he, don't know, strong." Ouyang Yedo was slightly taken aback, glanced at Lin Shen, who was emitting a strong holy radiance, and then quickly followed Wei Wufu in retreating from the battlefield. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Ted and Georgie on the other side were doing the same. Flairla was truly enraged, and they could hardly imagine how terrifying the power she was releasing could be. Fearing the explosion might affect them, they all tried to get as far away as possible. "I'll ask you one last time, what exactly is your relationship with Zheng Zong? If there is one, you may be spared death. Otherwise, under this one strike of mine, you will be pulverized, and no amount of self-healing ability will save you," Flairla said to Lin Shen, her gaze cold. The black-purple aura around her sword, resembling a heartless angel tainted with the demonic chi of hell. "The same words, why must I repeat myself? Are all women like fish, with only a 7-second memory?" Lin Shen said. "This is the choice you've made," Flairla said without hesitation, as the abyss of the dark domain in her hand blasted directly at Lin Shen. The sphere, spouting purple flames like a black hole, shot towards Lin Shen like a streak of light the moment it left Flairla's fingertips. As it hurtled through the air, the sphere not only didn't lose any energy but grew even larger. Without any hesitation, Lin Shen swung his arms broadly, throwing punch after punch, unleashing 4 consecutive punches. Wave-breaking quadruple punch. His fist power was like tremendous tidal waves sweeping everything before them, each wave higher than the last, stacking atop one another to form a terrifying surge of impact, meeting Flairla's abyss of the dark domain head-on. Boom! A horrendous purple light explosion spread out instantly from the point of impact, causing the sea of flames to tremble. The shockwave raised sky-high waves, and on the sea of flames, which had been calm for many years, waves after waves crashed against the surrounding shores. In the camp far beyond the sea of flames, Tian Xin, Tian Sun and others saw a terrifying purple sun rising above the sea of flames. Even from here, they could feel the horrific pulsation of that purple sun. Tian Sun's brows furrowed slightly, concern arising, with such a terrifying explosion, it must have been Flairla's doing. Could Lin Shen and the others withstand it? "I've said before not to overestimate his own abilities, he's probably doomed now," Tian Xin said, though his face didn't look very good. Chapter 385, Chapter 385 Full Firepower. Flairla had already retreated beyond the range of the light explosion, coldly watching the terrifying burst of light. The violent turbulence of the air swept wantonly around her, and beneath her feet surged the towering, overwhelming waves. "I had originally wanted to capture him alive to see if I could negotiate terms with that dog-headed military advisor Zheng Zong. Now, it seems there's no chance of that. I just can't seem to change my temper," Flairla sighed inwardly. Ted and Georgie came over, braving the turbulent flow. Georgie said, "No matter how cunning and deceitful those Celestials are in their plans, they are nothing but a joke in the face of Lord Flairla's absolute power. Lord Flairla, let's go kill the other 2 humans now. Don't let them escape," Ted added. In their eyes, Lin Shen was probably already reduced to ashes, no ascender could survive such a horrific explosion. Flairla nodded her head and was about to leave when suddenly, her body stiffened, and she immediately turned to look toward the ongoing explosion area of the light explosion. "Lord Flairla, what's wrong?" Georgie asked in confusion, following Flairla's gaze. Ted also looked over, but all they could see were the continuous dazzling light explosions, nothing else was visible. Flairla paid them no attention, yet her expression had become exceptionally grave, her gaze firmly fixed on the area of the light explosion. Georgie was about to say something else but suddenly froze in place because he saw a figure flying out from within the light explosion area. "Impossible!" Both Georgie and Ted cried out in shock, their eyes fixed on the figure. The brilliant figure, almost one with the dazzling light explosion, emerged from the area, allowing them to discern who it was, the very human they thought had been blown to death, Tian. Yet Tian had not only survived, he appeared completely unscathed, his entire being emitting a terrifying, glorious radiance. Impossible, it simply can't be. How could any ascender survive in such a light explosion, and even pass through the light explosion area? Ted was so astounded that he was beside himself with shock and fear. He could not fathom what kind of terrifying ability one must possess to pass through such an area of light explosion. Georgie was so stunned that he couldn't even speak. He even began to wonder if the brilliant figure was no longer human, but a specter from the afterlife. An ascender simply couldn't pass through such a horrific light explosion with just their flesh and blood. Flairla stared fixedly at Lin Shen, her earlier condescending demeanor completely vanished. Flairla, your game of 3 strikes is over. Now we can officially begin our fight, Lin Shen said as he swung his fist towards Flairla. Normally, Lin Shen would be exhausted after executing a single surfing quadra-punch, let alone when in a state of super base change. But now, as he used surfing quadra-punch while maintaining super base change, his internal strength flowed inexhaustibly, and behind him the light explosion continued, with the super base pattern frantically absorbing the world's force, making Lin Shen feel as if his power could never be depleted. With the massive boost of the world's force, super base change brought Lin Shen's enhancement to unprecedented levels. Lin Shen's speed and strength surprised even Flairla. Flairla's 6 wings moved in unison as she simultaneously summoned a scythe wreathed in purple flames, swinging it to meet Lin Shen's surfing quadra-punch. Boom! The Reaper's scythe collided with the surfing quadra-punch, once again generating a sun-like area of light explosion. Ted and Georgie, frantically fleeing, didn't manage to escape the light explosion area in time. They burst forth with all their power, trying to withstand the force of the light explosion. But their carapaces simply weren't strong enough to withstand such explosive destructive power. As their bodies were blasted away, their carapaces kept shattering under the continuous blast impacts. They hadn't even left the light explosion zone when their carapaces were completely broken. Without the protection of their carapaces, their bodies were almost instantly shattered by the successive light explosions, turning into 2 clouds of bloody mist. The clouds of bloody mist were then continuously ravaged by the light explosions, and in the blink of an eye, nothing was left. Flairla and Lin Shen fought ferociously above the sea of flames, setting off one light explosion zone after another. Flairla grew increasingly shocked as she fought. She found that she couldn't suppress this human. Not only could she not suppress him, but she was gradually being suppressed instead. Lin Shen flew rapidly through the light explosions, unleashing surging fist strikes that conjured massive waves, bombarding Flairla incessantly. Surfing quadra punch. Surfing quintuple punch. 6 surfing sextuple punch. Amidst the continually triggered light explosion zones, the super base pattern was on the verge of madness. The world's force crashed into Lin Shen's body like a tsunami, as if it was about to burst him open from the inside. In the past, Lin Shen had always been cautious about how to use his strength, ensuring he didn't expend too much, even afraid to unleash all his skills. But today, Lin Shen could recklessly activate various skills, even throwing higher consecutive series of surfing fists to cope with the excess strength, to prevent the world's force that frenziedly surged into his body from bursting him open. Only by doing so could he rapidly deplete the world's force within him and protect his body. The light explosions tore apart the armor on his body time and again, but his super base recast instantly healed it every time. Lin Shen moved through the blast zones with ease, relentlessly pursuing Flairla with an aggressive stance. Flairla had unleashed her full firepower and was bolstered by the Reaper's scythe base talent. Initially, she had been on par with Lin Shen, but once the 6 surfing sextuple punch was unleashed, Flairla, wielding the Reaper's scythe, found herself being furiously forced back by his bombardment. Nov. L. B //JNN. Above the sea of flames, round after round of terrifying light explosions bloomed, causing waves to continuously crash towards the continent, submerging vast stretches of land. What the hell is going on? Is there a nirvana being fighting in the sea of flames? Tian Xin looked at the sun-like light explosions rising from the sea of flames, her eyes nearly popping out in shock. She was now starting to doubt that the ones fighting above the sea of flames were Lin Shen and the others. Ascenders should have difficulty causing such terrifying explosions. Tian Xun also wore a face full of confusion. Such light explosions truly shouldn't be something Lin Shen and the others could trigger. But besides them, who else could be in the sea of flames? Find more chapters on MVL. Could it really be that a nirvana being has entered the sea of flames and is battling within? Tian Xun looked at the sea of flames with a complex expression. Boom! The force of the explosion plunged Flarela's body into the sea. She found herself unable to match Lin Shen in strength, completely at a disadvantage, and she was being relentlessly dominated. The next second, Flarela's figure vanished from the sea like a teleport, reappearing high in the sky. You're dead. Flarela was truly furious now. Since her birth, she had never suffered such humiliation. She had always been the one to challenge those above her level, never had she been suppressed like this, a second turn human almost grinding a 10th turn like her into the ground. Chapter 386 Mountains exhausted, water depleted, a road in doubt. But because of the special environment of fierce fire star, all her techniques and moves seemed futile. Every collision caused a terrifying explosion, and the explosion's range was so vast that she couldn't get close to Lin Shen to fight him. At this moment, Flarela had cast aside all concerns and activated her most proficient and usually reserved base change talent.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. She couldn't accept being defeated by a lower level ascender, nor could she bear the consequences of a failed mission. If she were defeated, she would become the plaything of the greed monarch. If that were to happen, she would rather die. Therefore, in this battle, Flarela could only win and not lose. Before now, she had never considered the possibility of her own defeat. Stay connected through. Who was she? She was Flarela, an existence that had been hard to rival among ascenders for 400 years. How could she lose to a human ascender, and a second-turn ascender at that? What made it even harder for Flarela to accept was that so far, her opponent hadn't even used his life base. Flarela had now abandoned all her pride and fully unleashed her combat strength, instantly teleporting behind Lin Shen, her scythe aimed at his neck. Seeing Flarela vanish, Lin Shen immediately became alert, changing the rhythm of his movement technique. From the robust movement of surfing fist, he shifted to a ghostly agility, moving in response to the scythe's movements. Despite its speed, Flarela's scythe failed to hit Lin Shen, always seeming just a bit too short of reaching him. Lin Shen, like a shadow around a tree, moved to Flarela's side, switching back to surfing fist and launching a series of powerful punches. Flarela blocked Lin Shen's punches with her scythe, and in the instant the explosion occurred, she teleported above his head, her scythe cleaving down once more. Lin Shen wanted to dodge again, but Flarela's scythe took a strange spin, preventing him from escaping. The scythe left a long gash on his body, triggering another terrifying light explosion. But such an injury was insignificant to Lin Shen. The super base recast, with the replenishment of the world's force, healed the damaged carapace in an instant. Flarela, as the number one ascender of the Diman tribe from 400 years ago, possessed unfathomable skills and techniques. Coupled with her teleportation ability, she could easily traverse the light explosion zones and reach Lin Shen's side, immediately putting Lin Shen at a disadvantage. Lin Shen's body was continually cut, with the resulting explosions hurtling it every which way. Flarela, like a phantom, flickered and vanished repeatedly. Wherever Lin Shen's body was blasted, her figure would teleport to that side, her Reaper's scythe slashing wildly at him, causing one terrifying explosion after another. Flarela was certain that Tian, having forcibly unleashed such fearsome strength, couldn't possibly sustain it for long. Although her attacks couldn't kill Tian outright, they could deplete his strength and accelerate his exhaustion. Once Tian was overly exhausted and the augmented abilities ceased, she could immediately kill Lin Shen. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shen's body indeed couldn't support such an all-out firestorm, but they were fighting on fierce fire star, where Lin Shen didn't have to worry about overexhaustion. The more intense their battle became, the more abundant the world's force absorbed by the super base pattern. Every attack from Flarela was effectively building upon Lin Shen's strength. Flarela, seeking to wear Lin Shen down, could never have imagined that the one truly being depleted was herself. Even with the spirit base that could replenish and restore her power, continuous teleportation and intense combat rendered her body unable to keep up with the consumption. Even the wounds her Reaper's scythe left on Lin Shen were becoming shallower. What's going on? He's forcibly enhancing his combat power, and keeps using such energy-draining fist power. Why can't I feel his strength weakening? Flarela's forehead was already sweating, completely devoid of her previous confidence. She had gone all out, even using her hidden spirit base, but still couldn't kill the human ascender before her. She couldn't even see a glimmer of hope. It was as if he was an undying demon king, rendering her attacks meaningless no matter what she did. Flarela suddenly remembered that when Lin Shen introduced himself earlier, he had mentioned that he indeed had a strong point, which seemed to be his exceptional endurance and ability to last. So-called good endurance, able to last, is it actually like this? In an instant, a sense of despair began to rise in Flarela's heart. No. I am Flarela. I will not lose, and definitely not to a human ascender. Flarela's thoughts became resolute again as she furiously battled Lin Shen once more. Has that guy become so strong? Ouyang Yeto muttered blankly as he watched the continual rise of light explosions above the sea of flames. He and Wei Wufu had retreated over and over again, finally moving away from the battlefield and no longer affected by the light explosions. He thought that having broken through the gift theory and obtained the Jade Bone Demon Umbrella life base, he should have been strong enough. Although not necessarily stronger than Wei Wufu or Lin Shen, he should at least not be weak. But Lin Shen's battle truly shocked him. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have survived those light explosions, let alone fight within them. It seems I'm still not strong enough, Ouyang Yeto laughed, surprisingly cheerful. No, you are strong, he is not human. Wei Wufu said calmly from the side. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Hearing Wei Wufu say this, Ouyang Yeto first froze, then raised his head to look at the distant area of flashing light explosions, suddenly bursting into laughter so hard that tears streamed down his face. Right, I am human, he's not. Flarela and Lin Shen battled fiercely, but gradually, she could no longer keep up with the energy consumption. No amount of skill or power mattered if the body couldn't keep up. I cannot lose, absolutely cannot, even if I die. I cannot lose. Flarela overspent herself over and over, clenching her teeth and desperately holding on in the fight. Suddenly, Flarela saw a dense white fog rising from Tian's body. The splendid glow on his carapace seemed to dim significantly, revealing his eerie shell more clearly. His power has ended. For Flarela, it suddenly felt like being at a dead end with nowhere to go and then discovering a new path. An overwhelming sense of emotion surged within her. It was the joy of finding hope in despair, a deep relief from her soul. You, finally can't keep up. I thought how long-lasting you could be, turns out it's just this much, the last one standing is still me. Flarela mustered her depleted strength and teleported behind Lin Shen, her scythe swinging fiercely towards his neck. Seeing that Tian did not react to dodge, Flarela's heart swelled with joy, thinking Lin Shen was too exhausted to even evade. Flarela's scythe struck Tian's neck with force, a sense of indescribable achievement surged within her. In the end, it's still me who wins. This battle's difficulty was no less than when she was hunted by Nirvana beings, and her sense of achievement now was no less than when she had turned the tables and killed 2 Nirvana beings with a planetary explosion. But the next second, the smile on Flarela's face froze and twisted into something grotesque as her heart seemed to plummet into an ice cellar. She watched in horror as the Reaper's scythe struck Tian's neck, but the blade of the scythe shattered, and not a single mark was left on Lin Shen's carapace. That is to say, her strike hadn't even penetrated Tian's defense. Chapter 387, Chapter 387 Capturing Flairla, Compensation. For a moment, Flairla was stunned, even forgetting to teleport away to avoid the following explosion, and her body was directly blasted away. Tumbling through the air, blood spurted from her mouth, and cracks appeared on her carapace, but Flairla did not struggle, because she couldn't fathom why her strike had not even broken Tian's defenses. Can there really be someone in the world who grows stronger as they fight, to such an extent? Flairla could not accept this outcome, and her morale was completely shattered in that instant. Lin Shen's super base change was only truly completed now. The light explosion and Flairla's attacks that came before had been ravaging his body, all part of the heating up process of super base change. Countless recasts during the cooling phase of the super base change had resulted in a carapace of unbelievable strength upon completion. This was the result of a combination of several super base talents, each one indispensable from the others. Without the world's force provided by the super base pattern, the super base change would not have been possible in such intense combat. Without super base recast, the carapace would not have strengthened through recasting, and without the super base form, Lin Shen's body wouldn't have been able to withstand such light explosions and injuries. Of course, an equally indispensable factor was the unique environment and explosive power of the Fursy fire star, otherwise, such a feat could not have been achieved. Regrettably, the enhancement brought about by super base change was only effective during its activation. Once super base change wore off, this enhanced state would vanish, and the layers of empowerment needed to be built up again from scratch next time. But that would be enough. With such an aberrant defense, even someone as strong as Flairla could not break Lin Shen's defenses, and there were very few under Nirvana who could harm Lin Shen at this point. If I knew I could be this strong above the sea of flames, why would I be worried and thinking about stalling for time? Lin Shen suddenly realized the measures that Third Brother had prepared for him were actually unnecessary. Lin Shen had too little combat experience himself, even less so against Ascension-level opponents, only accumulating a little experience from killing some lower-level Supersource dragons, and not really having fought with top-level Ascenders. At most, Cosimo could be considered a top-level Ascender, but Cosimo's combat abilities were lacking, and being instantly dispatched by Lin Shen's sacrificial halo, it didn't really count as true experience. Even Lin Shen himself was not quite clear about in what state he could unleash such combat strength. Everyone had said that Flairla was strong, and indeed, Flairla was strong. Discover exclusive content at. But as long as Lin Shen could take full advantage of his strengths, Flairla was not so formidable that he could not match her. Lin Shen soared in pursuit of the blasted Flairla, who had lost all will to fight and gritted her teeth to teleport away and escape. Unfortunately, her teleportation range was never great enough to escape the planet's vicinity, and now, overdrawn by overuse and injured, her teleportation distance was even shorter, failing to leave Lin Shen's line of sight. Lin Shen directly chased after her, but upon leaving the area of the light explosion, the world's force that the super base pattern could draw from was greatly reduced, hardly sufficient to maintain the super base change state. Lin Shen had to deactivate his super base change, and with Flairla's power so overdrawn and her injuries severe, she likely couldn't stand a chance against him even without his super base change form. Moreover, if they were to fight again, the light explosion that would ensue could still enhance Lin Shen a second time. This was not an issue. Lin Shen pursued for a while and found himself unable to catch up with Flairla, who teleported several times in succession and was on the verge of moving beyond his field of vision. Lin Shen was already contemplating giving up the chase when suddenly Flairla's figure staggered, and she was unable to teleport successfully again. Lin Shen was slightly startled, but immediately thought of something. Glancing at the time, their battle had gone on for over an hour. It must be the Third Brother's technique taking effect. Although he had thought he couldn't catch up, Seeing Florla in such a state made Lin Shen resume the chase. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Florla was already struggling to hold on, and with the third brother's technique acting upon her, it was not just teleportation that she couldn't manage, she couldn't even maintain the carapace on her body anymore, and her flying speed had become very slow. Watching Lin Shen draw nearer from behind, and not even quickly, Florla felt it was like he was playing a cat and mouse game with her. Her heart was filled with both sadness and fury, and she couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. What she didn't know was that Lin Shen wasn't unwilling to catch up quickly. Outside the light explosion zone, he truly couldn't fly that fast. Florla, heart ashen, released the fallen seraph from her body and stayed put, not running away anymore. Agree to one condition: leave my life base alone, don't treat it as food. I won't resist, do with me as you will, Florla said through gritted teeth to Lin Shen. But Lin Shen didn't pay her any attention and directly pointed a finger towards Florla. Florla thought Lin Shen was going to kill her and, knowing she had no room to bargain, simply closed her eyes to await death, offering no resistance, only hoping that Lin Shen wouldn't treat the fallen seraph as food for the life base. When Lin Shen pointed at Florla, she instantly became unable to move, her whole body froze in place. For someone like Florla, it was of course better to capture her alive than to kill her. Moreover, she had a fire seed on her. With such an excellent opportunity before him, how could Lin Shen possibly let it slip by? With the A-cup ointment sealing skill, he no longer had to worry about her escaping, even her ability to teleport was useless. Having her acupoints sealed, Florla couldn't move her body or use her strength, and she immediately fell toward the sea. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed the collar of Florla's clothing, trying to lift her up. However, during the battle, Florla's battle suit had been destroyed, and as Lin Shen pulled with force, a ripping sound was heard. Florla's battle suit tore open a large piece at the back, revealing her snow-white and smooth back, and below, one could see the delicate waist that could be encompassed by a single grip. Lin Shen felt nothing because he couldn't see anything, all he saw were mosaics. Florla, however, was a mix of shame and anger, but she was completely unable to move or even speak. If looks could kill, Lin Shen would have been executed 1,000 times. Lin Shen grabbed her waist, tucked her under his arm like a sack, then took a spare robe from his backpack, wrapped Florla up like a rice dumpling, and tied the sleeves tightly into a secure knot. Before long, Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yedo caught up and saw Florla, looking like a silkworm cocoon, being carried by Lin Shen. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yedo curiously sized up Florla, wondering how she ended up being captured alive by Lin Shen. Florla, with only her head exposed, felt like she wanted to die from being gawked at like this. Chapter 388 Solving the Problem. We still need to get the life base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. How do you plan to deal with her? Ouyang Yedo asked. A living one is naturally more valuable than a dead one, let's bring her with us. Don't worry, with me here, she won't escape. Lin Shen understood Ouyang Yedo's meaning and thought for a moment before speaking. Anyway, the fire seed inside Florla had to be obtained first, and it could only be done above the sea of flames. Once back at the camp, a character like Florla could only be handed over to the Celestials for management. There was no way Lin Shen could take her away. Ouyang Yedo and Wei Wufu didn't say anything. Since Lin Shen had captured her, they had no objections to how he decided to deal with her. Lin Shen himself felt uncomfortable holding Florla, so he summoned the evil dragon and placed her on its back, letting the evil dragon carry her. The injured fallen seraph had long since transformed into particles and returned to Florla's body. As long as she was not dead, the life base could not escape freely, it had to return to her body. Unfortunately, after Florla's acupoints were struck, the strength inside her body had difficulty circulating, and she could no longer summon the life base. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu followed Ouyang Yedo to search for the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. Lin Shen hoped they wouldn't find it too quickly, it would be best to search for a few more days. He needed at least one night's time, to first retrieve the fire seed from Flarla while she slept. Ouyang Yadu took them first to Fire Rock Island, where the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon was most frequently sighted. However, upon arrival, they found no trace of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. Should we wait here for the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon to appear, or go check out a few other places where it might show up? Ouyang Yadu sought Lin Shen and Wei Wufu's opinions. Let's wait here, Lin Shen said quickly, fearing that they might find the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon too soon if they went elsewhere, without giving Wei Wufu a chance to speak. All right, the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon is often seen here, so waiting a bit is fine, Ouyang Yadu said and landed on Fire Rock Island. Fire Rock Island looked much like the mainland, made up of red-brown sand and rocks. However, Ouyang Yadu explained that the sand and rocks here wouldn't explode on impact, unlike those on the mainland. Nov. L. B //JNN. Lin Shen picked up a handful of soil and squeezed it. Indeed, there was no explosion. If it were soil from the mainland, squeezing it like that would cause it to crackle like firecrackers. Explore more adventures at. Lin Shen lifted Flarla down from the evil dragon's back and placed her on a sandy area leaning against a rock. He sat down beside her. I need to watch her. You two can go around if you like. Wait. Wei Wufu sat down next to him, showing no desire to wander off. Ouyang Yadu also sat down nearby. This area is where the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon roams. Other creatures dare not come near. To hunt for ascended creatures, we'll have to go elsewhere. Lin Shen was now feeling frustrated. Although he normally enjoyed the company of these two, their staying here made him very uncomfortable. It was like bringing a girl back to his dorm room and then hinting in every way possible to his roommates, hoping they would leave for a while, but the roommates wouldn't even step outside the door. Forget it. When night falls, I'll sleep next to Flarla under the guise of guarding her. It shouldn't be hard to retrieve the fire seed while she sleeps, Lin Shen calculated in his mind. He didn't dare to say it outright, fearing a problem might arise with Wei Wufu. If Lin Shen talked about killing Flarla, Wei Wufu wouldn't care, but if he mentioned sleeping with Flarla, Wei Wufu would definitely stop him from doing so. Of course, Lin Shen wasn't really going to sleep with Flarla, but he couldn't explain this to Wei Wufu, and the matter of fire seed simply couldn't be explained. Seeing that it was getting late, with only a little more than 2 hours left before the sunset, Lin Shen could only wait patiently. With nothing else to do, Lin Shen couldn't help pondering the question posed by the thinker once again. How exactly should one define being alive? Is the existence of carbon-based life fundamentally the same concept as that of intelligent machines? Like a car, if it can still be started and operated, can it be said to be alive? But if defined this way, the meaning of being alive seems too broad. Do humans and intelligent machines truly have any essential differences? Could the ability to learn be the difference between them? Obviously not, Lin Shen thought deeply. Human learning, just like with intelligent machines, is a process of discovering and recording. Humans cannot imagine something they have never seen or understood, like the various deities and monsters that they have conjured up from thin air. What seems like pure imagination is actually not totally made up, as all of the mythological creatures in these legends are not imagined from nothing, but rather are combinations of elements from things humans have seen. For instance, an angel is simply a human body with a pair of bird's wings, and a true dragon has the antlers of a deer, the face of a horse, a snake's body, a fish's tail, and so on. As far as Lin Shen knows, he can't think of any mythical creature that is purely a product of imagination without any basis. From this standpoint, the so-called learning ability of humans is no different from that of intelligent machines. Both are merely copying and pasting. Lin Shen dwelled on this not to prove he wasn't an intelligent machine. Whether humans are intelligent machines or not is irrelevant to him. Lin Shen felt that as long he could live and feel everything in the present, what he actually was didn't matter one bit. The reason he kept contemplating this was because he thought of something highly intriguing. If humans and intelligent machines are the same, then could one just find the right method to directly transfer knowledge into one's storage device, or in other words, the brain? Yun's Valkyrie's protection seemed to possess such ability. Lin Shen's memory was average, his talent for practice varied, sometimes high, sometimes not so much, which might be due to his uneven skills. If he could find a way to directly store knowledge into his brain, then he wouldn't have to bother learning all those things. Although Valkyrie's protection was a root, it had too many limitations, and besides, not every skill could be first learned by Yun. If I regard myself as an intelligent machine for the moment, then evolution skill, could it not be a process that allows upgrading the system, absorbing external materials, and upgrading one's own configuration? If that's the case, this system could be man-made or perhaps made by something else intentionally. As the thinker said, could it be a shoddy program written by a lowlife, one that actually has the potential for optimization? Lin Shen slowly mused over the question. Previously, I practiced a flawed version of evolution theory and its effect was even better than the original. Later versions of stepping on the immortal cord and the 28 fists, after modifications, also worked normally. Could this suggest that the system program within my body has been optimized through modifications? If I could optimize my own system even better, might it allow for the smoother operation of various programs, that is, better so-called talents? Chapter 389 Special Theory. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt that this idea might indeed be a path to take. Drawing inspiration from the way of intelligent machines to forge a new path, as long as it was feasible and could make him stronger, it didn't seem too bad. Unfortunately, Lin Shen had only just thought of this path, and he didn't know how to optimize his own system program at the moment. Since he couldn't see the code or anything, how could he optimize his own system? If you want to optimize your own system, you can only start by decrypting the underlying logic language or codes used by your system and understand the most primitive structure that constitutes your system. But how to do this? Lin Shen thought about it for quite a while but couldn't figure it out. Since he had nothing better to do, Lin Shen shared his ideas with Ouyang Yadu and Wei Wufu, hoping to hear their thoughts on the matter. After hearing this, Ouyang Yadu looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression and said, "Your idea is indeed a bit unusual. In this universe, the more advanced a species is, the more it tries to prove that it is not a manufactured machine but a unique existence born from the cosmos. You, on the other hand, are doing the opposite, leaning towards becoming more machine-like. Although the idea is indeed creative, I suggest you don't just tell it to anyone. If those of higher species heard it, it might cause you trouble. Setting those issues aside, tell me, is my idea feasible?" Lin Shen wasn't particularly concerned. It's not without feasibility, but how are we to know what the underlying architecture language of our own system is? Ouyang Yadu also began to ponder. Wei Wufu didn't speak either, clearly contemplating the same problem. Without deciphering the language of his own system, Lin Shen's idea would not be possible. Although Flarela was pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, how could she actually rest? The conversation between Lin Shen and the others had not escaped her ears. At first, Flarela thought what Lin Shen was saying was nonsense, an insult to all humans in the universe. How could humans possibly be equated with those intelligent machines? But as she listened on, Flarela began to feel that there might be some sense to it. As she listened, a thought suddenly struck Flarela: what's going on? His theory seems somehow familiar. After some contemplation, Flarela was thunderstruck, and her mind was tossed into turmoil. Isn't the theory he's talking about the process of nirvana? Flesh and blood evolving through nirvana, gradually becoming more machine-like. With too many nirvana cycles, the body mutates completely, losing human nature, and ultimately turning into nirvana creatures. This man has never gone through nirvana, yet he seems to have deduced the process of nirvana from a different angle. Flarela then remembered another problem that had been troubling her, the reason she had still been at the ascension level for 400 years. The reason Florla hadn't undergone nirvana for 400 years was not that she didn't want to, but because there was a problem with the evolution skills she practiced. The evolution skills she cultivated wasn't just one, it was two. One was the source of all evils from the Diman tribe, and the other was the angel reincarnation skill from the celestial race, the one that could condense the archangel's sword. With her exceptional talent, Florla had always wondered why she could only cultivate one evolution skill instead of two. She had wanted to cultivate two kinds of evolution skills from a very early age but had never succeeded. By chance, Florla learned the angel reincarnation skill of the Celestials and found that it could be cultivated alongside the source of all evils without interference. This discovery thrilled her, and she secretly practiced both evolution skills, achieving very good results, almost invincible in her rank. During the condensation of her life base, she even formed the previously unheard of blazing angel's base of a fallen seraph, which made her power surge exponentially. But it wasn't until after the 10th turn that Florla, wanting to achieve nirvana, encountered a serious problem. During nirvana, the two evolution skills within her body were inclined to divaricate toward two different paths, and if she underwent nirvana normally, whether it was the path of great nirvana or minor nirvana, her body would split and recreate two selves in the process. It wasn't a split in personality, but a physical bifurcation during nirvana that would result in two separate bodies. Florla discovered this issue during her first attempt at nirvana, and forcibly stopped it midway, which caused her significant harm and required a long time to recover. Nov. L.B//JNN. For 400 years, Florla had been searching for a solution to this problem, yet she had not found a reasonable method. Today, after hearing Lin Shen's theory, Florla reflected on it earnestly and felt as though she had an epiphany. If she viewed herself as an intelligent machine, then before, she saw the two evolution skills she cultivated as two separate systems. During nirvana, as her body was recreated, these two systems would each generate a new set of hardware. Previously, Florla wanted to merge the two evolution skills into one, but since they were not the same system, how could they possibly be combined into a single unit? Lin Shen's approach gave her a previously unconsidered perspective, to view it from a higher level where the body itself is a system, and the two evolution skills are merely software programs within it. She should not base her nirvana on the evolution skills, but on her body as the system. If this theory held up, she wouldn't need to resolve the problem of the two evolution skills splitting. She couldn't wait to immediately test whether this idea could work. But now, imprisoned by Lin Shen, where would she find the chance to try? If I had heard this theory earlier and attained nirvana sooner, how could I have fallen into such a plight? Florla lamented in her heart. As she was contemplating, she suddenly felt someone lie down beside her, and then Lin Shen's voice rang out, "You guys keep watch for now. I'm too tired from today's battle and need some sleep. Don't wake me up unless the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon appears." "Sure, you get some sleep. Old Wei and I will take turns keeping watch," Ouyang Yadu said. Florla felt Lin Shen's body lying close to hers and was frustrated inside. "If you're going to sleep, why do you have to be so close to me? She won't cause any problems, right?" Florla then heard Ouyang Yadu's voice again. "I'm sleeping next to her. I'll reinforce the restraint periodically, and if she makes any moves, I'll sense it immediately." "Don't worry," Lin Shen responded. Listening to the two of them discussing how to deal with her, Florla felt so furious she wanted to grind her teeth, yet she was completely powerless to do anything. After a while, Florla suddenly felt something placed on her body. She stiffened, both shocked and angry. "This bastard, what is he trying to do?" Florla couldn't help but assume the worst. Right now, she had no ability to resist, and if this human really intended to harm her, she wouldn't even be able to scream, let alone fight back. Florla now regretted it immensely, regretting why she hadn't killed herself earlier, having fallen into the hands of this beast. Find exclusive stories on Chapter 390 Taming the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. Many thoughts flashed through Flarela's mind, but she could do nothing but think. The hand that Lin Shen laid on her was like a nightmare, keeping Flarela's thoughts constantly racing. However, after a long time, Flarela did not feel any further movements from him, which slightly eased the tension in her heart. Lin Shen, on the other hand, had no such complex thoughts and had simply fallen asleep. When he awoke, he saw that the figure before him was no longer pixelated, but a woman wrapped up like a snake seductress. The heaven-defying bonfire seed indeed increased its completeness by another 10%, now reaching 30%. The women chosen by the fire seed are indeed beauties. This Flarela, how does she not look over 400 years old at all? What's that saying, time never defiles a beauty? Lin Shen shamelessly met Flarela's gaze. Flarela's eyes were almost shooting out flames. Lin Shen had fallen asleep and had made her his pillow. Lin Shen withdrew his arm and leg that had been resting on her, and seeing Flarela still glaring at him fiercely, he reached out and pinched her cheek hard. This fullness of collagen, this bouncy texture, just how is it maintained? Lin Shen felt her face didn't seem fake, probably not tampered with. Maintaining such a state at over 400 years old truly is enviable. Nov. L. B //JNN. Ignoring the cannibalistic glare from Flarela, Lin Shen got up and surveyed the surroundings, spotting Wei Wufu and Yang Yudou lying behind a rock, gazing out at the sea. Lin Shen, holding Flarela, also lay down on the rock and looked in the direction they were staring at. There, on the reddish-brown sea surface, a crimson dragon was frolicking in the water. The body of the red dragon resembled a crystal of fire, its tail like a torch, with a flame at the tip of the tail. It leaped out of the sea, swinging its tail in the air, the tail whipped like a lash, creating sonic booms. In the sunlight, the dragon's crystalline body seemed to have countless red shadows flickering within, appearing dreamy and hazy, as if its body were composed of rosy light. This guy has quite a sales appeal, Lin Shen thought, expecting the red flame starburst dragon to look ferocious, but it could only be described as divinely handsome, hardly ferocious at all. It's naturally cut out to be a mount, riding it out would surely turn heads, never having to worry about finding a mate, Lin Shen remarked offhand. I heard there's only one crimson flame starburst dragon, no one's seen a second, and nobody has heard of it laying eggs. If you want to get a crimson flame starburst dragon as a mount, your only option is to tame this wild one. You can give it a try, Yang Yudou suggested. Lying nearby, Flarela listened to their conversation and couldn't help but snicker to herself. How could wild creatures be so easily tamed, let alone a crimson flame starburst dragon? These humans really have their heads in the clouds. I've heard you have a knack for taming wild pets and even tamed a mutated dragon-type creature once. How did you manage that? Lin Shen asked Yang Yudou. Yang Yudou replied, actually, it's quite simple, not as complicated as you think. Because of my constitution, I'm more easily recognized by wild creatures, so relatively speaking, it's easier for me to tame them. I see. So, do you want to try taming the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon? Bringing it back alive should count as completing the mission, right? Lin Shen asked. Yang Yudou shook his head. Well, to tame it, one mustn't fight with it or harm it. Yet, my power is not enough to suppress it without engaging in combat. Once I've undergone more rebirths and my rebirth count is closer to its, taming it will be much easier. Ah, I see, I thought you could tame wild pets at will. If you can only tame pets weaker than yourself, that ability seems somewhat underwhelming, Lin Shen remarked. Flarela listened more and felt that these two people were really adept at pretending, they had completely gone off the rails. Killing an ascended creature was easy, but making an ascended creature acknowledge a master was almost an impossibility. Let alone an ascension level creature, even if it was a nirvana level, no matter how strong the combat power was, it couldn't possibly subdue an ascended creature. The chances of taming a wild ascended creature could be said to be 1 in 10,000. These two talked about taming wild pets as if they were joking, and even disdained ones that were almost as powerful as themselves. It was just infuriating. I'll lend you 2 pets, you try to subdue it. I think there shouldn't be much of a problem, Lin Shen said as he handed death powder and Jiweiss to Ouyang Yedu. Death powder in itself could increase the chance of taming dragon-type creatures, and Jiweiss also had the ability to intimidate dragon-type creatures. But because these 2 pets were a bit low-level, the success rate was expected not to be high if Lin Shen used them. Moreover, Death Powder's soul harvesting skill only had an effect on the same creature once. If it couldn't tame it in one go, then it would be impossible to tame it again. Ouyang Yedu had exceptional talent. Naturally, it was better for him to attempt it. Ouyang Yedu took the pet capsule that Lin Shen passed to him and nodded, then I'll give it a try. Having said that, Ouyang Yedu rose to his feet and flew towards the crimson flame starburst dragon frolicking in the sea. Flarela sneered in her heart, these 2 are blowing so much smoke they even believe themselves. One dares to speak, the other dares to act. A being like the crimson flame starburst dragon is not so easily tamed. A little bit of strength and they become arrogant, actually fantasizing about taming the crimson flame starburst dragon. Soon they'll probably suffer a big loss. Boom! Just as Flarela was thinking, she suddenly felt the rocks beside her tremble and a huge crimson figure appeared in her field of vision, so dazzling she could hardly keep her eyes open. Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. Flarela's eyes widened as she looked at the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon next to her, and the figure riding on the back of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, with the dark red rope around the neck of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. Who could it be, if not Ouyang Yedu? Flarela couldn't believe her eyes as she watched Ouyang Yedu dismount from the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, and then watched as the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon obediently lowered its head and spit out the pet key, humbly allowing Ouyang Yedu to use the pet key to turn it into a pet capsule. It's been tamed. That was even quicker than going to the toilet. That's the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. How did they do it? Flarela felt as if her worldview formed over the last 400 years had been shattered by a hammer. Flarela had a strange expression. These people from a minor race made her feel as if her own knowledge was very shallow. Flarela's expression fluctuated uncertainly, as if she was hesitating over a certain decision. Ouyang Yedu handed over Death Powder and Jiweiss, along with the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, back to Lin Shen. I'll take this back first to report, and if I can keep them, I'll give them to you, Lin Shen said. I have no use for them, keep them for yourself. Ouyang Yedu shook his head. He really didn't lack pets. Chapter 391 Flarela's Bargaining Chip. Ordinary pets are not lacking, but this kind is. However, this matter is not urgent, we can talk about it in detail later. Lin Shen, seeing Ouyang Yedu use death powder for soul harvesting, along with Jiweiss's restraining effects on dragons, had actually managed to subdue the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon in one fell swoop, couldn't help but have his thoughts stirred once again. The 3-headed dragon with the tri-life base had been coveted by Lin Shen for a long time. If he brought Ouyang Yedu with him later, there would probably be a great chance of taming it, right? Let's go back first and talk after we complete the mission, Lin Shen said, bending down to pick up Flarela, but then he saw her eyeballs moving up and down continuously. Do you want to speak? Lin Shen asked, looking at Flarela. Flarela's eyeballs stopped moving, then moved up and down again. She was in terrible discomfort and had no idea what method Lin Shen had used on her, rendering her unable to speak a word, with nothing able to move but her eyeballs. What do you want to say? Lin Shen stretched out his hand and pressed a point on Flarela, restoring only her ability to speak. Taking me back will bring you no benefit at all. You will still be regarded as heroes without any negative consequences. But if you let me go, I can offer you immense benefits, Flarela said straightforwardly. Continue, Lin Shen said, not bothering to waste words with her. Indeed, as Flarela had said, taking her back would not bring much benefit to Lin Shen and his party, except for the reputation of capturing Flarela alive, which bore no substantial advantage. On the contrary, the reputation of capturing Florla alive might bring them more trouble instead. Lin Shen was not a person who liked trouble. The only reason he had protected Florla previously was to obtain the fire seed from her. Now that he had the fire seed, he actually didn't want to bring Florla back alive, he was already contemplating how to kill her. Florla knew the true strength of the three of them, and revealing it would have some impact on them to some extent. Wei Wufu didn't care, but he and Yang Yedo couldn't disregard this issue. If you want to achieve nirvana, you must go to a high-level base mutation ground, but most of those high-level base mutation grounds are controlled by the major powerful tribes. Those kinds of grounds are not something outsiders can meddle with. Even though you have made some contributions, just these contributions alone are unlikely to convince the celestial race to let you use those high-level base mutation grounds. I know of some secret high-level base mutation grounds that have not yet been discovered. Among them is one that can nurture mutation nirvana creatures, which I believe will certainly interest you, Florla said. We are not interested, Lin Shen said as he moved to press a point on florla.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. How can this person not play by the rules? Florla hastily said, don't rush, listen to me first. That base mutation ground is genuinely special, beyond your imagination. You won't find many grounds throughout the entire universe that can compare to it. Seeing that Lin Shen had stopped, Florla continued, regular base mutation grounds can only breed one species. It's impossible for two species to be bred within the same ground, right? Continue, Lin Shen had no desire to interact with Florla. The base mutation site I discovered gave rise to 4 different types of mutated nirvana creatures. Have you ever heard of such a base mutation site? Seeing that the 3 people were only looking at her coldly with no intention of speaking, Florla could only continue awkwardly, I stumbled upon that base mutation site by chance. I originally planned to use it myself, but if you are willing to let me go, we could share the base mutation site. You think a benefit that small will get us to let you go? Lin Shen curled his lip, showing no interest whatsoever in the base mutation site that Florla mentioned. Florla could only helplessly say, think about it carefully. If you take me back alive, everyone will know that you have the ability to capture Florla alive. Then, countless talents from various clans will want to defeat you to make a name for themselves. The troubles will be endless. If you keep winning, certain individuals within the celestial race may not be able to tolerate you. If you lose, will the celestial race still value you? Taking me back will only harm you without any benefit, and my life would be worse than death. It would be better for you to kill me now, at least that would be an easier fate. Don't attack, I haven't finished speaking yet. Florla saw Lin Shen draw the Archangel's sword and aim to stab her in the chest without saying a word, and she hurriedly shouted. Florla felt that these people were like ghosts, seemingly devoid of normal human logic, which was extremely discomforting for her. Any last words? Asked Lin Shen, feeling that what Florla said was correct and in line with his own thoughts. Since Florla herself sought death, it served him right to send her off without need for any further excuses. Florla opened her mouth but was at a loss for words. She had only wanted to express that she did not fear death, hoping that Lin Shen and his companions would not threaten her with life and death. But Lin Shen wanted to send her off directly, and she could tell that Lin Shen truly intended to do so and was not just trying to scare her. Watching the 3 people silently staring at her, showing no intention of communicating, even Florla, who had lived for more than 400 years, felt a shiver in her heart. What kind of wandering spirits and wild ghosts are these people? They have no sense of propriety whatsoever. Florla sighed lightly. You have heard of the legend of the ancient realm king and the 3 treasure chests, haven't you? Seeing the 3 people still looking at her expressionlessly, their eyes seemingly watching a comedian performing a dull act, made Florla feel like a clown. Florla looked at Lin Shen and said, if you have any connection with Zheng Zong, then I can tell you a secret. This is a secret that Zheng Zong, or you, would want to know. Go on, Lin Shen could not help but be intrigued. After hesitating for a moment, Flarela continued, about a decade or so ago, I encountered a human who looked somewhat like Zheng Zong, and you too. I think Zheng Zong must have had some connections with that person, and it's very possible that he joined the Diman tribe because of that human. Unfortunately, even if that person earned the trust of the Greed Monarch, the Greed Monarch would not tell him about that individual, for that person's matters are related to the ancient realm king's inheritance, and the Greed Monarch would not share that information with anyone. Flarela spoke slowly, to my knowledge, that person not only visited our Diman tribe but also several other powerful clans, convincing the leaders, including the 7 kings of our Diman tribe, to follow him to a certain place. In the end, out of the 7 kings, only 3 returned. I've heard there have been mysterious disappearances of top warriors from several other clans as well. I know where that place is, we can cooperate, Flarela said slowly, locking eyes with Lin Shen. Chapter 392 Good Luck. The celestial race and the Diman tribe were all waiting for their people to come back. Qi Shang showed no expression on his face, Tian Xun's brows were tightly knit, and N16's face also revealed nothing. In fact, everyone knew in their hearts that with Flarela joining the battle, it was impossible for the Celestials sent out to win. If 1 or 2 could come back alive, it would already be quite fortunate. We've waited so long and no one has come back yet, I'm afraid the odds are bad, N16 sighed. More than a day had passed since the frequent light explosions above the sea, and still, no one had returned. Most believed Lin Shen and the others were likely in grave danger, and perhaps none would return. Let's wait a bit longer. There's no news from the Diman tribe either, maybe there's still a chance, Qi Shang said indifferently. Waiting any longer seems meaningless. The Diman tribe not coming back might just be because they've wasted time looking for the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, while the few humans not returning probably means they really can't come back, N16 said, standing up. You all wait here, I'm going to go back and report. Let's wait a bit longer, at least until the people from the Diman tribe return, Tian Xun said with a cold face. Is that necessary? N16 frowned, believing there was no point in wasting more time. This relates to whether they can enter the Ascension Pool and other issues. Let's wait for the result, Tian Xun continued. N16 laughed, but his smile was full of disdain. Tian Xun, they might not even be alive, and you still expect them to win? Are you kidding? Everything should have a beginning and an end, Tian Xun said, ignoring his mockery. Qi Shang played peacemaker, Lord 16, the people from the Diman tribe should be back soon. It won't take much time, and you're not in such a hurry to leave. Let's have another cup of tea. Fine, let's wait, seeing both of them insist, N16 reconsidered and sat down again. Time ticked away, with N16 playing with his communicator, not believing for a second that Lin Shen and the others could come back. The explosions in the sea of flames that day were terrifying, surely the work of Flarela. In such a battle, low-turn ascenders like Lin Shen would definitely not survive. At sea, there's someone's coming back. Duokai reported, gasping for breath. Everyone was shocked. Tian Xin and a little girl were the first to run out, running to the seaside and looking towards the direction of the sea, indeed seeing figures flying back from where the sea met the sky. Damn it, the little girl, that scourge is still alive! Tian Xin exclaimed. The little girl, seeing the figure holding an umbrella, had tears of excitement welling up in her eyes, but she couldn't make a sound. They all made it back alive. N16 and others also went to the seaside, looking at the 3 figures flying back, slightly surprised. N16 originally thought that if by some fluke 1 or 2 had escaped back, it would be impressive, but to his surprise, all 3 were alive and seemed to be in good condition, with their carapaces intact and no apparent injuries. The 3 landed on the shore and saluted N16 and the others. Lord, we have returned. Good that you're back. How was the battle? Did you get the spirit base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon? N16 could tell at a glance that the trio did not have the spirit base of the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon on them, and he didn't believe they could have taken it from under Flarela's watch. It was just a procedural question. We got it. Lin Shen's response, however, turned out to be beyond N16's expectation. Where is it? N16 asked doubtfully as he looked at Lin Shen. A spirit base couldn't just be retracted into the body like a life base, they didn't have one on them at all, it wasn't possible to just conjure one out of thin air. Lin Shen simply tossed out the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon capsule, and as it landed on the ground, it transformed into the dazzling Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, shining like a red dawn. The Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon opened its mouth and released its life base, and Lin Shen pointed to it saying, "Lord, the life base is here." N16 stared blankly at the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon and its life base, momentarily unable to regain his composure. He found it hard to believe. A human like Lin Shen, whose cumulative number of rebirths totaled less than 10, had returned unharmed from Flarela's clutches and had even tamed the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon, which was an exponentially more difficult feat than just obtaining its life base. N16 could not even imagine how Lin Shen and his companions had accomplished it. "Didn't you encounter Flarela?" N16 couldn't help but ask, thinking this was the only possibility for how Lin Shen and his companions could have returned unscathed. "We did," Lin Shen nodded in response. "Then how did you manage to escape alive?" N16 was at a loss, he couldn't figure out how they did it. "When we encountered Flarela, we saw her battling an ocean creature that looked like a butterfly." Lin Shen seamlessly deflected, placing the blue light butterfly creature they had encountered in the depths of the ocean onto Flarela. After listening to the story, N16 couldn't help but admire the trio's luck. "You are indeed fortunate. Flarela actually encountered a Nirvana creature in the Sea of Flames, no wonder it caused such a commotion. Although you didn't witness Flarela being killed by that Nirvana creature, she hasn't returned yet, so it's likely she met with ill fate. That was her life. Who would have thought that there were Nirvana creatures in the Sea of Flames?" Lin Shen also described how they tamed the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. Of course, that was an entirely different story, and it left everyone marveling continuously at their extraordinary luck. "You did well. I'll go back and report now. Hand over the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon to me," N16 said, reaching out his hand. "Let's go back together." Tianxuan walked up to Lin Shen and signaled him to take back the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon. N16 frowned slightly but didn't say anything more, just snorted coldly and turned away. As Tianxian walked past Lin Shen, he spat on the ground, hands in his pockets, looking up at the sky, and muttered disdainfully, "Dumb luck." Lin Shen ignored him and walked shoulder to shoulder with Tianxuan. "It's good that you're back. I will ensure the Crimson Flame Starburst Dragon stays with you, and you'll also have your share in the Ascension Pool. However, how much you benefit from the Ascension Pool will depend on your own abilities." Tianxuan explained the things to take note of when going to the Ascension Pool as they walked. After they visited the Celestial Court, they should be able to head directly to the Ascension Pool. For those who entered the Ascension Pool, how much energy they could absorb and how many times their life base could rebirth was variable. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. It depended on their evolution skill and the power of the life base. Typically, it allowed a first turn life base to reach between 5th and 7th turn. Going higher was more challenging. After all, everyone was only allowed to stay inside for 24 hours, time was limited, and the life base itself needed time for each rebirth. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The initial rebirths required less time and could usually be completed within 24 hours, but after the 5th turn, the time needed increased significantly, and 24 hours was far from sufficient. Initially, Tianxuan and Lin Shen thought just going back to the Celestial Court to report was all that was needed, but after they arrived at Sky Pinnacle Star, they were informed that the Heavenly Emperor wanted to meet with them in person. Chapter 393 Sky Pinnacle Star. The celestial race's current heavenly emperor, Sky Art, ascended to the throne over 1,000 years ago, but in all those years, the time that the heavenly emperor actually spent at the celestial court didn't even amount to the surplus of those 1,000 years. Before Emperor Sky Art, the celestial court functioned as the venue for discussions among the many ministers and the heavenly emperor of the celestial race, without the presence of a so-called dean. However, because Emperor Sky Art has been hands-off since his ascension, delegating his power to the most powerful celestial at the time, An1, who is now the Dean of the Celestial Court. The position of Dean of the Celestial Court was also created by Emperor Sky Art for An1. One might say that within the celestial race today, it is An1 who truly acts as the administrator. The An, Tian, and Qi families, with the An family being the most powerful due to Emperor Sky Art's origins from the Tian family, hold a respectable position within the celestial race. The Qi family, on the other hand, has been the most tragic. Generations of the Qi family have birthed geniuses and great warriors, many of whom are powerful leaders in their own rights, but it's the Qi family who has suffered the most losses, with their members forming the bulk of the casualties in every war against other races. Not only does Emperor Sky Art neglect the affairs of the celestial race, but he's also extremely capricious, which can even be described as endlessly inventive. For Emperor Sky Art, indulgence in food and pleasure could only be considered child's play, not worthy of attention. Choosing consorts from among millions of races, whimsically constructing palaces on planets for use as a traveling residence, and wiping out people or tribes in a fit of anger, these were all basic operations for Emperor Sky Art, hardly worth mentioning. The absurd actions undertaken by Emperor Sky Art are beyond what most people could even imagine. In private, Tianxun told Lin Shen and the others about an incident. In the 438th year of the Sky Art era, Emperor Tianchu, who hadn't visited the celestial court in many years, suddenly appeared there. And with great fury, he launched a war against the Diman tribe. The actual reason for initiating the war had become irrelevant. That conflict resulted in the deaths of over 1,000 nirvana beings, with countless ascenders and base variant creatures perishing as well. Several planets were destroyed in that war, including one that nurtured life. The war ended as mysteriously as it began. Just when victory seemed within reach after incurring such a tremendous cost, Emperor Sky Art abruptly recalled the supreme commander of the celestial race's military forces, bringing an end to the conflict. It was later understood that the reason Emperor Sky Art had launched the war was merely because he felt annoyed upon noticing that while observing the star charts, the stars in one area, when connected, resembled a pig. However, there were a few stars that seemed superfluous, which triggered his obsessive compulsion to destroy those irritating planets. Such a capricious ruler is indeed a rarity in the history of the celestial race. Tianxun shared these stories with Lin Shen and the others to advise them to be extremely cautious and measured in their words and actions when meeting the heavenly emperor, to never contradict his will, or upset him. That lord wouldn't care whether you were a meritorious servant. If he disliked you, he might have you executed on the spot, without even a second's hesitation. If the heavenly emperor has long abstained from dealing with affairs, why has he summoned us? Lin Shen asked with furrowed brows. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Meeting such a brutal and unpredictable emperor was definitely not a good sign. I don't know. Tianxun looked at Tianxin and said, "Be careful, go home and find out exactly why the heavenly emperor has summoned them, and whether someone has spoken to him about them. You two really know how to cause trouble, and in the end, it's me who has to clean up after you," Tianxin said in a smug tone as he left the hotel where they were staying, heading home to gather information. Although Tianxun was technically a family member of the same household, the fact that he hadn't stayed with his family after arriving at Sky Pinnacle Star showed that his relationship with them could probably no longer be described as merely poor. "You guys rest up for now, and later I'll have someone take you to the busiest area on Sky Pinnacle Star for a stroll." Tianxun obviously wasn't in the mood to chat with Lin Shen and the others. She needed to figure out exactly what was going on at Sky Pinnacle Star. Without even eating, Tianxuan left the hotel and disappeared to who knows where. Since it was a rare opportunity to visit Sky Pinnacle Star, Lin Shen and Wei decided to go out for a walk. Sky Pinnacle Star was nothing like what Lin Shen had imagined. There were modern amenities, but not like Miadu's Star, which was filled with skyscrapers everywhere. On the contrary, there were hardly any particularly tall buildings on Sky Pinnacle Star. Instead, there were lots of small 2- or 3-story buildings, along with various courtyards and gardens. Some people even had vegetable gardens in their yards. There were very few flying vehicles in the sky, almost too difficult to spot. On the streets, there wasn't any modern transportation like automated tracks, but quite a few celestials could be seen riding their pets. Walking through the city on Sky Pinnacle Star felt almost like a return to simplicity. Perhaps because there were fewer residents in the city, there weren't many shops. Instead, there were some streets with lots of people setting up street stalls, which looked rather interesting. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu walked through the streets, looking at the diverse alien stall owners and all sorts of things they had never seen or heard of before. 10th turn Spirit Base. Nirvana Egg. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu hadn't browsed for long before their expressions grew more and more complicated. These unremarkable stalls had many high-value items, casually thrown on the ground as if they were worthless junk, which made them doubt whether these things were real or fake. Hey, they even have stalls for playing this. Lin Shen stopped in front of a small stall, looking surprised at the items on it. The stall was just a chessboard, set up with an endgame position. Lin Shen recognized the situation instantly because when he was a child playing in the market, he often got swindled out of his money by a blind man who set up endgames. Back then, he just found it novel and didn't know how to play. After learning the rules, he lost regardless of how he played. Lin Shen was young at the time and wouldn't accept defeat easily. He went home and studied Chinese chess for a long time, coming back full of confidence to solve the blind man's endgames. As you can imagine, the blind man made enough money during that time to live comfortably for several years. Because of this, Lin Shen even went to learn chess from his third brother, but after a while, he realized that it wasn't his calling. He was only interested in endgames. When it came to playing an actual game, he lost interest. In any case, his skills were a mess and smelled to high heaven, so he quickly lost interest. Later, he managed to befriend the blind man on the street and got the chess manuals for setting up endgames, after which he put in some hard work. Lin Shen, who normally couldn't be bothered to remember names, had those endgame manuals committed to memory. Unfortunately, that was all he could play. If he were to actually play a game of chess, any old man who knew how to play could beat him senseless. He was truly a peculiar flower in the world of chess. Chapter 394, Chapter 394 Shaggy Old Celestial. Lin Shen glanced at the stall owner who had set up the endgame, another celestial, but a bit old. His unkempt hair was greasy and had mostly turned grey, with many feathers on his wings also adopting a grey hue. This was a sign of an old age in celestials, as the feathers of the young ones are snow-white, turning grey only as they aged. The celestial appeared to be aged but not extremely so, with his wings speckled with grey among the white. He looked quite like a shaggy crane. The weather on Sky Pinnacle Star was quite hot, probably over 40 degrees. Such temperatures weren't much for cultivators, but they could still feel a bit stuffy. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. In such hot weather, this shaggy old celestial was actually wearing a thick cotton garment, the sleeves of which he had wiped to a glossy shine, seemingly without ever washing them. The old blind man, though half-blind and nearly unable to see clearly, always kept himself tidy. This shaggy old celestial, however, was the sort who didn't care for appearances, with hair reaching his shoulders, tangled in many places, and apparently unwashed for a long time. "How do you play this game?" Lin Shen squatted down and asked the celestial. 10 heavenly currency to play a round, and if you win, this will belong to you, the shaggy old celestial said, pointing to an egg-like object beside him that resembled obsidian. What kind of egg is this? Lin Shen inspected it but couldn't determine its level, although it was at least of the crystal base level. A mutated jade exquisite at ascension level, worth no less than 10 million, the shaggy old celestial said, hands tucked into his sleeves, using them to wipe his nose. Kid, don't listen to his nonsense. What ascension level mutation, that's just a crystal base level beetle egg, said a neighboring stall owner with a twist of his mouth. He spoke up not out of kindness but because of his own prior curiosity that had led to him losing a fair amount of money to the shaggy old celestial, leaving him feeling somewhat put out. Of course, the main reason was that the shaggy old celestial wasn't a regular street vendor but had only recently started his stall here and wasn't well acquainted with the other long-standing vendors. It's all right, paying is just for a bit of fun, what the prize is doesn't really matter, Lin Shen said to the stall owner beside him with a smile before asking the shaggy old celestial, Grandpa, how do you play this? It's simple. Red and black sides battle, the knight moves in an L shape, the elephant in an X, the chariot travels straight, the cannon leaps over mountains. The shaggy old celestial said, picking up chess pieces and showing Lin Shen how to play. Lin Shen, of course, knew how to play. Not only did he know how to play, but he was also aware that the endgame positioned by the shaggy old celestial was known as setting fire to the connected camps. The old blind man had used this particular endgame to swindle money from him. After confirming that Lin Shen knew how to play, the shaggy old celestial set out the setting fire to the connected camps endgame again, looking cheerfully at Lin Shen as he spoke, 10 heavenly currency for a round. Red goes first. You can choose red or black. If you win, the jade exquisite egg is yours. If you lose or draw, it's considered a loss. Whether you win or lose, the heavenly currency is non-refundable. As soon as Lin Shen heard this, he knew the shaggy old celestial's skills were just so-so, likely a half-baked player who had gotten hold of a few endgame manuals and had begun running a stall to make money. The setting fire to the connected camps endgame was once thought to be a draw, but after much research by many people, it was found not to be a drawn game. At first glance, it seems that the player with the red pieces can move first and achieve a quick victory. Thus, the old blind man loved using this endgame to lure in those unfamiliar with it, and many proficient chess players would fall into the trap, often choosing the red, which appeared to have a great advantage and the privilege to move first. The red seems poised to win easily, seemingly being only a few moves from victory, but if one knows the tricks of this endgame, there is a way to win with the black pieces. The fact that the shaggy old celestial let Lin Shen choose between red and black showed that he didn't know black could win setting fire to the connected camps. He probably had an earlier manual which considered the game a draw, so he expected to win no matter how it was played. Hehe. The tuition fees paid in childhood are finally paying off. Lin Shen put on quite a show, appearing to study the board intently for a while before finally taking out 10 heavenly currency to give to the shaggy old celestial. Young man, do you choose to play the red or the black? The shaggy old celestial asked, taking the money with a broad smile, looking at Lin Shen as if he were family. I'll take the black, Lin Shen said. How can you play the black? The disadvantage is too great for the black side, you need to play the red to have a chance to win, a nearby stall owner kindly reminded him. I've already chosen, let's just play a game and see, Lin Shen said to the stall owner with a smile. By the looks of the stall owner, he's probably lost a fair amount of money on this game, otherwise, he wouldn't know that playing the red provided an advantage. The young man is generous, the shaggy old celestial said cheerfully, turning the chessboard around, bringing the black pieces over to Lin Shen's side, and spoke languidly, then I'll make the first move. Sir, please, Lin Shen replied. The shaggy old celestial appeared calm and leisurely, starting with a move of chariot to 4 points, which made Lin Shen chuckle inwardly, thinking this game was as good as won. Lin Shen played according to the standard strategies, but the shaggy old celestial turned out to be more skilled than he had imagined. The black pieces seemed dispirited, but in reality, each move was a trap, constantly baiting the red pieces into falling for them. However, the shaggy old celestial did not take the bait. Lin Shen immediately understood, realizing the level of skill the shaggy old celestial possessed. He just didn't know the correct solution to the endgame and was probably following an outdated game record. At first, the shaggy old celestial had an air of ease about him, but as the game went deeper, the initial advantage of the red pieces vanished in a mere moment. The expression of the shaggy old celestial gradually turned serious, and what started as casually placing chess pieces became prolonged contemplation before each move. So it can be played like this. The nearby stall owner also came closer to watch, gasping in amazement, attracting quite a few onlookers. Unfortunately, on Sky Pinnacle Star, there were few who knew what Chinese chess was, unable to understand the rules, and most lost interest quickly and dispersed. The shaggy old celestial now sat upright, sweat beginning to form on his forehead. How can this be? It shouldn't be like this. The beads of sweat on the shaggy old celestial's forehead multiplied. At this point, Lin Shen had begun to respect the shaggy old celestial. Being able to play to this stage without knowing the correct solution showed that his chess skills were not ordinary, far stronger than Lin Shen's. The game was not yet over, but the shaggy old celestial suddenly threw the chess piece he was holding onto the board and stared at Lin Shen intently. "What's this, trying to renege?" Though Lin Shen respected him, if the old man tried to cheat, he would not stand for it. "You win, I concede." The shaggy old celestial picked up a black egg from the side and tossed it to Lin Shen, squinting his eyes as he asked, "Young man, what's your name?" "Tian," Lin Shen replied casually. "Tian, I'll remember you. We'll play again another day," the shaggy old celestial said as he packed up his things and left. "Don't go, can't you accept defeat? Running away after losing a game? Where's your honor?" The stall owner jeered at the shaggy old celestial's retreating back. Chapter 395, Chapter 395 Heavenly Emperor. Lin Shen held the egg he had won, feeling quite pleased. He had never imagined that the tuition fees paid in his childhood could ever come back to him one day. The grade and quality of this egg are not important, what matters is that it was won through the playthings of his childhood. Who can call me a wastrel now? I was truly visionary. I spent so much money in my childhood just to prepare for today. The value of this egg is much higher than the money I spent back then. Lin Shen finally found an excuse for his wasteful behavior as a child. The arrows fired wildly in his youth finally hit the target, so many years later, by sheer luck. It must hatch, it must come out. This is a pet with sentimental value, Lin Shen decided, determined to hatch it regardless of its level. After securing the egg, the two continued to wander the streets, with Lin Shen mainly looking at the pet eggs, hoping to find a fire seed. Unfortunately, even in a place like Sky Pinnacle Star, he saw no trace of fire seed, causing Lin Shen to suspect that, aside from the heaven-defying bone, other fire seeds might only exist on the human mother planet. Although he didn't find any fire seed, he did gain a great deal of knowledge. The stalls here were full of hidden treasures. Lin Shen even saw someone selling Nirvana-level pet capsules. Various high-level materials were casually displayed on the stalls, looking quite cheap, but the asking prices were shockingly high. For several days, the Sky Art Emperor did not summon Lin Shen and the others, nor could the Celestial Court issue the rewards that belonged to them. Tian Xin returned from gathering information and heard nothing about anyone discussing them at the Sky Art Emperor's place, nor did she understand why the Sky Art Emperor wanted to summon them. For such trivial matters, the Sky Art Emperor wouldn't bother to ask, and might not even be aware of such small affairs as the Celestial Court had already dealt with them. From the information gathered, it seems that the Sky Art Emperor had inadvertently heard about this matter and was suddenly inspired to see the three humans who represented the celestial race and achieved victory under Flarela's command. The problem is that this whimsical desire to see them by the Sky Art Emperor had apparently been forgotten by the time they arrived at Sky Pinnacle Star. Who knows when they would be summoned? If this delay continued, Lin Shen and his companions could only wait to be summoned on Sky Pinnacle Star, without receiving the rewards that were rightfully theirs. If the Sky Art Emperor never remembered, Lin Shen and his companions would be in a dire situation, unable to leave or stay without wasting time. Tian Xin took pleasure in their misfortune, just settle down on Sky Pinnacle Star. Before the Heavenly Emperor summons you, no one dares to touch you. It's like having an extra charm for protection. Fortunately, this matter did not trouble them for long. Tian Xun made some connections, gave some gifts, and someone close to the Heavenly Emperor promised Tian Xun they would find an appropriate opportunity to remind the Heavenly Emperor of this matter soon. But what this appropriate opportunity would be, no one knew. You need not worry. The person I've approached is currently the most favored imperial consort of the Sky Art Emperor, a being who is the epitome of grace and favor. With her intervention, I believe the issue will be quickly resolved, Tian Xun consoled. Sister, are you referring to that Peacock clan woman who has been given the name of Heavenly Consort by the Heavenly Emperor? Tian Xin asked with some surprise. Exactly, Tian Xun nodded. Tian Xin said with delight, Sister, when did you establish a connection with the Heavenly Consort? Is she as incomparably beautiful as the legends say? You'd best not repeat such words a second time, lest you bring calamity upon your entire clan and force them to join you in burial, Lord Tian Xun said sternly to Tian Xin. Upon hearing this, Tian Xin hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry, cousin, I was just confused for a moment. It will never happen again. Lord Tian Xun nodded, then said to Lin Shen and the others, the same goes for you all, no matter where you are, never speak ill of the Heavenly Consort. She is the Heavenly Emperor's most beloved consort. The Heavenly Emperor previously chose countless beauties from all the clans, but now he favors only the Heavenly Consort. This alone shows her formidable status, she must not be disrespected under any circumstances. She has done us a favor, we are still too busy feeling grateful to show her disrespect, Lin Shen said. Lord Tian Xun nodded and said, that's the right way to think. Make yourselves comfortable here, and you should receive news in a few days. Indeed, just 2 days after Lord Tian Xun had spoken, someone from the Imperial Palace came to notify them that they were to go to the Imperial Palace for an audience with the Sky Art Emperor. After arriving at the Imperial Palace, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were waiting when Yu Yang Yetu also arrived, and the three of them waited together to be summoned. When you meet Lord Heavenly Emperor later, bow your heads low and do not look directly at Lord Heavenly Emperor, to avoid offending his majestic presence. A celestial who was leading the way even gave them a piece of advice. Thank you for the guidance, Lord, Lin Shen said as he slipped something to the celestial. The celestial glanced at the item and a smile immediately appeared on his face. You are under Lord Tian Xun's command. Lord Tian Xun has worked tirelessly to expand our territory, even if not for his achievements, his hard work alone deserves recognition. I've always admired Lord Tian Xun greatly and will take good care of you, rest assured. Your righteousness is greatly appreciated, Lin Shen said solemnly as he bowed. Very well, follow me to meet the Heavenly Emperor. His mood is good today. Answer whatever he asks without hesitation, and above all, do not deceive. Just reply properly and all will be well, the Celestial advised them further before leading them to the splendid palace where the Heavenly Emperor resided. Lin Shen and the others had thought they were being summoned to the Grand Council Hall, but to their surprise, they were led to the splendid palace, where the Heavenly Consort resided. Once they were brought into the splendid palace, the three of them heeded the Celestial's advice and bowed their heads, not daring to look around haphazardly. Upon entering a palace hall, the three of them performed a celestial salute and then stood there with lowered heads, daring not to look up. Raise your heads, Lin Shen heard an imposing voice coming from the grand hall above. As instructed by the celestial, he did as the Heavenly Emperor said and quickly raised his head. He had thought he would be able to see what the Heavenly Emperor looked like, but upon looking up, he found a pearl curtain obstructing his view, allowing only a vague glimpse of someone behind it, but not clearly. "State your names," the voice from behind the pearl curtain commanded again. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The three of them reported their names one by one, with Lin Shen using the name Tian. "Very well, you have bravely reclaimed the fierce fire star for our clan, which merits a grand reward," the Heavenly Emperor said indifferently. "What do you think should be the reward, my dear consort?" "Let's reward them with a cup of heavenly liquid each," the Heavenly Consort suggested as she poured heavenly liquid into a cup for the Heavenly Emperor. "So be it, if the consort has spoken, then let it be a cup of heavenly liquid each," the Heavenly Emperor said nonchalantly. Chapter 396, Chapter 396 Celestial Master Institute. The Heavenly Emperor's voice fell, and behind the beaded curtain, figures began to stir. It wasn't long before one of the celestial maidens parted the bead curtain and stepped out. Lin Shen kept his head low, catching a glimpse of the scene inside the curtain with the corner of his eye. He could only see something much like a couch with two people sitting on it. As he had always kept his head down, Lin Shen only saw feet and parts of calves. But this brief look sent a jolt through his heart, almost causing him to lose his composure. Mosaic, he'd actually seen a mosaic again. Though he hadn't seen the full picture, just the feet and calves, he was very clear about whom the mosaic belonged to. Aside from the Sky Art Emperor, there was only one other person who would be qualified to sit behind the bead curtain on the couch. Oh damn, isn't this just courting death? How could the fire seed appear on the Heavenly Consort? That's the most beloved imperial consort of the Sky Art Emperor. With the Sky Art Emperor's brutality and absurdity, merely glancing at the Heavenly Consort twice might lead to decapitation. To aspire to spend a night in the Heavenly Consort's embrace, it's likely that not only the entire clan but even the ants in the house would be wiped out. Lin Shen thought of countless ideas, but the most direct one was that he might not be able to complete his heaven-defying bone. Whether on a moral or capability level, the fire seed on the Heavenly Consort was something he feared he couldn't obtain. As Lin Shen indulged in his dramatic inner monologue, the female celestial had already arrived before them with a tray. On the tray were 3 small cups, and after thanking the Heavenly Emperor, each of them took one. Holding their cups, the Heavenly Emperor's voice rose again. "During your time in the Sea of Flames, you must have seen Flarla with your own eyes. How does she compare to the legends?" Upon hearing what the Heavenly Emperor said, Lin Shen immediately cursed inside. "This LSP, he summoned us just to discuss Flarla's beauty." Yet such a question was difficult to answer. If he admitted Flarla was indeed beautiful, the Heavenly Consort was right there, and their quick audience with the Heavenly Emperor had also been facilitated by the Heavenly Consort. It wouldn't be appropriate to laud Flarla's beauty in front of the Heavenly Consort. But if he said she wasn't beautiful, the Celestial from before had warned them they must not deceive the Heavenly Emperor. Holding his cup, Lin Shen replied, "From my point of view, Flarla is a beauty, and there's something quite unique about her." "Oh? What is unique about her? Tell me more," the Heavenly Emperor seemed interested, his voice losing some of its authority. "As far as I know, Flarla should be over 400 years old, but when I first saw her, had it not been for the people of the Diman tribe surrounding her like stars encircle the moon, I wouldn't believe that she was Flarla. She looks more like a genuine young girl," Lin Shen said. Even with the art of preserving youthfulness, and no traces of time upon her face, the sediments of life experiences would change a person's eyes and demeanor. No matter how young the appearance, after more than 400 years, it's impossible to still retain the sense of being a girl. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" the Heavenly Emperor inquired with interest. "I also don't know if I am wrong, perhaps my level is too low, and my vision insufficient. But Flarla indeed appeared as pure and youthful as a girl, with no traces of time visible," Lin Shen said with his head lowered. "How about you two? The Heavenly Emperor asked Wei Wufu and Yu Yang Yatu. Nov. L. B //JNN. The same, Wei Wufu answered. Yang Yatu said, Flarla indeed seemed like a young girl, her eyes still clear, lacking the maturity that comes with time. So it seems she really was quite special. It's a pity Flarla has perished in the Sea of Flames, otherwise I would have wished to meet her myself, the Heavenly Emperor expressed regret. Among the three of you, is anyone skilled in the art of painting, capable of capturing Flarla's appearance? Called out the Heavenly Consort's voice from behind the curtain, her tone cold yet pleasant. Lin Shen simply shook his head, he could at best draw a stick figure, he was incapable of capturing Flarla's likeness. Wei Wufu also shook his head, and Yang Yatu said, I have some skill in painting, but it's just average and inadequate to convey Flarla's beauty. Hearing Yang Yatu say this, the Heavenly Emperor remarked with even more regret, truly a case of beauty doomed to an early death. I haven't had the fortune to behold her face, and she's already passed away, such is the world's misfortune. Lin Shen thought to himself, the fact that she hasn't been seen by you should be considered fortunate. Come, in honor of Flarla, let us drink this cup together, the Heavenly Emperor said, and then he lifted his cup and drained it in one gulp. Although Lin Shen and the others couldn't see, they knew that it was finally time to drink the contents of their cups. Thus, each of them lifted their cups to their lips and consumed the clear, water-like liquid in one swallow. Lin Shen inwardly scoffed, Flarla was an enemy of the celestial race, and you, a sovereign of the celestial race, lament her death and toast in her honor. This Emperor Tianzhu is truly absurd. The heavenly liquid was fragrant and tasted like a light beverage, at first inducing no particular sensation. But once the heavenly liquid entered the stomach, a cool sensation rapidly spread throughout the body, instantaneously turning into a ferocious flood that made Lin Shen feel almost as if his body was being torn apart. What on earth is this stuff? The Heavenly Emperor isn't trying to kill us, is he? Lin Shen noticed that the celestial maidens around him showed no sign of distress and then thought that if the celestial emperor wanted to kill them, he wouldn't need to resort to such methods. Glancing at Yang Yatu and Wei Wufu next to him, it was clear they were undergoing the same ordeal, each enduring it with great difficulty. Lin Shen felt that the violent strength within him, though fierce, wasn't truly harming his body. Instead, it seemed to be purging impurities from his system, which slightly reassured him. As the power grew more and more ferocious, Lin Shen could no longer afford to be distracted. He focused entirely on cultivating the evolution theory and slowly assimilated that power into his own strength. He didn't know how much time had passed before the force was tamed and slowly integrated into his body, and Lin Shen finally let out a long sigh, opening his eyes. Upon looking around, he found that the beaded curtain ahead had been drawn open, split into two sections and hung on columns to each side. He could see something resembling a couch behind the curtain, but no one was sitting there anymore, both the Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Consort had gone. Lord Tian, you've digested the heavenly liquid so quickly, you truly are a prodigy, said the celestial who had brought them there and had given them instructions, smiling broadly. Lin Shen felt his attitude was somewhat strange. Although he had been nice to them before, that was because Tianxun had done him a favor, and Lin Shen had also given him something in return. But now, his expression seemed to carry a hint of flattery. Lord, I dare not accept your honorific, please just call me Tian, said Lin Shen. The celestial hastily put up a smiling face and said, No, 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 don't call me Lord. I should be the one calling you Lord. Just call me Xiao Liazi from now on. Lord Heavenly Emperor has already appointed you as the Dean of the Celestial Master Institute, from now on you will be the respected Dean. The Celestial Master Institute. Dean. What is that? Lin Shen was completely bewildered. He had only heard of the Celestial Court within the Celestial race. He had never heard of this Celestial Master Institute, nor did he know what it was for. Chapter 397 Ascension Pool. Xiao Liazi gave Lin Shen a card, which was Lin Shen's identity proof. He could go to the Celestial Master Institute at any time and clock in for his appointment. Mr. Liuzi, what exactly is the Celestial Master Institute? Since the Celestial insisted on Lin Shen calling him Xiao Liuzi, Lin Shen had no option but to follow the custom of his hometown and add a title of respect, just like others calling him Mr. Lin Shen. Lord Tian, please don't call me that, you are the head of one of the divisions in the Celestial Master Institute, I can't bear such deference. Xiao Liuzi waved his hands repeatedly. Then calling you Mr. N6 should be fine, right? Lin Shen said with a smile. Mr. N6. What exactly is the Celestial Master Institute, and why did the Heavenly Emperor appoint me as its head? Since you called me Mr. N6, I'll boast a bit. Little brother, you're in luck. The Celestial Master Institute is a specialized department close to the heart of the Lord Heavenly Emperor. You'll have to look after me more in the future. Mr. N6 lowered his voice and said to Lin Shen. Rest assured, Mr. N6. From now on, we are brothers, sharing fortunes and facing difficulties together, Lin Shen said, patting his chest. Little brother, you really know how to conduct yourself, Mr. N6 laughed heartily. Lin Shen wanted to inquire more about what exactly the Celestial Master Institute did when he saw Wei Wufu and Yu Yang Yedu had also finished absorbing the heavenly liquid and stood up. All right, it's getting late. Don't delay any longer inside the Imperial Palace. I'll take you out now. Mr. N6 led them back the way they came and left the Imperial Palace. Mr. N6 escorted them all the way to the gates of the Imperial Palace. Before leaving, he urged Lin Shen to take up his position at the Celestial Master Institute as soon as possible. Lin Shen stopped him and asked one more question, whether Wei Wufu and Yu Yang Yedu were given any positions. Mr. N6 shook his head and whispered in Lin Shen's ear, Little brother, the imperial favor of the Heavenly Emperor is not something everyone is qualified to bear. Grasp your opportunity well, don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you, and just focus on serving the Lord Heavenly Emperor. Mr. N6, I'll take your advice. Lin Shen could only take Wei Wufu and Yu Yang Yedu back with him. Tian Xun and Tian Xin had been waiting for them to return to the hotel. Upon seeing Wei Wufu and Lin Shen return, they anxiously asked how it went. Lin Shen recounted the meeting with Emperor Tianzhu in detail, and Tian Xun finally felt relieved. Heavenly liquid can purify the body. It's the Heavenly Emperor's exclusive beverage that others seldom have the chance to drink. It will also benefit your future nirvana. We'll have to thank the Heavenly Consort for her help later. Oh, the Heavenly Emperor also appointed me the head of the Celestial Master Institute. What exactly does this Celestial Master Institute do? Lin Shen handed the card to Tian Xun. Tian Xun's face suddenly changed, and he snatched the card away, confirming its authenticity before his expression turned exceedingly complex. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with being the head of the Celestial Master Institute? Lin Shen immediately sensed that there was something amiss. Tian Xun shook his head and said, There's not exactly a problem, but the Celestial Master Institute is a department established by the Heavenly Emperor that takes orders directly from him. Any action of the Celestial Master Institute doesn't need to go through the Celestial Court, they only need to answer to the Heavenly Emperor himself. Sounds like it has a lot of power, Lin Shen said, feeling that there was nothing wrong with this. Tian Xin laughed, to put it nicely, it only answers to the Heavenly Emperor. To put it bluntly, it's like the Heavenly Emperor's dog, tasked with biting people. Whether it's choosing beauties from other races, killing people who disobey and gossip about the Heavenly Emperor, or going out to gather exotic treasures for the Heavenly Emperor and amusing him, all these tasks fall to the Celestial Master Institute. That's not bad at all, isn't that just like being the Heavenly Emperor's personal guard? Lin Shen felt that this place seemed quite good, a department with some perks. Not bad? If there were no Celestial Court, this department would indeed be not bad. Unfortunately for us, the Celestial race has a Celestial Court, and a Dean of the Celestial Court at that. The previous head of the Celestial Master Institute was executed by the hands of the Dean of the Celestial Court himself because he committed offences, Tianxin said with a smile. Nov. L. B //JNN. Doesn't the Heavenly Emperor care? Lin Shen asked, slightly startled. A dead dog can be replaced by 10, 100 others. The Dean of the Celestial Court is the pillar that props up our race. The Heavenly Emperor has been able to enjoy thousands of years of peace because he has this Lord Dean to support him from the front. If you were the Heavenly Emperor, would you bother with this matter? With a smile that wasn't quite a smile, Tianxin looked at Lin Shen and said, the Heavenly Emperor needs to indulge. The dirty and exhausting tasks must be done by the Celestial Master Institute. Doing well is expected, doing poorly invites the Heavenly Emperor's thunderous wrath, which you cannot withstand. The Celestial Master Institute, after handling these dirty and exhausting tasks, offends the August Dean of the Celestial Court, will inevitably have to deal with you. Being the head of the Celestial Master Institute is a thankless job where one misstep could cost you your life. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he felt that being a dean was not a good thing, yet he didn't even have the power to refuse. I'm just an insignificant human ascender, and it's my first time on Sky Pinnacle Star. Why would the Heavenly Emperor want me to be the head of the Celestial Master Institute? Lin Shen felt extremely frustrated. I think your inherent cheap aura has been discovered. You were born for these dirty and exhausting tasks, which is why the Heavenly Emperor has taken a fancy to you. Otherwise, why wouldn't he bestow any position onto Wei or Ouyang Yedu? Tianxin said, reveling in his misfortune. It's not entirely without benefits. After all, the head of the Celestial Master Institute is a close advisor to the Heavenly Emperor, one of the few who can often come into contact with the Heavenly Emperor, and indeed wields no small amount of power. Tianxin could only comfort Lin Shen in this way. Fortunately, the Heavenly Emperor didn't specify when I should take office. Let's first go to the Ascension Pool and increase my reincarnation turns before discussing anything else. Lin Shen didn't have any better idea, he just wanted to take advantage of the benefits first. Tianxin led Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, and Tianxin to the Ascension Pool. Tianxin herself had the qualifications to enter the Ascension Pool and didn't need to fight to the death like Lin Shen and the others. Lin Shen initially thought the Ascension Pool was just a pool, perhaps like Ring Mountain, containing a special liquid in which one could soak to increase their reincarnation turns. The base mutation pool that Lin Shen had soaked in before was like this. Since the base mutation pool was created in imitation of the Ascension Pool, he thought the Ascension Pool should be similar. However, when Lin Shen actually saw the Ascension Pool, he realized how ignorant his thoughts had been. The Ascension Pool was not merely a pool at all, but an expanse of continuous mountains. Among these mountains, there was a towering peak that almost reached the clouds, so high that its summit was nearly invisible. A waterfall-like liquid poured down from the top of the mountain, as if a river of stars was falling from the void, plunging into the vast pool at the mountain's base. The water flowed from the pool down the mountain, winding around the mountains like a white giant serpent coiling between them. Strangely, the streams eventually flowed back toward the towering mountain, disappearing at its base as if plunging into an abyss. That is the Ascension Pool. We must swim upstream. The farther and higher we go, the more benefits we obtain. If one can swim against the waterfall and reach the mountain top, achieving the 10th turn is possible, Tianxin said. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other, as this posed a dilemma. When it came to fighting, they could reluctantly step up, but swimming was not their strength. Chapter 398, Chapter 398 Counterflow. Lin Shen and his two companions didn't notice that above that great mountain, a large patch of white clouds had drifted over and come to a stop near the mountain, blending almost completely with the mists that enshrouded the mountain. Within those clouds was an island-like floating object that resembled a vacation resort, complete with an artificial pool, a sandy beach, and even a crooked neck tree and a small wooden hut. On the beach, a sun umbrella was set up, under which there was a small table and 2 lounge chairs. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. On one of the lounge chairs lay a shaggy old celestial dressed in colorful shorts and a vest, his face shielded by a pair of sunglasses. Despite his age, he had a tall stature, stylish hair, and a chiseled face with a well-groomed beard, making him look like a model. If Lin Shen were here, he would probably have a hard time recognizing that this shaggy old celestial lounging leisurely and the one who orchestrated the shoddy situation were actually the same person. "Your Majesty, what brings you to the Ascension Pool today? Shall I join you for a bath?" A celestial race swimsuit beauty sat on the other lounge chair, smiling sweetly. "No bathing today, just watching the show," the Heavenly Emperor replied as he took a bottle, downing the liquid inside with flair before casually tossing the bottle onto the sandy beach. "Xiao Liuzi, bring a case of heavenly liquid over. Is the barbecue ready?" "Right away, Your Majesty." Xiao Liuzi scurried over with a case of heavenly liquid, placing it on the ground beside him, opening a bottle for the Heavenly Emperor and setting another bottle on the table near the celestial race beauty. Then Xiao Liuzi scurried back to the grill, transforming into a barbecue expert, flipping skewers of some unknown meat. "Watching the show? What show?" The celestial beauty looked puzzled as she surveyed the area below, quickly spotting Lin Shen and the other 2 standing at the entrance of the Ascension Pool. "Are those 2 humans? How come they are at the Ascension Pool?" Her beautiful eyes shifted, as if she had figured something out, and she said with some surprise, "Your Majesty, did you come to the Ascension Pool specifically to watch them?" "Not to watch them, but to watch the show," the Heavenly Emperor retorted with a slight snort. Although the celestial beauty didn't understand what was so interesting about 2 human ascenders and a celestial race ascender, she pretended to be quite interested, observing the trio. "Xiao Liuzi, where do you think they'll be able to swim to?" The Heavenly Emperor seemed disinterested in conversing with the celestial beauty and instead struck up a conversation with Xiao Liuzi, who was busy barbecuing. "That one named Wei Wufu practiced the Phoenix Purple Chi Ju and is now 3rd turn, that Tian Xin, the youngest son of the Tianju family, lacks the aptitude for the angel reincarnation skill, but the evolution skill he practiced is not bad, tailor-made for him by Tianju, though he is only at 4th turn. Tian, I heard, is only 2nd turn, his evolution skill seems to be evolution theory, his strength is not very clear. Judging by their levels, they could at most reach the pool, trying to ascend the stream up the mountain seems a bit difficult." Chapter Find. After a pause, Xiao Liuzi continued, "However, since they managed to return unscathed from the Sea of Flames, they must be somewhat capable. I think they should be able to ascend the stream up the mountain for a distance, but not too far." "You make some sense," the Heavenly Emperor said noncommittally, before turning to the celestial beauty next to him. "What do you think, my beloved?" The celestial beauty replied, "Your Majesty, I think Tian Xin should be able to ascend the mountain against the stream. The other 2 humans may at most reach the pool. That Tian, I'm afraid, might not even make it to the pool." "Why do you say that?" the Heavenly Emperor asked with interest. "The Phoenix Purple Chi Ju is barely considered a first-rate evolution skill, while evolution theory is just a basic evolution skill. If one practices such an evolution skill, how strong could they possibly be?" the celestial beauty explained. "You also make sense," the Heavenly Emperor nodded. "What do you think, Your Majesty?" the celestial beauty inquired. "Of course, I share the same opinion as my beloved consort," the Heavenly Emperor said with a smile. "Xiao Liuzi, you're the only one with a different view. If you guess wrong, you'll be punished. That's only fair. I've just gotten something recently. If I lose, let's use it as a stake." "Your Majesty, does that sound acceptable?" A sweating Xiao Liuzi ran over, placing an item on the table and asked cautiously. "That's fine." The Heavenly Emperor didn't even look at what it was, simply uttering an indifferent response. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. Only then did Xiao Liuzi breathe a sigh of relief and ran back to continue grilling his skewers. Unaware they were being secretly watched, Lin Shen and his companions saw Tian Xin leap into the river that wound around the mountains like a giant serpent, swimming towards the pool while shouting, "I'm heading on first, I'll wait for you on the mountain." "Hey, how has Tian Xin become so much better at swimming?" Lin Shen watched Tian Xin's agile form cutting through the water upstream, his swimming strokes standard and his speed quite fast, which caught him by surprise. He remembered that although Tian Xin could handle water, he wasn't this impressive. Probably he had specifically trained for this trip to the Ascension Pool. "Old Wei, what should we do?" Lin Shen turned to Wei Wufu and asked. He had never practiced swimming much because he fell into a water vat as a child and almost drowned. Although he wouldn't say he had any psychological trauma, he wasn't fond of getting into the water. He had thought that with the ability to fly and the floating on water skill, he wouldn't need to learn swimming, but here was a day when it seemed necessary. "Let's go, do our best," Wei Wufu said and also jumped into the water. Lin Shen watched Wei Wufu use the dog paddle desperately to swim upstream, splashing a lot of water but moving forward at a very slow pace, slower than an old lady's walk. Lin Shen, having no other choice, leaped in as well. Wufu was right, since they were already here, they might as well do their best. The Heavenly Emperor and his companions almost burst into laughter watching Wei Wufu's dog paddle. When it was Lin Shen's turn to get into the water, he executed a beautiful dive and plunged in, only to sink straight to the bottom. Pfft! The celestial beauty couldn't hold back anymore. She spat out a mouthful of heavenly liquid she had just drunk. "Your Majesty, it seems we overestimated them." Both of them appear to be clueless about swimming, not to mention going upstream. They probably can't even reach the pool. The Heavenly Emperor was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the two of them to be so inept at swimming and chuckled, "Coming to the Ascension Pool without knowing how to swim, they really are quite unique." Tian Xun was unaware they couldn't swim, considering they had survived in the Sea of Flames and even got a living crimson flame starburst dragon as a pet. He had thought their swimming ability was decent and hadn't mentioned it. After all, swimming ability was only a minor part, it wasn't the decisive factor. It still depended on their cultivation level and capabilities. As long as someone possessed even a little swimming skill, there shouldn't be much trouble. Who could have imagined it would be a hindrance for them? As soon as Lin Shen entered the water, he immediately felt a strange strength within the current rushing into his body. Chapter 399 The Surge of Water. A strange force surged into his body. This power was very peculiar. When he stood still, resisting the flow of the river, this strange force would be very weak. If he drifted downstream with the current, the strange power would completely disappear. On the contrary, if he walked upstream against the current, the strange power would gradually grow stronger. This strange force could not change his constitution, nor could it enhance his base mutation rate. It simply merged into his body, nourishing his life base and his own spiritual sense. Lin Shen had no intention of swimming. He simply sank to the bottom and walked upward from there. Walking like this was faster than swimming himself, and also faster than Wei Wufu. The river was not very deep, only about 10 meters or so. Once Lin Shen sank to the bottom, he found that the current below was obviously swifter than above, and it brought a greater amount of the strange power. This discovery delighted Lin Shen greatly. He was tempted to call Wei Wufu down to walk together, but then he thought better of it and gave up on the idea. Resisting the current also consumed a great deal of energy, and Wei Wufu did not have his breath-holding ability. It would be difficult for him to walk underwater for a long time. It was safer for him to stay above. So, Lin Shen walked forward underwater against the subcurrent, continually absorbing the strange power brought by the water flow. The strange power entering his body divided into 3 parts, each absorbed by the contrarian, the inheritance fan, and Lin Shen himself. Chapter Enjoy. After walking a few hundred meters on the riverbed, Lin Shen felt the strange power flowing into his body increasing more and more. The subcurrent grew stronger too, compelling him to use the carapace to contend with it, otherwise, his pace would become somewhat slow. After a while, both the inheritance fan and the contrarian underwent a transformation. They both underwent a nirvana. Following their transformations, Lin Shen's attributes were also elevated. The advantage of a double life base was revealed at that moment. With every nirvana of the inheritance fan, Lin Shen's attributes and skill strength increased by 10% based on the original data. When the contrarian underwent nirvana, another 10% increase was added on top of the original data. Once both life bases reached the 10th turn, Lin Shen had 162 more attribute points than an ordinary 10-stage ascendant, which were solid foundational attributes. The Heavenly Emperor and the other two onlookers watched from above. They saw Tian Xin almost reaching the vicinity of the pool, while Wei Wufu had swum only a few hundred meters. His slow pace was frightfully slow. After Lin Shen plunged into the water, he had not come up again. That Tian has been underwater for so long without coming up, he couldn't have drowned and been swept into the abyss of the fallen, could he? The celestial beauty said with a laugh. The Heavenly Emperor took off his sunglasses and glanced at the river below. After a moment, he said with a smile, he hasn't drowned. He's walking up the riverbed. He's even a little faster than that Wei Wufu above. Walking at the bottom of the river? The undercurrents beneath the Ascension River are much stronger than those at the surface, and they become even more turbulent as one approaches the Ascension pool. Walking like that, I'm afraid he won't even make it to the edge of the pool, the celestial beauty remarked, looking again at Wei Wufu struggling on the surface and smiling slyly, but with their swimming skills, I'm afraid they won't reach the pool even if they swim on the surface. How can there be such people? They are ascenders, after all. No matter what, they should have attained a certain standard in controlling their bodies, strength, and skills. How can they possibly not know how to swim? Even if learning on the spot, they should be able to pick up some, right? The celestial beauty was genuinely intrigued now. Maybe it's a psychological issue, Xiao Lihuzi chimed in. What kind of psychological issue could it be? The celestial beauty asked with curiosity. That I don't know. Perhaps they were frightened by water when they were young, leaving behind some sort of psychological shadow, Xiao Lihuzi guessed as he brought over some freshly grilled skewers to the Heavenly Emperor and the celestial beauty. The Heavenly Emperor casually picked up a skewer, eating while smiling amiably. The kid down there shouldn't have any psychological shadows, probably just hasn't learned or has poor learning abilities. The one above, though, has a big problem. If he can't overcome this obstacle, he'll encounter major issues during nirvana. Lin Shen walked underwater against the dark currents, his speed becoming slower and slower. As the darkness below became stronger, even with his strength and control, it was quite strenuous to walk along the riverbed. The main issue was controlling the body in water. It was easily carried off by the dark currents. The strange force that washed over the body also gave a chilling sensation, not a physical chill, but as if the spiritual sense was being cleansed and left cold. It seems I have no choice but to do this. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, activated the super base pattern, and immediately used the movement technique of surfing fist, charging forward step by step. Each step he took left a footprint on the riverbed's rocks, and the more he walked, the faster he got and the deeper the prints became. His body broke through the dark currents, stirring the water into a turbulent mess, and large bubbles started appearing on the surface. Nov. L. B/JNN. With every step Lin Shen took, a cluster of bubbles surged up on the surface, his speed increasing ever more. What is that human called Tian doing underwater? The celestial beauty noticed this anomaly and asked out of curiosity. He is using strength to fight against the dark currents and run forward. The Heavenly Emperor spoke while nibbling on a skewer. Running on the riverbed. Such a consumption, can an ascender really endure it? I'm afraid he won't get far before he runs out of energy, right? If he truly overexerts himself and doesn't even have the strength to reach the shore, he will be swept into the abyss of the fallen. Wouldn't that mean losing his life for nothing? The celestial beauty pondered something and turned to the heavenly emperor to ask, Your Majesty, if he loses his strength and is washed toward the abyss of the fallen, should we pull him out? We're only here to watch the show, everything else is none of our concern, the heavenly emperor said offhandedly. Then let's see if he can stop in time. If he is reckless and depletes his strength too severely, I'm afraid he's definitely not going to survive, the celestial beauty said with a smile. She originally thought Lin Shen would soon be unable to hold on, but instead, the bubbles from below increased even more, almost forming a gushing spring on the river surface. Moreover, his speed kept increasing, and he was quickly closing the distance to Tian Xin, who was nearing the pool. Tian Xin was swimming toward the pool when he suddenly felt as if there were a whale spouting water behind him, with water columns rising continuously, startling him. Damn, what trick is that kid pulling off now? Tian Xin hastily accelerated his pace, desperately swimming towards the pool, fearing the surging water columns would catch up to him. Who knew what Lin Shen was up to under the water? If he got caught in it, that would be troublesome. Tian Xin didn't dare to hold back any longer, directly summoning the power of the Heartless Angel, whose possession greatly increased his speed, and he dashed towards the pool. Meanwhile, Lin Shen underwater was getting faster and faster. The surfing steps pushed aside the dark currents, his powerful strength surging through his body as he forcefully resisted the numerous dark streams of the riverbed, charging towards the direction of the pool. That human at the bottom of the river has quite the endurance, almost rushing into the pool. The celestial beauty expressed her surprise. Think it's that easy to get into the pool? The heavenly emperor pulled out something that looked like a remote control from the pocket of his large shorts and pressed a few buttons on it. The waterfalls of Mount Ascension, which flowed straight down, suddenly increased in volume, like a roaring dragon plunging into the pool, causing chaotic currents to surge, violently slapping against the surrounding rocks. Chapter 400 As people ascend, souls descend. Tian Xin had just plunged into the pool when the roaring waterfall suddenly surged, stirring up chaotic currents so violently that it was impossible to stabilize her body, and she was directly swept into the turmoil. What's going on? Why did the current become so fierce all of a sudden? I've only heard that the currents in the pool can be a bit harsh, but it shouldn't be this severe, right? Plus, it seemed like the waterfall's flow had more than doubled just now. Tian Xin's body had been pulled to the bottom of the pool, her mind full of confusion. She wanted to stabilize her body, but the first wave of the turbulent flow was simply too strong to hold steady. Her body was twisted in all sorts of directions by the current and even slammed into a large rock at the bottom of the pool, causing Tian Xin to see stars. The collision itself didn't cause much damage to Tian Xin, but the mysterious power generated by the turbulent current poured into her body, baptizing her life base and her own spiritual sense. Due to the immense strength of the mysterious power, it felt as though her spiritual sense was about to freeze. This prevented her from concentrating on running the evolution skill, making the efficiency of absorbing and digesting the mysterious power extremely low. Tian Xin struggled to stabilize her body, but it was utterly impossible to leverage anything in the chaotic current. If Ximen Swordsman were here, he could take advantage of the twisting chaotic currents, but Tian Xin clearly lacked such ability. Her grasp and sensitivity to strength were not that high, and she often clashed with the current when exerting force, which only made things worse the harder she tried. Of course, it wasn't just Tian Xin, most people were powerless in such chaotic currents. Forcing me, hey! Watch me break through the chaos with sheer strength. Tian Xin gritted her teeth, desperately unleashing strength to battle the turbulent flow, wanting to forcefully surge through and get below the waterfall. Unfortunately, strength was not her forte, and her best asset, speed, simply couldn't be initiated in the water. As the waterfall raged, Lin Shen had just reached the junction where the river met the pool. The ferocious chaotic current, like a mudslide, pressed down, halting the wild rush of Lin Shen momentarily. The horrifying wave of mysterious power also surged into his body. The sudden increase in mysterious power didn't cause too much trouble for Lin Shen. His body contained a double life base, and the demand for mysterious power was far greater than that of Tianxin. All along the way Lin Shen had come, an ordinary ascender's life base could have evolved from first turn to about 4 or 5. However, with his double life base, one had only ascended by 1 turn, and it was uncertain whether that was due to the double life base requiring too much energy or because his life base itself needed a tremendous amount of energy. The sudden enhancement of the water flow and the strengthening of the mysterious power seemed to indicate that his life base was showing signs of another evolution. Surfing step, riding on the momentum of the impact, erupted once more, battling against the mudslide-like currents. Lin Shen, step by step, stubbornly withstood the turbulent flow and forcefully entered the pool. When he suddenly saw something crashing towards him amid the white foam, Lin Shen reached out and blocked it, only then realizing it was Tianxin's body that had collided with him. Lin Shen clenched his teeth and, pushing Tianxin's body with both hands, continued to forge ahead. The accumulated overlapping wave skill of surfing step was now powerful, and Lin Shen, pushing Tianxin's body, forced open the chaotic current, heading towards the place where the white foam was most dense, the location of the waterfall. Tianxin, struggling in the chaotic current, suddenly felt her aimlessly tumbling body grabbed by a pair of hands pushing her forward. Startled at first, she quickly realized what was happening. Without hesitation, she immediately activated the evolution skill to stabilize the situation inside her body. The amount of mysterious power flooding her body was overwhelming. If she couldn't absorb and digest it in time, it seemed as if the mysterious power coursing through her would cause her spiritual sense to lose control. Once spiritual sense is out of control or damaged, it's like a nirvana being who has undergone nirvana multiple times, gradually losing their humanity, ranging from impaired thinking to the potential loss of self. Your Majesty, Tianxin has been swept into the pool. Could something happen to him? The celestial beauty asked with some concern. If he doesn't have the strength himself, who can he blame for any mishap? The heavenly emperor said indifferently, continuing to drink the heavenly liquid. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of water exploded in the pool, revealing a figure emerging from the water against the waterfall. It was Tianxin, who had just been caught in the turbulent flow. With 6 wings on his back fluttering, he faced the waterfall's strong current and forcefully ascended, taking flight. Originally, Tianxin had 1 pair of wings, and even after being possessed by the Heartless Angel, he only had 4 wings. But just now, after the Heartless Angel had broken through, its form changed, transforming from 4 wings to 6, greatly increasing its strength. Coupled with Lin Shen's push, he managed to ascend against the cascade's onslaught. Even with 6 wings, ascending against such a terrifying waterfall was still incredibly challenging. Tianxin violently flapped his wings, barely managing to ascend 4 or 5 meters before struggling to rise any further. The youngest son of the Tianzhu family is not bad at all, he even managed to ascend against it, the celestial beauty exclaimed in surprise. The heavenly emperor smiled without a word, squinting his eyes not at Tianxin but at Lin Shen at the bottom of the pool. Others could not see the true situation in the pool, but he could see it clearly. If Tianxin was able to ascend, much of the credit was due to Lin Shen.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Lin Shen, using his hands and feet, gripped the cracks in the rocks and, despite the assault of the waterfall, managed to climb up. He felt as if his soul might be washed away from his body by the force of the waterfall. It was as if his body was climbing up, while his soul was falling down. Splash! Tianxin, who struggled desperately, ultimately could not hold on and was smashed back into the pool by the waterfall. Fortunately, after the initial turbulent flow, the pool gradually adapted to such a forceful current, and the turbulence wasn't so severe anymore. Tianxin, with his 6 wings, had grown much stronger and managed to control his body, quickly emerging from the water and looking towards Lin Shen, who was persistently climbing against the waterfall. Something's not right. Why does this waterfall seem to have at least double the flow of water than before? Tian Xin had already sensed something was amiss. Looking back at the river course, he saw Wei Wufu was still far away from the pool, desperately struggling and moving at an exceedingly slow pace. Oh my goodness, that guy actually can't swim. Tian Xin was taken aback. In his mind, Wei Wufu seemed capable of everything, mastering all sorts of martial arts without failing, and yet surprisingly, he couldn't even swim the basic strokes. On Lin Shen's end, the situation wasn't optimistic either. He clung to the rock wall, climbing upwards, but with the force of the water, he had only climbed a few meters before nearly being washed away several times. Who the hell is playing tricks, trying to prevent us from reaching the summit of ascension? Tian Xin's face darkened, but he could not figure out who would have the power to meddle with the ascension pool. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.